How fast? The eyes of the Saint Lan disciples seated around the death arena brightened immediately when they saw thousands of Yang Wen's afterimages appearing in the sky. This is the high-grade movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession, that senior brother Yang Wen comprehended? At this instant, it seemed as though they could envision the scene of Duanling Tian losing the effect of his assist-type divine ability and how Yang Wen would kill him. Senior brother Yang Wen's speed is even faster than Duanling Tian's speed after he has cast his high-grade movement divine ability. As expected, there's not much suspense in this battle. I kinda regret not betting more on senior brother Yang Wen now. Me too. I only placed a bet of 1,000 contribution points. Many of the Saint Lan disciples were certain Duanling Tian was going to lose and die. They even began to regret not betting everything they had on Yang Wen since they felt it was a sure win. Yang Wen's speed is a lot faster than Duanling Tian's speed. If Duanling Tian only has so much up his sleeve, I'm afraid he's no match for Yang Wen at all. Lu Yun muttered as he watched the scene before him with a solemn expression. Although 100,000 contribution points was not that much to him, he still could not help feeling his heart ache when he thought about it being gone just like that. Junior brother Ling Tian definitely has more techniques than these. Lu Mu's almost blind faith in Duanling Tian made Lu Yun shake his head inwardly. He no longer said anything to dissuade him from his thinking. Junior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian, whether it was Sun De or Guan Xiu, both were feeling nervous at this moment. They were very clear that from the moment Yang Wen cast his high-grade movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession, the battle would be coming to an end. Duanling Tian might stand a chance in winning if he could match Yang Wen's speed. However, if he could not do so, Yang Wen would eventually kill him once his assist-type divine ability lost its effect. Both of them felt the latter was most likely to happen. It was not that they had no confidence in Duanling Tian, they just did not know where to get it from. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was just too huge. Even after Duanling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, his saint energy was only be equivalent to the saint energy of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Yang Wen's force, on the other hand, was the saint origin that domineered over the saint energy. It was the energy that solely belonged to a saint celestial stage powerhouse. In their opinion, it was a miracle that Duanling Tian could even force Yang Wen to cast his high-grade moment divine ability, the wind spirit possession. They did not even dare to think that Duanling Tian would be able to defeat and kill Yang Wen. Howl! The sound of a beast howling reverberated in the air. As it turned out, Yang Wen had used his saint origin to consolidate a gigantopithecus covered in blood-red qi that was holding a long spear again. Similarly, it charged at Duanling Tian again. "Do you think this technique will still work on me?" Duanling Tian said calmly. In the next moment, everybody present on the scene could hear the sound of swords whistling in the air. Swish, 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 swish. To the Saint Lan disciples below the Saint Celestial stage, they could only hear the sound of swords whistling in the air. They could not even catch a trace of the afterimages of the swords. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the gigantopithecus that Yang Wen used his saint origin to cast the medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification, was once again ruthlessly destroyed by Duanling Tian. Die! Yang Wen shouted before the crowd even regained their senses from seeing the gigantopithecus being destroyed again. His voice permeated every corner of the Palace of Death. In the next moment, they saw Yang Wen charging toward Duanling Tian. As he charged out, hundreds of afterimages formed in his wake, holding a long spear in their hands. Senior brother Yang Wen has taken out his 100 inscriptions saint spear. Many people's eyes brightened immediately. Swoosh! Yang Wen seized the chance while Duanling Tian was destroying the gigantopithecus using the sword net that he weaved and activated his movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession. It seemed as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duanling Tian and rotated the 100 inscription spear and appeared before him in just a blink of an eye. Rasp! 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 As the spear that was filled with saint origin swept out, the profundity of the spear-type martial tactic contained in it produced a noise that rang in the air. The spear seemed to blest as it swept out toward Duanling Tian's throat at the best moment. The spear was going to pierce his throat in just a thrust. Too slow. Duanling Tian spat out 2 words as Yang Wen thrust his spear toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not try to dodge nor escape. Instead, he stood rooted to the ground. "Stop trying to put on a show," Yang Wen shouted. A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was. The spear continued to head toward Duanling Tian's throat without slowing down. Swish! 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 In the next instant, Yang Wen heard the sound of swords whistling in the air approaching him. The speed was so much faster than the speed before. Moreover, it was even faster than his speed that was a combination of the high-grade movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession, and his movement tactic. Yang Wen was instantly frightened out of his wits. Impossible! How can his swordplay technique be so fast? At this instant, no matter how Yang Wen roared in his heart, he still could not change the fact that he would be enveloped by the sword net and would end up being killed if he chose to continue his attack on Duanling Tian. He did not think that the coordination of his defensive tactic and his defensive divine ability would be able to withstand the sword net that Duanling Tian weaved using his swordplay technique. Whoosh! For this reason, he immediately made up his mind to retreat. Apart from stopping his attack, he even activated his movement tactic and movement divine ability at his fastest speed to escape the area within the sword net. This was because he could feel the sword net fast approaching him. Swish! 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 The sword net seemed to gain speed again. In just a blink of an eye, it enveloped the place where Yang Wen had stood earlier. Ah! A howl rang in the air. Under the gaze of the others, despite Yang Wen's attempt to run away, the lower part of his right leg, just below his thigh, was shredded by the sword net into pieces. He was a second too late in escaping. Blood dyed the sky and seemingly formed red roses that appeared dazzling to the eyes. However, nobody paid attention to it. Senior brother Yang Wen is crippled? The Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena stood up in shock when they saw this. Their eyes were glued to Yang Wen, who had lost one of his legs, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Currently, Yang Wen was hovering in the air in the distance as he tried to stop the blood from gushing out of the wound of his amputated leg. His face was pale, but his eyes were cold as he stared at Duanling Tian. It was as though at this second, the enmity between him and Duanling Tian had been raised to the highest level. His swordplay technique can actually go faster? At this instant, Lu Yun had also stood up in shock. He did not expect Duanling Tian's swordplay technique could go even faster. Amazing! Lu Mu had stood up as well. His eyes were bright as he stared at Duanling Tian excitedly. What a formidable swordplay technique! At this moment, the expression of the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, had turned solemn as well. If his swordplay technique is a martial tactic, then this sword tactic is definitely qualified to be called as the #1 sword tactic in the Dao martial Saint Land. I've witnessed many swordplay techniques in the heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that has been cultivated to the highest limit, but they're far from being comparable to the swordplay technique that he casts. The other 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders stood gazing at each other before smiling wryly. Were we a little too rash? To think we bet our contribution points on Yang Wen. Even if we bet some on Duanling Tian, we wouldn't lose much. One of the bronze flame elders smiled wryly. It seemed as though he could already envision Yang Wen's death when he saw how Duanling Tian's swordplay technique could go even faster, to the point it was faster than Yang Wen, who had combined his movement tactic and movement divine ability. Another bronze flame elder's eyes gleamed brightly as he replied, "Don't worry. The outcome is not certain. Don't forget Yang Wen hasn't consumed his forbidden pill yet." That's right. As the son of the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Wen must have a method to protect himself. The forbidden pill is the most direct and most straightforward protection method. I'm sure he has one in his possession. The last bronze flame elder nodded as well before shifting his gaze to Yang Wen. If he's smart, he should consume the forbidden pill now. If he continues to drag this out, his strength will be greatly weakened if he's injured again. He might not be Duanling Tian's match if he doesn't consume the forbidden pill at the right time. However, it really didn't cross my mind that a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage is able to unleash such a powerful technique. At once, the three bronze flame elders looked at Duan Tian with a complex expression. Senior brother Yang Wen's leg has been severed. Is he going to be defeated now? How is Duan Tian so strong that he even managed to cripple senior brother Yang Wen? If senior brother Yang Wen is defeated and killed, won't I lose all of my contribution points? I bet everything I have on senior brother Yang Wen. Terror and restlessness filled the chests of those Saint Land disciples who bet heavily on Yang Wen. They now regretted betting so heavily on Yang Wen. Don't be so anxious. Senior brother Yang Wen must have some trump cards up his sleeve. That's right. As the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, do all of you really think senior brother Yang Wen doesn't have any other way to protect himself? After some of the Saint Land disciples spoke up, those Saint Land disciples who were originally in a panic felt more at ease as their eyes brightened again. It was as though they could see hope once again. Is that a forbidden pill? Someone cried out suddenly. Everyone turned to look at Yang Wen immediately. Yang Wen raised one hand and took a black shining pill out before he consumed it. The forbidden pill? Duan Tian's face turned grave immediately when he heard the Saint Land disciples' words and saw Yang Wen consuming the pill. As soon as Yang Wen swallowed the pill, boom! A wave of mysterious force surged out of his body and fused perfectly with his saint origin before it began to spread out, causing air turbulence and air explosions. Currently, Yang Wen's strength seemed to have risen greatly compared to before. Junior brother Tian, brother Yun said, although Yang Wen's current cultivation base could not be considered as being at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, his saint origin is comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He doesn't possess any special characteristics exclusive to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Mu's voice rang in Duan Tian's ears the moment Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill. If we only take his saint origin into consideration, he's comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Tian's expression turned even graver when he heard Lu Mu's words. This information came from Lu Yun, a true disciple. For this reason, he did not doubt the authenticity of the statement. Duan Tian understood why Lu Yun said Yang Wen's current cultivation base could not be considered as being at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what Duan Tian knew, when one had broken through to the second form from the first form, not only would one's saint origin become stronger, other characteristics exclusive to a true powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would manifest as well. This was something the forbidden pill was not capable of doing. Could only raise one's strength. After he consumed the forbidden pill, his saint origin is raised a whole level higher. The forbidden pill he consumed must not be inferior to the one Hong Su consumed previously. Duan Tian was certain about this. Meanwhile, whether it was Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, or the three bronze flame elders, they were all surprised by the rise in Yang Wen's strength after he consumed the pill. They did not expect he would have such a high-grade pill in his possession. Yang Wen's current saint origin has already been raised an entire stage higher. Duan Tian is doomed now. Although Duan Tian's swordplay technique is fast, it's impossible he'd be faster than Yang Wen who had consumed the forbidden pill. He's going to die for sure unless he has other hidden trump cards. The three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders looked at each other as they discussed among themselves. They felt there was no more suspense in today's battle. The outcome was obvious. Yang Wen was going to defeat Duan Tian and win. At the same time, at a corner of the area where the seats were, a young Saint Land disciple muttered to himself in shock. Senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has risen a whole level. Senior brother Cha Jin, did you say that senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has risen an entire level? The other Saint Land disciple by his side exclaimed. His tone was filled with shock. You mean, senior brother Yang Wen's current saint origin has already reached a stage where it's equivalent to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? This Saint Land disciple did not doubt senior brother Cha Jin's words. He was an elite among the Saint Land elite disciples. He already had 1 foot in the Saint Celestial stage and was widely acknowledged as the person with the highest chance to become the next true disciple. Meanwhile, Cha Jin's words spread around and shocked the other Saint Land disciples. After senior brother Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill, His saint origin has actually risen to the second form of the saint celestial stage? Isn't this too strange? It seems like the pill's senior brother Yang, when consumed, isn't simple for it to raise his strength so greatly. Is it true? Well, senior brother Cha Jin said it, so it must be real. Senior brother Cha Jin? He's one of the most promising Saint Lan disciples. He has the highest chance to become a true disciple. If he said this, then it must be true. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They were shocked by the grade of the forbidden pill that Yang when consumed. The fact that the pill could raise the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse so greatly proved that the pill was not just a simple pill. In the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land, only a saint inscription master that excelled in medicine refinement Dao at the quasi-celestial grade or above could refine such a pill. Senior brother Yangwen is indeed the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He even has such a precious pill in his possession. The fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect might not have that many high-grade forbidden pills, and senior brother Yangwen has just consumed one of them. He has no choice but to consume it. If senior brother Yangwen doesn't consume it, he's no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. If Duan Ling Tian dies today, he should be proud of himself for being able to force senior brother Yangwen to consume a forbidden pill. That's right. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian's so strong to the point where he actually forced senior brother Yangwen to consume the forbidden pill. The Saint Lan disciples seated around the death arena discussed among themselves as they sighed emotionally when they thought of Duan Ling Tian's unexpected strength. At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter rang in the air. It was none other Yangwen whose strength was greatly boosted after he consumed the forbidden pill. Yangwen's laughter was filled with joy and excitement as though it was a joyous occasion. Has Yangwen gone crazy? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Yangwen's sudden laughter caught him off guard. He did not know what was happening. After Yangwen had consumed the forbidden pill, his killing intent was still as strong as ever. However, his sudden unbridled laughter caused confusion among the people. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who found Yangwen to be a little strange. Even the other people present on the scene were at a loss. What's Yangwen doing? Even the Palace of Death's custodian, Niadzue, could not help but frown. He did not know why Yangwen would forget himself and keep laughing for no reason. The three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death had an anxious expression on their faces. I've never heard that consuming a forbidden pill would make one go crazy. If Yangwen goes crazy, doesn't it mean Duan Ling Tian will win? Don't tell me we'll lose all our contribution points. What's going on? The three bronze flame elders looked at each other as they spoke worriedly to one another. They did not care if Yangwen died. What they cared about was the contribution points they bet on Yangwen, since it was no small sum. Currently, the three bronze flame elders were not the only ones who were about this. The Saint Lan disciples seated around the death arena had a worried expression on their faces as well as a commotion broke out. What happened to senior brother Yangwen? Judging from how he's acting, it doesn't seem like he's lost his cool. It seems more like he has gone crazy. Crazy? How's it possible? How could a person who's completely fine go crazy just like that? Perhaps it's because of that forbidden pill? I heard that the aftereffects of a forbidden pill are quite severe. However, the aftereffects shouldn't appear so fast, right? It'll only appear after the medicine efficacy is gone. How could he possibly be affected right now? I don't know. Many of the Saint Lan disciples thought Yangwen had gone crazy. Otherwise, why would he suddenly laugh continuously at such a crucial moment? At this moment, Yangwen should seize the chance to kill Duan Ling Tian while the medicine efficacy was still in effect. In their opinion, Yangwen was only wasting time now. If this continued on, the medicine efficacy of the forbidden pill would disappear before he even had a chance to make his move. Senior brother Yangwen, make your move now. Why are you laughing for no reason? You can laugh after you kill Duan Ling Tian. Make your move now. I placed a bet of 5,000 contribution points on you. If it's gone just like that because you've gone crazy, I'm gonna curse you 100 times every day even if you die. I'll curse you to become a beast in your next life. The Saint Lan disciples who placed their bets on Yangwen began to turn anxious as they called out to him when they saw him laughing for a long time, seemingly having no intention of stopping. Perhaps The Saint Lan disciple's words had gotten through to Yang Wen as his laughter died down soon after. At the same time, under the gaze of the crowd, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian before saying, "Duan Ling Tian, I really must thank you for forcing me to consume the forbidden pill. If it wasn't for the fact that I've consumed the forbidden pill, I wouldn't have been able to successfully comprehend the Spear Emperor Genesis." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear in his hand as the vast energy from his body merged with it. When the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear was enveloped by his energy, his eyes closed for a moment before he opened them again. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Yang Wen opened his eyes, the vast energy on his body that had seemingly transformed into a tangible force spread all over the place. Under the watchful gaze of the crowds, a mountain-like silhouette enveloped Yang Wen. This silhouette wore a thick armor and had an awe-inspiring appearance. Its hand was gripping a long spear that was hundreds of meters long. Standing right there while holding onto its spear horizontally, it gave off an intense pressure. This is... Duan Ling Tian was reminded of Hong Su when he saw this. During his battle with Hong Su, he seemed to have cast a divine ability called the Saber King Ingress. Currently, the divine ability that Yang Wen had cast seemed to be called the Spear Emperor Genesis or something. This was not the main point. The main point was Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the divine ability Yang Wen cast was on a completely different level from the divine ability that Hong Su had cast previously. A high-grade offensive divine ability? Duan Ling Tian realized it was a high-grade offensive divine ability. Based on Yang Wen's words, he had successfully comprehended this high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, after he had consumed the forbidden pill. Another person who comprehended a high-grade divine ability at the last minute because of me? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched for a moment as he recalled the incident with Sunda. At that time, in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, it was due to Duan Ling Tian's pressure that Sunda successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Today, Yang Wen was in the same situation as Sunda as well. Faced with his pressure, Yang Wen had successfully comprehended a high-grade divine ability after he consumed the forbidden pill. Duan Ling Tian felt a little speechless. My goodness! It's the divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis. I've long heard that senior brother Yang Wen has been comprehending this high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, for a few years now. I can't believe that he would successfully comprehend it during this crucial moment. As it turns out, senior brother Yang Wen did not go crazy. He was laughing so excitedly because he has successfully comprehended the Spear Emperor Genesis. I'm sure Duan Ling Tian must be furious now. If it wasn't for his continuous pressure, senior brother Yang Wen wouldn't have consumed the forbidden pill, leading him to successfully comprehending this high-grade divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis. As soon as Yang Wen cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, after he finished speaking, the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples who thought he had gone insane lit up immediately. Each of them seemed re-energized. At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. Junior brother Ling Tian. Sunda smiled wryly at his seat. He did not expect someone else would also successfully comprehend a high-grade divine ability at the last minute due to Duan Ling Tian's pressure just like him. Now that Yang Wen had successfully comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, this meant his strength was greater as well. Combined with the medicinal efficacy of the forbidden pill, it would be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. One could say that Duan Ling Tian had dropped a stone on his own foot this time. Meanwhile, the expressions of Guanxiu, the two Lu brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, had turned grave as well. Even Lu Mu, who was very confident in Duan Ling Tian before this, could not help but feel nervous. He had a worried expression on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He actually successfully comprehended the Spear Emperor Genesis at this moment? Even the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue, was taken aback when he saw Yang Wen successfully comprehending a high-grade offensive divine ability at this moment. The three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders were now standing silently in tribute to Duan Ling Tian. Yang Wen has consumed a forbidden pill and even comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, at the very last minute. In such a situation, Duan Ling Tian doesn't stand a chance to win this death duel. Duan Ling Tian, today's going to be your death anniversary a year later, Yang Wen shouted suddenly. At the same time, he strode forward and flicked the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hands. Swoosh! It swept toward Duan Ling Tian. His spear-type martial tactic was completely revealed. Naturally, to the others, Yang Wen was merely flicking his spear. His spear was far away from Duan Ling Tian, so it was impossible for it to touch Duan Ling Tian. However, just because his spear could not touch Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean that the long spear that was hundreds of meters long in the hand of the Spear Emperor Phantom, he consolidated through his divine ability, could not touch Duan Ling Tian. As Yang Wen made his move, the Spear Emperor Phantom that was as huge as a towering mountain finally made its move. It mimicked Yang Wen and strode forward as well. Boom! As it strode forward, it caused air turbulence that turned into hurricanes. Whenever it walked, it felt as though its feet had landed on everyone's chest. It made the people panicked as though they were the target. Swoosh! The Spear Emperor Phantom finally made its move. The 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand swept out as though it had transformed into a huge worm dragon that was charging toward Duan Ling Tian. Golden Crow's wings? At this moment it was useless even if Duan Ling Tian cast the Golden Crow's wings to dodge the attack. The spear that the Spear Emperor Phantom had thrust out was targeted at him. No matter how he tried to evade it, he was unable to escape it. It followed him like a shadow. It seemed as though it would not rest until it killed him. Black Turtle's barrier. The Saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's body surged and spread out, forming a protective barrier around his body. This protective barrier was in the shape of a gigantic black turtle. It appeared around Duan Ling Tian and protected Duan Ling Tian safely inside as though it could withstand all sorts of attacks. It's the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Many Saint Land disciples' eyes lit up when they saw the divine ability Duan Ling Tian had cast. However, the instant the Black Turtle's silhouette appeared, it was instantly destroyed by the spear of the Spear Emperor Phantom. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian was powerless to stop it. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian had only just mastered the Black Turtle's barrier and did not have a deep comprehension of it yet. His strength that he used to consolidate the Black Turtle's barrier could not be compared to the strength of the Spear Emperor Phantom at all. One was the Saint energy at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage, while the other was the Saint origin at the second form of the Saint celestial stage. Two of them were at completely different levels. Could not be compared at all. After the Spear Emperor Phantom that followed Yang Wen's movement charged toward Duan Ling Tian and destroyed the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier that Duan Ling Tian had cast, it moved toward him again with the same momentum. It was obvious it planned to pierce Duan Ling Tian's body to kill him. Otherworldly celestial. Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with his clones, summoned his 4 clones again. 5 Duan Ling Tians charged out in different directions. Crush them all. Yang Wen cried out as he narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His body began to move as he made his move again. Swoosh! At the same time, the long spear that was hundreds of meters long in the hand of the Spear Emperor Phantom that also contained formidable Saint origin caught up to one of Duan Ling Tian's clones before it pierced it. Whoosh! As fast as a gust of wind, Duan Ling Tian's clone that had been pierced vanished into thin air. Swoosh! Yang Wen's attack was unfruitful, so he made his move once again. The Spear Emperor Phantom made its move as well. The spear once again pierced another Duan Ling Tian. As it turned out, it was a clone as well. The next one, Yang Wen thrust his spear out again as the Spear Emperor Phantom mimicked his movements. This spear was like a spear descending from heaven. It seemed as though it would be able to pierce through anything. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle and wait for his death. After he was targeted by Yang Wen and the Spear Emperor Phantom's aura, he instantly turned around and faced Yang Wen. He hovered in the air as he wielded his sword. This immediately revealed that he was the real Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the other 2 clones came to a halt and turned around in unison to glare at Yang Wen. All of these happened at lightning speed. Currently, if one paid close attention, one would discover that Duan Ling Tian had his back facing the custodian of the Palace of Death. Niezue. As it happened, Duanling Tian, Niezue, and Yangwen were standing in a straight line. It seemed like it was a deliberate move. When he made his way over here, he had continuously cast his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, before he finally reached his destination. Whoosh! The spear Emperor Phantom's spear thrust forward. In just a blink of an eye, it drew close to Duanling Tian. The horrifying saint origin that was enhanced by the forbidden pill exploded as though it could destroy everything. At this instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the 300 inscriptions saint's swords in the 3 Duanling Tian's hands disappeared. At this moment, nobody thought Duanling Tian had put his sword away. Swish! 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 Just as expected, as soon as the 300 inscriptions saint's swords disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air began to ring in the air. The noise was particularly piercing to the ears. Swish! At the time when the sound of swords whistling rang in the air, a crisp and extraordinary sound of a sword whistling in the air that was pleasing to ears sounded. It sounded like the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, it emitted a cold, killing intent. In the next instant, under the watchful gaze of the others, before the long spear that was hundreds of meters long in the hand of the spear Emperor Phantom could touch Duanling Tian, it was destroyed by a wave of invisible energy. The spear Emperor Phantom was destroyed as well. Everyone did not know what had just happened. They were confused. All they heard was the sound of a sword that sounded like a phoenix cry, but they did not see anything at all. Even Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders could not catch a trace of the sword's shadow that sounded like a phoenix's cry. Spurt! Almost as soon as the spear Emperor Phantom was destroyed, a faint sound could be heard. When the crowd shifted their gaze toward the direction of the sound, they discovered a gruesome and bloody wound had appeared in between Yang Wen's brows even though he was standing in the distance. His eyes were still glaring at Duanling Tian, and a smug smile was still on his face. It was as though he could already envision Duanling Tian's death. Perhaps, he did not even know what had taken place until the moment he was killed. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of a breeze sounded as the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, flew up into the sky. His sight had been blocked by Duanling Tian earlier. However, his reaction was still too slow. Yangwen was dead. He had been killed by the sword that sounded like a phoenix's cry. From the beginning until the end, Niezue did not see anything at all during the crucial moment. Even the 4 most powerful people present on the scene, other than Niezue, Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders, could not even catch a trace of the sword that had killed Yangwen. What a fast sword! How could it be so fast? 4 of them narrowed their eyes with an expression of confusion and disbelief on their faces. He's dead. What happened? How's this possible? Apart from consuming the forbidden pill, senior brother Yangwen has even mastered the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Spear Emperor Genesis, at the very last minute. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Duanling Tian with such strength? How's it that he's killed by Duanling Tian instead? What's that sound of a sword whistling in the air earlier? Not only did it overpower the cacophonous sound of the other swords whistling in the air, but it even destroyed senior brother Yangwen's attack domineeringly the moment it sounded. Even the gruesome wound between the brows of senior brother Yangwen might be caused by the sword technique that sounded like a phoenix's cry. How's Duanling Tian so powerful? Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death were still shocked when 90% of the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena stood up immediately with an expression of disbelief and confusion on their faces. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. A Saint Land disciple cried out in surprise before slapping himself on the face. Slap! The sharp pain spreading on his face shocked him instead. It's not a dream. To think it's actually not a dream. How's this possible? What kind of sword technique did Duanling Tian cast? From the beginning until the end, I couldn't even see his sword when he cast his sword techniques. To think that his sword is actually so terrifyingly fast. I'm afraid only a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage and above can see his sword technique clearly. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves as they looked at the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, and the 3 bronze flame elder. 4 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage and above. Many people shifted their gaze to Lu Yun as well. A minority of people turned to look at Cha Jin as well, since he was the elite disciple with the highest chance of becoming a true disciple. Senior brother Cha Jin, did you see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly? One Saint Lan disciple could not help but ask. I couldn't see it clearly, Cha Jin said as he shook his head with a glum expression on his face. A person whose cultivation base has not entered the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't be able to see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly. His sword techniques are terrifyingly fast. Gasp! 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 Although they knew this, they still could not help but gasp when they heard Cha Jin's reply. A sword technique cast by him, who's only a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, can only be clearly seen clearly by powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage or above. If I didn't witness this with my own eyes, I won't be able to believe it, many Saint Lan disciples exclaimed in surprise. Then, does this mean only the 4 elders from the Palace of Death and senior brother Lu Yun saw Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly? Many of the Saint Lan disciples shifted their gaze to Nie Zue, Lu Yun, and the 3 bronze flame elders. The expressions on senior brother Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders don't seem right. I've long noticed that something's wrong with their expressions since earlier. Didon tell me they didn't see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques like us? How's this possible? As the group of Saint Lan disciples was whispering among themselves, one of the Palace of Death's bronze flame elders said, "Initially, I could still see the sword technique that Duan Ling Tian cast. However, I couldn't even catch a trace of the sword that emitted a phoenix's cry." Me too. The same goes for me as well. The other 2 bronze flame elders nodded as well. Me too. Even Lu Yun, whom many people were staring at, nodded solemnly. Now that the Palace of Death's 3 bronze flame elders and Lu Yun had spoken up, the entire place fell silent. It was so silent that if needle dropped to the ground, the sound of it could be heard. Everybody present on the scene, including the Palace of Death's custodian, Nie Zue, was stunned. Nie Zue did not expect his 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders and the true disciple, Lu Yun, could not see Duan Ling Tian's sword techniques clearly as well. He, on the other hand, had his sight coincidentally blocked by Duan Ling Tian's body. Due to this reason, he was not able to see the last sword that ended Yang Wen's life. On top of killing Yang Wen in just a flash, that sword had directly destroyed the attack of the Spear Emperor Phantom and the Spear Emperor Phantom itself. From the smile plastered on Yang Wen's face when he died, one could tell he could not react in time at all. In fact, he probably did not realize what was going on. Based on this, one could see how fast Duan Ling Tian's sword was. Whoosh! The people in the Palace of Death were still shocked when Duan Ling Tian descended on the death arena and landed next to Yang Wen's body. He finally sighed in relief when he made sure that Yang Wen's soul had been destroyed as well. When he was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not die even after he was pierced between the brows by Duan Ling Tian's sword. Based on his previous experience, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, was more cautious since he did not want an incident like that to happen again. What a pity there are so many Saint Celestial stage powerhouses present on the scene. I can't block their field of vision even if I consolidate my 10,000 swords territory. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Yang Wen's body, really wanted to devour his innate spiritual root that had not completely disappeared. However, he held himself back. If he did that, it would definitely create a commotion and attract the attention of those few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, in particular, would be able to see through what he was doing. Although the 10,000 swords territory was consolidated by the Sun Saint energy, and once it was consolidated, it would form a fireball burning with golden flames with a 100-meter radius that could block people's visions. It could only block the visions of people below the Saint Celestial stage. The 10,000 swords territory that he consolidated now still could not block the visions of those powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage and above. If that was not the case, he would have cast his 10,000 swords territory and envelop himself and Yang Wen from the very start. On top of that, he would have been able to cast his Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage's swordplay technique and kill Yang Wen in a flash by using the Jasper Celestial Sword. There would not be a need for him to expend so much effort if that was the case. Today, there was only one reason the battle between him and Yangwen was dragged out for a long time. It was to make Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, let down his guard. This was because he had long learned from Elder Hua that with his current strength, only those who were at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could catch traces of the Jasper Celestial Sword when he used it with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Lu Yun and the three Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elders, perhaps they could catch the traces of the swordplay technique of the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage when he wielded the 100 Inscription Saint Sword, but it was definitely impossible for them to catch a trace of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, just that one sword alone has almost depleted all my energy. At this moment, a feeling of emptiness overwhelmed Duanling Tian. His Sun Saint energy was almost completely depleted. Moreover, he was also exhausted spiritually due to the aftereffects of the elementary devouring tactic. Currently, even an ordinary quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator would be able to kill Duanling Tian easily. One could say that from the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian had set up an elaborate plan to kill Yangwen. Naturally, this was all for the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, since he did not want him to discover the existence of the Jasper Celestial Sword. If its existence was exposed, it would only bring calamity to him. Due to this reason, from the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian did not pay much attention to Yangwen. After all, he was merely a martial cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could even kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, despite having consumed the Forbidden Pill and having his strength raised to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, Yangwen was still killed by Duanling Tian. Although it's mostly thanks to the Jasper Celestial Sword that I could kill Yangwen today, the swordplay technique, the sword warding heart, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, played a huge part as well, Duanling Tian thought to himself. One could say that Duanling Tian was confident he would be able to kill Yangwen from the very start was due to the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage, the sword warding heart, and the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Niezue, Duanling Tian used his remaining Sun Saint energy to fly up into the sky and approach the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, before handing over his crystal card. After you deduct 400,000 contribution points from the card, please transfer the contribution points that I earned into the card before returning it to me. Upon hearing his words, Niezue finally regained his senses as he studied Duanling Tian intently. He was not in a hurry to take the crystal card Duanling Tian had taken out, neither was he in a hurry to return the sun-shooting bow in his possession back to Duanling Tian. Instead, he asked Duanling Tian meaningfully, Duanling Tian, you didn't deliberately block my field of vision when you cast that final sword technique, right? It was only natural Niezue would think so. Duanling Tian and Yangwen were fighting for so long, but his sight was never once blocked. It was only during the critical moment that Duanling Tian just so happened to block his vision, causing him to be unable to see the last sword technique. He found this to be too coincidental. Elder Niezue, what do you mean? Are you saying I deliberately blocked your field of vision? Where did you get this idea from? Although Duanling Tian was shocked by Niezue's words, he still managed to put on a confused expression on his face flawlessly. Niezue stared at Duanling Tian intently, trying to find a crack or flaw, but it was all in vain. Could it be that I've thought too much? Niezue thought to himself. As soon as he thought about this, he no longer bothered thinking about it. He returned the sun-shooting bow to Duanling Tian and took Duanling Tian's crystal card. The betting odds are 7-1 and you've placed a bet of 200,000 contribution points on yourself. In other words, you've won 1.4 million contribution points. You've profited 1.2 million contribution points, putting aside the initial number of contribution points you bet. After the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue, took Duanling Tian's crystal card. He passed the crystal card to the Bronze Flame Elder, who was in charge of presiding over the bets. Niezue looked at Duanling Tian as he said, Today, you earned 1 million contributions points after paying the 400,000 contribution points you promised me. In the history of the Fire Worship Sect, You might be the first Saint Lan disciple who earned 1 million contribution points in just a day. Niezue sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. It's all thanks to you for lending me the contribution points, Elder Niezue. If that's not the case, I won't even be able to earn 10,000 contribution points, let alone 1 million contribution points. I must thank you, Elder Niezue. Duanling Tian smiled modestly. You don't have to thank me. Niezue shook his head. If you didn't pawn the bow to me, I wouldn't have lent you the 200,000 contribution points. Honestly, I really didn't expect you'd be able to kill Yang and emerge victorious today. As Niezue spoke, he looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze. Although he could feel Duanling Tian's confidence when he looked for him to pawn his bow, he did not pay much attention to it. In hindsight, perhaps, Duanling Tian had already known he would win from the beginning. Meanwhile, the 3 bronze flame elders who had regained their senses first were not the only ones who had a grave expression on their faces. Most of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces as well. Many of the Saint Lan disciples were clenching their hands tightly with a tense expression on their faces. Their eyeballs seemed as though they were bulging out of their sockets. 3,000 contribution points. My 3,000 contribution points is gone just like that. A skinny Saint Lan disciple slumped against his seat. His eyes were dull. It was as though he had lost all will to live. It's just 3,000 contribution points. What are you making a big deal for? I lost 9,000 contribution points. Fuck it. A sturdy Saint Lan disciple by the side roared. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the body lying on the death arena before he snorted disdainfully. So much for being a true disciple. So much for being a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. To think you're killed by an ordinary elite disciple. Trash. Trash. The Saint Lan disciple began to curse at Yang Wen's corpse. It was like a fuse that set off a fire as many Saint Lan disciples began to curse as well. How embarrassing. A true disciple is killed by an ordinary elite disciple. I don't think there's such trash in the history of our fire worship sect. It's not just in our fire worship sect. I don't think such trash even existed in the history of the other 2 great sects. So much for being the son of the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect. He's really an embarrassment to his father. These 2 siblings died in Duanling Tian's hands one after another. You really have no choice but to accept this outcome. If Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, finds out his eldest son is useless as well, I think he'll throw up 3 liters of blood in anger. Yang, you're trash. Rubbish. You caused me to lose so many contribution points. You should have died sooner. Once they Saint Lan disciples broke into an uproar. They were unstoppable like a raging flash flood. All sorts of degrading words were said by the Saint Lan disciples. It seemed like they did not care about the dignity of the dead as they scolded and cursed Yang Wen to vent the anger and displeasure in their hearts. Duanling Tian really won? Some of the Saint Lan disciples who had bet on Duanling Tian had a joyful expression on their faces when they regained their senses. If I had known that Duanling Tian was going to win, I should have bet more on him. Enough. Don't be greedy. It's good enough that we didn't suffer any losses like the others. Can't you see how many people itch to shred Yang Wen into pieces? These people must have lost quite a lot of contribution points. As a few Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves, they went to look for the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder to get their winnings. Junior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Sunda soared up into the air and landed near Duanling Tian to congratulate him. Senior brother Sunda, go and collect your winnings. Duanling Tian smiled. Sunda felt slightly awkward when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He had only bet on Duanling Tian because he wanted to return the favor. He even mentally prepared himself to lose the 100 contribution points he had bet on Duanling Tian. He did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to kill Yang Wen and emerge victorious. In other words, he had earned 600 contribution points without doing anything. Senior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. At the same time, Guanxiu also came to congratulate Duanling Tian. At this moment, his face was glowing brightly as though this was an extremely joyous occasion. I didn't let you down. Faced with Guanxiu, Duanling Tian smiled amicably. Go collect your winnings. You've earned quite a lot. It's all thanks to you, senior brother Ling Tian. Guanshou smiled. He was happy not only because he had won over 20,000 contribution points, but also because those who doubted him before were looking at him enviously. Earlier, many people doubted him when he bet 3,500 contribution points on Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, many of them had even said hurtful words as well. Now that Duan Ling Tian had killed Yang Wen, many of those people had fallen silent. He felt extremely happy. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, who was given Duan Ling Tian's crystal card by the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder, returned the crystal card to Duan Ling Tian. There's 1,000,000 contribution points in the card. This is your winnings today. Thank you, Elder Niezue. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude as he took his crystal card. After Duan Ling Tian took his crystal card, he looked at his card and inserted his Sun Saint energy into it, causing the card to show its balance. 1,000,000 contribution points. To him, a Saint Land disciple who had just entered the fire worship sect Saint Land, 1,000,000 contribution points was undoubtedly a huge amount of wealth. 1,000,000 contribution points. Duan Ling Tian actually won 1,000,000 contribution points. When Duan Ling Tian took his crystal card, many Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to him. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. 1,000,000 contribution points. Those contribution points originally belonged to us. Many Saint Land disciples felt as though their hearts were bleeding. Their contribution points currently belong to someone else, causing them to feel displeased but helpless over this matter. After all, it was not as though the other party had snatched their contribution points. He had won their contributions points in a fair manner. They had their chances to bet on Duan Ling Tian as well. However, since they did not regard him highly, they missed the chance to earn a lot of contribution points. It's all Yang Wen's fault. It's all Yang Wen's fault. Soon after, many Saint Land disciples turned to look at Yang Wen again as they began to scold him. In their opinion, it was all because of Yang Wen they had lost so many contribution points. Junior brother Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian changed into a new set of Saint Land disciples' uniforms and reverted to his human appearance, a voice rang in the air, causing him to raise his head to look at the source of the voice. With just one glance, Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Mu making his way toward him. In just a blink of an eye, he had appeared before him. Senior brother Lu Mu. Duan Ling Tian greeted Lu Mu with a smile. On top of that, he glanced at Lu Yun, who was standing at the side, and nodded at him amicably. Thank you. At this moment, Lu Yun was no longer as arrogant as he was earlier. Instead, he took the initiative to thank Duan Ling Tian. After all, because of Duan Ling Tian, he had won a lot of contribution points. The reason Lu Yun had changed his attitude was also due to Duan Ling Tian's strength. When Lu Yun first arrived at the Palace of Death, he did not regard Duan Ling Tian highly. He did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Yang Wen, even though his cousin had asked him to bet on Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength, his last sword technique in particular that he could not even catch a trace of, had shocked him. Naturally, he knew what it meant. If Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him, a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be able to defend himself either. He was not confident he could defend against the sword technique Duan Ling Tian had used to kill Yang Wen. For this reason, Lu Yun's attitude toward Duan Ling Tian had undergone an earth-shattering change. I bet 100,000 contribution points and won 600,000 contribution points. Lu Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Give me your crystal card, and I'll transfer 300,000 contribution points to you as a gift of gratitude." As the saying went, you don't slap a person who smiles at you. Since Lu Yun was Lu Mu's cousin, Duan Ling Tian smiled politely. Senior brother Lu Yun, you don't have to give me the contribution points since you deserve it. If you really want to show your gratitude, you can thank senior brother Lu Mu. I believe if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have bet on me as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Mu when he finished speaking. Don't worry. I plan to give brother Mu half of the remaining 300,000 contribution points. Whether or not I give you this gift gratitude, it won't change that, Lu Yun replied. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian's impression of him rose. However, he still determinedly refused Lu Yun's offer. Senior brother Lu Yun, I've already earned 1,000,000 contribution points. These 300,000 contribution points don't mean much to me. How about this? Why don't you keep the 300,000 contribution points and give the remaining to senior brother Li Mu? Duan Ling Tian suggested. Lu Mu followed Duan Ling Tian's suggestion when he saw how determined he was. In the end, Duan Ling Tian was the biggest winner of today's death duel in the Palace of Death. In addition to killing Yang Wen, he had even won 1,000,000 contribution points. Under the burning gaze of the Saint Lan disciples, Duan Ling Tian took Yang Wen's spatial ring before he left the Palace of Death with the Lu brothers. After Duan Ling Tian left, many Saint Lan disciples began to leave as well. However, all these Saint Lan disciples had a sullen expression on their faces. How could they not feel sullen? They had all bet on Yang Wen, whether it was a small or huge number of contribution points. However, in the end, Duan Ling Tian had killed Yang Wen, causing them to lose their contribution points. Senior brother Lu Yun, what can I exchange for in the Saint Land with the contribution points? Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Yun curiously as they walked out of the Palace of Death. There are many things that can be exchanged for using the contribution points. Let's go. I'll bring you to each palace that you can spend your contribution points on in the central square. Lu Yun's attitude had changed a lot when he discovered Duan Ling Tian's strength was in no way inferior to his own strength. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's question, he was quite helpful. Sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It just so happened that he wanted to learn about the different palaces in the central square as well. Under Lu Yun's lead, he visited numerous palaces in the central square. There was a palace that sold pills. They only accepted contribution points and not saint stones. In that palace, apart from selling all sorts of pills that would aid one's cultivation, there were many types of healing pills. There were even forbidden pills. Naturally, the forbidden pills cost a lot of contribution points as well, especially those few high-grade forbidden pills. They cost several hundreds of thousands of contribution points. These forbidden pills are the same grade as the one that Yang Wen consumed earlier. It allows someone who's below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage to improve their saint origin greatly in a short time. These forbidden pills can only be refined by a saint refinement master who specializes in medicine refinement Dao and is at the quasi-celestial grade or above. Lu Yun explained patiently at the side. It costs several hundreds of thousands of contribution points? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard this. He could not help but muse to himself. It seems like Yang Chong, the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect, really dotes on his eldest son, Yang Wen, a lot. Of course, Lu Yun answered with certainty. It was apparent he was aware of a lot of matters. Previously, I've heard that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had 2 sons. The eldest son had a higher innate talent compared to the youngest son. For this reason, he places his hope on his eldest son and sent him to one of the 3 great sections. I only found out today that Yang Wen, a true disciple of our fire worship sect's Saint Land, was none other than the eldest son of Yang Chong. Lu Yun continued to say, for this reason, it's not strange that Yang Chong would give Yang Wen a precious forbidden pill to protect himself based on how much he dotes on him. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard after you killed Yang Wu, Yang Chong's youngest son, Yang Chong personally made a trip to the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for you and threatened you using your family. Lu Mu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, is this true? After all, this was just a rumor Lu Yun heard. He was not certain if it was true. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded as his eyes flashed coldly. Apart from the fact that Yang Wen had taken the initiative to provoke me, you can say that the main reason I killed him was due to the threat Yang Chong has made the other day. He used my family to threaten me, so I killed his son instead. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he recalled how Yang Chong had threatened him using his family. A killing intent instantly rose from his body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. He deserves to die. However, I don't think Yang Wen expected that you're capable of killing him, junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Mu chimed in. If he had known that I'm capable of killing him, would he have signed the death pact? Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. One could say the reason Duan Ling Tian successfully killed Yang Wen was due to Yang Wen's overestimation of himself. He thought Duan Ling Tian was inferior to him. Duan Ling Tian no longer spoke about this topic. Instead, he looked at Lu Yun and motioned to him. Senior brother Lu Yun, Let's have a look at the other palaces. After leaving the palace that sold pills, Lu Yun brought Duanling Tian and Lu Mu to the palace that sold saint weapons. When they were there, Duanling Tian discovered that 100 inscriptions saint weapon cost about several hundreds of thousands of contribution points in the saint land of the fire worship sect. Moreover, he also discovered that 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons were also available for sale here. Naturally, the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons were not put on display. Instead, it was personally guarded by the vice sect leader who was in charge of managing the palaces in the central square. As long as one was able to pay for it, the vice sect leader would personally hand over the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. How much is 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon? Duanling Tian asked curiously. 10 million contribution points. Duanling Tian was astonished by Lu Yun's answer. Initially, he thought he could be considered wealthy with 1 million contribution points in his possession. He did not expect that 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon would cost 9/10 of the contribution points he had. Each of the 1,000 inscription saint weapons are the product of the hard work of the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the number of quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is far fewer than the number of quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters. For this reason, 1,000 inscription saint weapons are incredibly expensive, Lu Yun explained when he saw how astonished Duanling Tian was. Quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Speaking of it, I've almost forgotten the strange inscription art legacy that I obtained previously. Perhaps I should continue studying it as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. When Duanling Tian was in the Moon Illumination sect, he had obtained the strange inscription art legacy from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. At that time, the saint inscription that he inscribed was not bad at all. However, after leaving the Moon Illumination sect, due to the reason he was busy with cultivating, he had gradually forgotten the strange inscription art. It was only when he had heard of the price of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon and discovered how rare quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters were that he was reminded of the strange inscription art. He was a saint inscription master as well. Inscription pen? After walking around in the palace that sold saint weapons, Duanling Tian noticed they sold inscription pens as well. Moreover, they sold 9-star inscription pens as well. There were at least more than 10 of them on sale. So many! Duanling Tian was stunned. He still remembered when he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had a 9-stars inscription pen as well. He had wanted to give it to Duanling Tian, but Duanling Tian had rejected it. That inscription pen was rare in that small place. Now that Duanling Tian had witnessed it with his own eyes, coupled with Lu Yun's explanation, he finally realized the inscription pens were not a rare item in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a standard pen that almost all saint inscription masters at the 7 stars or above used. Moreover, it was not expensive as well. For example, the 9-star inscription pen was being sold for only 1,000 contribution points here. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh. Lu Yun and Lu Mu were baffled when they saw how readily Duanling Tian had bought a 9-star inscription pen. Junior brother Ling Tian, why did you buy the 9-star inscription pen? Don't tell me you're a saint inscription master as well. I've dabbled with saint inscriptions previously and I plan to develop my skills when I have time in the future. Duanling Tian smiled. It's good to develop the skill. Lu Mu nodded. A complex look flashed in the depth of his eyes. He remembered that Duanling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duanling Tian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, he would have advised him to concentrate on cultivating. There was no need for him to split his attention to the Saint Inscription Dao. However, Lu Mu did not stop him. In his opinion, the achievement of junior brother Ling Tian would not progress any further. Perhaps his junior brother was strong now. However, due to his yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for his cultivation base to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. For this reason, at this instant, he felt it was good that Duanling Tian had something else to rely on in the future. The level above a 9-star Saint Inscription Master is the Quasi-Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. Are there any Quasi-Celestial Grade pens in the Dao Martial Saint Land, senior brother Lu Yun? Duanling Tian asked Lu Yun curiously. Of course. Lu Yun nodded immediately when he heard Duanling Tian's question. As a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, one would need a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen if one wants to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duanling Tian continued to ask, how about the celestial grade inscription pen? Celestial grade inscription pen. The instant Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, a hint of longing could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes. The celestial grade inscription pens only exist in legends. Rumor has it that before the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into two, a celestial grade inscription pen had once existed along with a celestial grade saint inscription master. After that saint inscription master became a celestial grade saint inscription master, he managed to inscribe a total of 10 saint weapons throughout his life. Those 10 saint weapons are all 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. When Lu Yun reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn as his voice turned respectful. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock. It did not occur to him that 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons existed in this world. Those 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are also the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Yun continued to say, unlike the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons, the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons don't necessarily boost one's strength. Some of the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons might not even be able to compare to 100 inscriptions saint weapons in terms of boosting one's strength. However, each of those 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons have their own special abilities. Duanling Tian was already very surprised when he heard about the existence of the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land from Lu Yun. After all, the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons already cost 10 million contribution points in the Fire Worship Sect Saint Land. How many contribution points would a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon cost then? When Duanling Tian heard what Lu Yun said next, it was as though he was struck by a bolt of lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. The 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Duanling Tian was completely shocked. Not even his wildest dreams did it occur to him that the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. He did not encounter the other 9 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons rankings, but the Devil Seal tablet was in his possession for a long time. For this reason, he knew the Devil Seal tablet very well. Apart from being able to destroy a devil cultivator, it did not seem to possess any other special abilities. The energy boost from it was even inferior to an ordinary saint weapon. When Duanling Tian heard Lu Yun's explanation, he finally realized this was part of the special characteristics of a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. The 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons were different from 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons, 100 inscriptions saint weapons, and even 10 inscriptions saint weapons. The others would grant a high energy boost the higher the number the saint inscriptions that were inscribed on them. They would grant the user a more powerful attack. The 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, however, were not focused on boosting one's strength. Duanling Tian knew this very well since the Devil Seal tablet was not a saint weapon that could boost one's strength. I can't believe the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking are the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Not only that, but there has only been one celestial grade saint inscription master who could inscribe a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duanling Tian thought about this, all kinds of emotions welled up in his heart. At the same time, he also realized that a celestial grade saint inscription master was a true genius. In fact, the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons that he left behind still existed until now. Moreover, they were also acknowledged as the most powerful saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The successors even called them the super saint weapons, and they were even ranked on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The 10 great saint weapons ranking represented the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Until now, they had yet to be surpassed. Naturally, Duanling Tian was well aware that whether it was his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda or the few celestial supreme treasures, including the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, all of them would easily be able to surpass the 10 great super saint weapons. They were not saint weapons but celestial supreme treasures. They were not from this world. They came from the Devata realm. For this reason, they could not be compared to other weapons. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, who left behind the 10 Great Super Saint Weapons that were ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, was indeed an unprecedented genius who left behind no legacy that was known. The Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master and the Celestial Grade Inscription Pen are both legendary beings. As for the Quasi-Celestial Grade Inscription Pens, they could be refined by some Quasi-Celestial Grade Saint Refinement Masters who specializes in weapons refinement Tao, Lu Yun continued to say. Besides, the materials needed to refine Quasi-Celestial Grade Inscription Pens are very valuable and rare. Usually, only Quasi-Celestial Grade Saint Refinement Masters would take great pains to look for those materials. At this moment, one can see the might of our fire worship sect and the other two great sections. As the three greatest sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, it's not difficult for them to search for the materials needed to refine a Quasi-Celestial Grade Inscription Pen. Naturally, if a Quasi-Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master wants to ask for one of the sects for help, he would have to promise something in return or join the sect. Lu Yun paused for a moment before he said, most of the time, they would have to promise to help inscribe a few thousand inscriptions saint weapons in the future. This is also how the fire worship sect procures most of the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The Quasi-Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master wanted to use the three great sects to help search for the materials needed to refine a Quasi-Celestial Grade Inscription Pen, while the three great sects wanted the Quasi-Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. It was beneficial for both sides to help each other. For this reason, even a Celestial Grade Inscription Pen is not something that everybody could obtain, let alone the legendary Celestial Grade Inscription Pen. The value of a Quasi-Celestial Grade Inscription Pen is not something the 9-star Inscription Pen could compare to, Lu Yun said, helping Duan Ling Tian to understand how precious Quasi-Celestial Grade Inscription Pens were. As for the Celestial Grade Inscription Pen, it was a legendary item that one could only obtain with luck. Senior Brother Lu Yun, earlier you said the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master only managed to inscribe 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in his entire life? Does this mean he has died? Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked in confusion. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. His lifespan was not as long as ordinary people due to him inscribing the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Not only did it take a toll on his mental and physical strength, but it even took a toll on his lifespan. After he inscribed the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, he could not break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, during his lifetime. For this reason, he did not achieve immortality. Rumor has it that he was a martial genius with a dark indigo innate spiritual root. However, due to the reason that the Tao Martial Saint Land hadn't split into the upper province and lower province yet, the cultivation environment was not as good. Coupled with the fact that he had devoted his mind to the inscription Tao, he couldn't break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in time. If he had successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would possess the lifespan of the universe. At that time, he would be able to inscribe more than 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Lu Yun sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. That senior did not leave behind any successor? Duan Ling Tian asked. Legend has it that after he died, he left behind a legacy of his saint inscription art. But until now, nobody knew where he left his legacy, Lu Yun replied. After he died, the three great sects, including our fire worship sect, have sent out a huge number of people and spent a huge amount of resources just to look for the legacy left behind by that Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. However, the search was unfruitful. In that case, does this mean the legacy left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master is actually at the lower province? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. At that time, the Tao Martial Saint Land hadn't split into the upper province and lower province yet. The Tao Martial Saint Land only had the lower province at that time. How great would it be if I can find the place where the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master left his legacy? A thought suddenly rose in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Naturally, he knew this was only an unlikely-to-happen dream. So many years had passed, Even the three great sects could not find the place where the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master left his legacy despite having spent a huge amount of resources. On what basis would he be able to find it? After leaving the palace that sold saint weapons, Lu Yun continued to bring Duan Ling Tian and Lu Mu to the other palaces. At the same time, wherever they went, more and more people stared at them. To be more accurate, they were staring at Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian? He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wan, and won 1,000,000 contribution points? I came too late and didn't manage to witness the death duel between him and Yang Wan. What a pity. What a pity. You should count yourself lucky. It's said that more than 90% of the people who went to watch the death duel lost a lot of their contribution points. Almost everyone bet that Yang Wan would win. These Saint Land disciples who were staring at Duan Ling Tian only came to the central square not too long ago. For this reason, they did not get to witness the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wan. Isn't that senior brother Lu Yun next to Duan Ling Tian? Senior brother Lu Yun seems very courteous to him. How could he not be courteous? Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed today, even senior brother Lu Yun might not be a match for him. That's right. I heard that even senior brother Lu Yun and the three Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elders couldn't catch a trace of the sword technique that Duan Ling Tian cast to kill Yang Wan. This means Duan Ling Tian's sword technique is so fast that even powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage can't catch a trace of it. I heard Yang Wan even consumed a forbidden pill that raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, in the end, he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian. What a waste. Such a high-grade forbidden pill should be worth at least several tens of thousands of contribution points, right? To think Yang Wan had wasted it just like that. What a waste. Many Saint Land disciples who recognized Lu Yun continued to discuss Duan Ling Tian's strength among themselves. Under Lu Yun's guidance and Lu Mu's company, Duan Ling Tian visited all the palaces in the central square and learned about them. As Duan Ling Tian visited the palaces, news of him killing the true disciple, Yang Wan, in the Saint Land's Palace of Death spread like a typhoon in the Saint Land. Not only that, but it even spread quickly to every mine and the four symbol sanctums. When news of it reached the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum broke into an uproar. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has only gone to the Saint Land for 10 days, but he has already killed a true disciple? My lord, is this real? True disciple. It's a true disciple. They're the most outstanding Saint Land disciples in the fire worship sect. All of them are at the Saint Celestial stage or above. A true disciple is actually killed by senior brother Duan Ling Tian. My goodness! How strong did senior brother Duan Ling Tian grow? To think he's able to kill a true disciple in the Saint Land. In their eyes, true disciples were people they looked up to. They had a lofty position compared to the disciples in the four symbol sanctums. However, today somebody had actually pulled a true disciple down from the pedestal they put the true disciples on. This person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who came from the Black Turtle Sanctum. A true disciple isn't necessarily a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Don't forget that in our fire worship sect, as long as those geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots manage to break through to the divine saint stage, they can become a true disciple too. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple said skeptically, perhaps, the true disciple Duan Ling Tian killed is this kind of true disciple whose cultivation base hasn't reached the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, whether it's a martial, Tao or devil cultivator, once they break through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energies in their bodies would transform into the saint origin. The strength of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is far superior to the combined strength of 10 powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Many people agreed with this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple words. That's highly likely. I think it's impossible for senior brother Duan Ling Tian to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base has already entered the Saint Celestial stage. The one he killed must be a true disciple who had an indigo innate spiritual root. I think so too. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Ling Tian, who had only been in the Saint Land for 10 days, was capable of killing a true disciple who was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Humph! All of you are mistaken. Just as a group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was expressing their doubts, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a huge build stood out and interjected. Based on the news I obtained, the true disciple senior brother Duanling Tian killed was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse called Yangwen. Yangwen. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples frowned when they heard this. I remember now. There's indeed a famous person among the true disciples in the Saint Land. He seemed to have broken through to the Saint Celestial stage a few years back. One Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple exclaimed excitedly. I remember Yangwen. Speaking of, he was from the same batch as me when we entered the fire worship sect. Due to this reason, I've been paying attention to him. Another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple sighed before smiling wryly. He had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and became a true disciple, but I'm still a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Then, a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed this fact again. Yangwen was indeed a Saint Celestial stage true disciple. Yangwen, true disciple, Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed this one after another, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples broke into an uproar again. Yangwen? Isn't he the eldest son of Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? At this moment, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple chimed in. Duanling Tian killed him as well? The eldest son of Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's statement also caused another uproar. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples expressed their doubts. Are you sure? Of course. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple nodded confidently. I entered the Black Turtle Sanctum at the same time as Duanling Tian. I'm originally a disciple from a third-rate force near the Northern Plethora sect. Previously, I heard that the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect had sent his eldest son, Yangwen, to the fire worship sect. As for his youngest son, Yangwu, he entered the fire worship sect at the same as me. However, due to his arrogance, he was killed by Duanling Tian for provoking him the instant he arrived. The Black Turtle Sanctum said in one breath. The true disciple, Yangwen, is actually the eldest son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Upon hearing this, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were dumbfounded. However, some people had a skeptical expression on their faces. They doubted the validity of the news. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a huge build who had quick access to the news spoke again. Yangwen was indeed the eldest son of Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. I've also heard that fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect had two sons. His youngest son was killed by senior brother Duanling Tian the moment he arrived at the fire worship sect. As for his eldest son, I've also heard he was sent to one of the three great sects. However, I had no idea he was in our fire worship sect. I can't believe the eldest son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect was a true disciple in the fire worship sect. Not only that, but he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse as well. What's more surprising is the fact that his eldest son is also killed by senior brother Duanling Tian. An expression of disbelief appeared on the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' faces as they discussed this among themselves. I'm certain Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, is going to be so enraged to the point he would throw up blood. He finds out that both his sons are killed by senior brother Duanling Tian, right? Of course. Wow, karma really comes fast. Previously, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect came in a fury and demanded senior brother Duanling Tian to commit suicide. Senior brother Duanling Tian ignored him, so he used senior brother Duanling Tian's family to threaten him instead. However, currently his other son is killed by senior brother Duanling Tian. I wonder if he has found out anything about senior brother Duanling Tian's background and family? If he hasn't, then he really has suffered a big loss. It's said that the eldest son of Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage after consuming a forbidden pill. However, in the end, he's still killed by senior brother Duanling Tian. It was not only the Black Turtle Sanctum, but even the other three sanctums were filled with similar discussions. Duanling Tian instantly rose to fame again. His current reputation was unlike what it was before. Currently, Duanling Tian's strength had received the acknowledgement from everyone in the four symbol sanctums. a fire worship sect's disciple who walked out of the Four Symbols Sanctum and entered the Saint Land for slightly over 10 days had killed a true disciple whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint's celestial stage in the Palace of Death. This was the first time something so ridiculous had taken place in the fire worship sect. Usually, a fire worship sect's disciple who had just left the Four Symbol Sanctums and had just entered the Saint Land would not be so strong. They could not even compare to outstanding elite disciples in the Saint Land, let alone a true disciple. One could say that Duanling Tian had rewritten history in the fire worship sect. It would definitely be remembered for years to come, and his name would be crowned in glory. In a vast mansion in the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, who had just received the news, was so enraged that his body began to tremble as his expression darkened. Without warning, he raised his hand and was ready to slap the stone table in front of him. However, he held himself back in the end. Because of Duanling Tian, he had changed the stone table in his courtyard numerous times. Duanling Tian. How did he manage to kill Yangwen? Moreover, he managed to kill Yangwen even after he consumed a forbidden pill. Lian had an expression of disbelief on his face. Lian took a deep breath before he went to the Saint Land to find out exactly what had happened. As an elder of the fire worship sect, he could easily enter the Saint Land. When Lian arrived at the Saint Land, he finally confirmed the news of Yangwen being killed by Duanling Tian. Apart from that, he also learned in detail about what had transpired. Even the Palace of Death's bronze flame elders at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage couldn't catch a trace of Duanling Tian's last technique. The moment Lian thought of this, a horrified expression appeared on his face. He knew very well what this meant. This meant Duanling Tian could kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage if he wanted to. It's suspected that Duanling Tian's strength is comparable to the third form of the Saint's celestial stage when he cast his assist-type divine ability. The instant he thought of this, his expression turned grave immediately. The killing intent in his eyes became obvious, as though he was about to devour somebody. At this moment, an intense sense of danger rose up from the depth of his heart. Previously, although Lian knew Duanling Tian would pose a threat to him in the future, he thought it would only be a few years later. However, he finally realized Duanling Tian did not need a few years to surpass him. After all, Lian was only at the fourth form of the Saint's celestial stage. Duanling Tian, you're really good at concealing your strength? Up until now, Lian thought Duanling Tian had been concealing his real strength and had only revealed his strength during his death duel with Yangwen. Lian's heart was laden with anxiety as he left the Saint Land. After he left the Saint Land, he did not return to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Instead, he left in the direction where the first-rate force, Northern Plethora Sect, was located. I must notice Yang Chong immediately about this matter. I'm sure Yang Chong would spare no efforts in investigating Duanling Tian's background now that Yangwen is dead. As long as we can find Duanling Tian's background and capture his family, Duanling Tian will definitely fall for our trap. Lian thought to himself as he made his way to the Northern Plethora Sect. Duanling Tian must die. Otherwise, in a few years' time, even Yang Chong and I wouldn't be able to suppress him. His heart burned with anxiety the more he thought about it. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all that. Currently, he was in the process of becoming a true disciple. In the fire worship sect's Saint Land, apart from the two traditional methods, there was a third method in becoming a true disciple. That was to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base had entered the Saint's celestial stage in the Palace of Death. Since Duanling Tian had successfully killed Yangwen, a true disciple, he was going to become a true disciple as well. If Yangwen, who was at the Netherworld, found that Duanling Tian had stepped on his body figuratively to become a true disciple, he would very likely be so furious that he would throw up blood. After replacing Yangwen to become a true disciple, Duanling Tian obtained the right to reside in Yangwen's previous residence. It was a standalone floating island around the Saint Island with a huge mansion. Junior brother Ling Tian. This is where Yangwen previously stayed. Lu Yun had led Duanling Tian to Yangwen's previous residence. When Duanling Tian attended the ceremony to become a true disciple, Lu Yun was also the one who had accompanied him. After becoming familiar with each other, they soon became close friends. Lu Yun was someone who was outwardly cold but was a warm person on the inside. He was much friendlier to people he considered his friends and not as cold as he was to outsiders. Senior brother Lu Yun, please come in and have a seat. Duan Lingtian motioned to him and smiled. Perhaps next time, Lu Yun replied politely. You've been busy for half a day, so it's time for you to rest as well. I'm not tired, Duan Lingtian shook his head before saying, Senior brother Lu Yun, there are a few questions I want to ask you. If it's convenient, can you please come inside? Otherwise, I will have to look for you next time. It's not inconvenient for me. Lu Yun shook his head. I'm merely worried you're tired. Since you have questions, I'll, naturally, answer them to the best of my ability, junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Yun then followed Duan Ling Tian and flew toward the mansion on the floating island. The mansion was extremely huge. It even had a restriction formation on it. This formation was equivalent to a great door that could only be unlocked with a key. One would not be able to enter it if one did not have the key. Naturally, anyone at the Saint Celestial stage or above could enter by force if they wanted to. However, if that happened, they would alert the patrolling elders in this area and would be sent to the enforcement hall to receive severe punishment. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an order token appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the identity token of a true disciple. When he infused his son Saint energy into the identity token, a mysterious force surged out of it before it hit the air before him. The air above the mansion trembled immediately before it spread out in a ripple-like fashion. An entrance seemed to have opened up in the air. What an amazing formation! Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Although he had heard that a true disciple's residence had a formation that needed a key, which was the identity token, to enter but not when exiting, he could not help but exclaim in surprise when he experienced the wonder of the formation before him. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yun passed through the ripples that served as the entrance. After they entered, the ripples in the air disappeared as well. The restriction formation had closed. After entering the mansion, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yun arrived at the front courtyard. The front courtyard was very vast. Apart from having all kinds of vegetation, there was also a pond with fishes in it. If one walked on the pebbled lane, one would discover a pergola situated at the end of it. In the middle of the pergola there was a stone table surrounded by 3 stools. Senior brother Lu Yun, please take a seat. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yun walked into the pergola. After motioning to Lu Yun to sit, Duan Ling Tian sat down as well. Junior brother Ling Tian, what is it you want to ask me? Lu Yun asked without beating around the bush as soon as they were seated. Senior brother Lu Yun, although I've just arrived at the Saint Land not too long ago, I heard a rumor a few days ago. I'm very curious about this matter. If you know anything about it, I hope you can enlighten me, Senior brother Lu Yun, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Don't worry, Junior brother Ling Tian. As long as it's something I know, I'll tell you everything I know without any reservations. Lu Yun said solemnly and sincerely. Although Lu Yun knew Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and his future achievements might not surpass his, he had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as a friend due to his cousin and after spending time with him. Naturally, there was also another reason he acknowledged Duan Ling Tian. He had an intuition that Duan Ling Tian's accomplishment would not stop here. However, it was still just an intuition. He found it hard to believe since Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even then, it did not change the way he treated Duan Ling Tian. I feel rest assured now that I have your words, Senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian smiled before his expression turned solemn. Senior brother Lu Yun, the other day, I heard a few Saint Land elite disciples discussing in secret that some saint girl or something has been imprisoned. What are they talking about? Lu Yun's expression changed immediately as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After he looked at their surroundings warily, he said in a lowered voice, Junior brother Ling Tian, it's fine to talk about the saint girl of the fire worship sect between us. However, you shouldn't say anything about this outside. If the enforcement hall catches wind of it, you'll definitely be severely punished since the enforcement hall has prohibited us from talking about the saint girl. Lu Yun's expression was grave as he warned Duan Ling Tian. I can see that. Otherwise, those few elite disciples wouldn't have been so secretive when they spoke about this. Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, Senior brother Lu Yun. You're the only one I've spoken to about this. I'm just curious about the saint girl of our fire worship sect. Previously, I thought I knew the sect quite well. However, I've never heard of the sect having a saint girl before. Duan Ling Tian replied. He did not dare to tell Lu Yun the truth. It was not because he did not trust Lu Yun, but it was a serious matter and he did not want to implicate Lu Yun in this matter. For this reason, he could only cautiously inquire about the matter regarding Kur. To be honest, I don't know much about the matter regarding the saint girl as well. What I know, I've also heard from the people around me, Lu Yun answered. Rumor has it that several dozens of years ago, a saint girl was selected by our fire worship sect when she was born. However, due to some unknown reason, that saint girl disappeared. It was only until a few years back that the saint girl was found and brought back to our fire worship sect. The person who found her is Senior Sister Ru Yen. Senior Sister Ru Yen? Duan Ling Tian showed a stunned expression. He was certain Senior Sister Ru Yen must Qi Mei who had taken Kur away at that time. It was that person who claimed to be Kur's elder sister. Duan Ling Tian still remembered Qi Mei's appearance was identical to Kur. I wonder if Qi Mei has discovered my presence now that my name has spread in the fire worship sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly when he thought of Qi Mei. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had been naive. He did not think Qi Mei would harm Kur after taking her away since she was Kua's twin sister. Qi Mei is such a ruthless person. To think she would even push her own twin sister into the fire pit. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, a flame of fury rose in his heart. It's normal for you not to know who Senior Sister Ru Yen is since you've only arrived in the Saint Land. Lu Yun continued to say. Senior Sister Ru Yan's full name is Gan Ru Yen. Just like us, she's a true disciple as well. However, she's ranked 7th on the True ranking and ranked 951st on the Supreme Saint ranking. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of Qi Mei when he heard this. As it turned out, Qi Mei's real name was Gan Ru Yen. Moreover, she was also a top-rated genius in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. Not only that, but Senior Sister Ru Yen is also one of the rare geniuses in our fire worship sect's Saint Land. Her master is Guardian Qing Hua, one of the 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect. Lu Yun continued. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. He did not expect Kur's sister to possess an indigo innate spiritual root and was also the direct disciple of a fire worship sect's guardian. No wonder she'd push her own younger sister to the fire pit. As it turns out, she's the direct disciple of the fire worship sect's guardian. She must have wanted to take credit by sacrificing her own sister. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the fact that Kua's sister possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, but the flame of fury in his heart grew into a wildfire the more he thought about it. Most importantly, it's said that Senior Sister Ru Yen is the twin sister of the Saint Girl. When Lu Yun said this, Duan Ling Tian imperceptibly narrowed his eyes as he pretended to look surprised. Twin sister? Even then, she still decided to push her own sister into the fire pit. It seems like this Senior Sister Ru Yen is a cold-blooded person. Duan Ling Tian said contemptuously. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've misunderstood Senior Sister Ru Yen. Lu Yun shook his head. Misunderstood? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Senior brother Lu Yun, didn't you say the Saint Girl was found and brought back to the fire worship sect by Senior Sister Ru Yen? Now that the Saint Girl is imprisoned in the enforcement hall, don't tell me it's not her fault. Of course not. Lu Yun shook his head. Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened before Lu Yun continued to explain. Rumor has it that after Senior Sister Ru Yen brought the Saint Girl back, she had hidden her in her residence. It was after 2 or 3 years that this matter was discovered by Wen Yen. After Wen Yen discovered Senior Sister Ru Yen was secretly hiding the Saint Girl, she reported it to the enforcement hall. Due to this reason, Senior Sister Ru Yen, the Saint Girl, and the Saint Girl's daughter, who's slightly over 2 years old, are taken away by enforcement hall and are imprisoned there until now. Lu Yun's voice sounded contemptuous when he mentioned Wen Yen. Wen Yen. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly after he heard Lu Yun's words. Although it was his first time hearing this name, he already hated this person very much. It was all because of this woman that his wife and daughter were imprisoned in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. It seems like I've misunderstood her. At this moment, Duanling Tian realized he had misunderstood Gan Ruyen, Kuo's elder sister. However, the flame of fury in his heart did not subside at all. It merely changed its target from Gan Ruyen to Wen Yan. Senior brother Lu Yun, what kind of person is Wen Yan? Duanling Tian could not help but ask after he took a deep breath to suppress the fury he felt in his heart. Wen Yan is also a true disciple of our fire worship sect. She's ranked 9th on the true ranking. She's also the only female disciple ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking apart from senior sister Ru Yan. However, despite being strong and having a high innate talent, she's known for her bad attitude, Lu Yun said disdainfully. Put everything else aside, what she did was extremely shameless in regards to the matter about the saint girl. Due to the reason she's always competing with senior sister Ru Yan who's stronger than her, she would come up with all sorts of tricks just to cause trouble for senior sister Ru Yan. The matter regarding the saint girl was a good opportunity for her to cause trouble. Senior sister Ru Yan's crime is so severe that even Guardian Qinghua doesn't have any response for the time being. Perhaps everyone's just waiting for the sect leader to come out of his closed-door cultivation before they make a decision. Lu Yun sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Wen Yan, I'll remember you. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about Wen Yan. Senior brother Lu Yun, you said earlier that senior sister Ru Yan is ranked 7th on the true base? Duanling Tian asked. Similar to me, senior sister Ru Yan is a true disciple at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, Lu Yun replied. She's only at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? You're also at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't the gap between both of you too big? She's ranked 7th while you're ranked 27th on the true ranking. Senior brother Lu Yun. Duanling Tian was stunned. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're unaware of this. Among the 100 true disciples ranked on the true ranking, apart from those in the top 3 and those ranked in the bottom 30, all the true disciples' cultivation base is at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Yun said, although we're all at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, the gap between our strength is pretty ridiculous. Currently, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, those who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking are all elite powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among the true disciples in our fire worship sect, only 7 people are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person who's ranked 8th behind senior sister Ru Yan isn't even strong enough to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to the reason senior sister Ru Yan is a female cultivator, Wen Yan is jealous of senior sister Ru Yan, and she's always looking for trouble with senior sister Ru Yan. If something happens to senior sister Ru Yan, she would be able to replace senior sister Ru Yan and become the big sister among all the true disciples. Lu Yun said in one breath, explaining the significance of the Supreme Saint ranking. Kuo's sister is widely acknowledged by the true disciples as Big Sister. Duanling Tian also learned that many powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage occupied half the places on the Supreme Saint ranking. In the Fire Worship sect, Bronze Flame Elders were usually at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Silver Flame Elders were usually at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Golden Flame Elders were at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 2 vice sect leaders were at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the powerful sect leader of the Fire Worship sect and the 3 Great Guardians, they were at the 7th form or higher of the Saint Celestial stage. When one reached that stage, one's lifespan could be compared to the universe. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the number of powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage was greatly different at every stage. There were so many powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage that they could be compared to a school of silver carps. Those who were at this stage were not eligible to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, although there were not as many of them compared to those at the first form, there were many of them as well. Naturally, it was difficult for them to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking with their cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Usually, only 1 in 10 powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage was qualified enough to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see how outstanding the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking were compared to ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Kue's sister Ganru Yen was this kind of outstanding person. Further up, the number of those who were at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage was a lot less. Although the number was a lot less, it was naturally not as little as the number of people at the fourth form or above of the Saint Celestial stage. This could be seen from the rankings on the Supreme Saint rankings. Those who were at the second form or above of the Saint Celestial stage could be considered quite special as well in the Dao Martial Saint land. They were like the backbones of the three great sects. In the Dao Martial Saint land, apart from the three great sects, only the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were superior to the first-rate forces who had guardians at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The number of people at the seventh form or above of the Saint Celestial stage in the current Dragon Clan was not as many compared to the three great sects. As for the Phoenix Clan, since they were very mysterious, no one knew how many powerhouses at the seventh form or above of the Saint Celestial stage they had. However, as a clan that was as ancient as the Dragon Clan, the strength of the Phoenix Clan was not inferior to the Dragon Clan. These two clans were also clans that the three great sects did not dare to easily offend. This was because they had powerhouses at the seventh form or above of the Saint Celestial stage guarding them. Junior brother Ling Tian. Put everything else aside. Just the last technique you used to kill Yang Wen is enough for you to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking, Lu Yun said suddenly as though he had just recalled something. The three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders and I couldn't catch a trace of your sword at all. I think only those elite powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage might be able to catch a trace of your sword, and powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage could capture the movement of your sword. Lu Yun praised Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, I think it's impossible to find someone at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who's a match for you. Even if there's one, it would be very difficult to find. I merely relied on the assist-type divine ability to cast that sword technique. For this reason, I feel that last sword was just a pure stroke of luck. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're too humble. Strictly speaking, the assist-type divine ability is part of your strength as well. Lu Yun shook his head with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you believe the battle between you and Yang Wen is enough to get you ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? Moreover, your ranking wouldn't be low. It can't be, right? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He did not expect he would be qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. It really isn't absurd. You really possess that kind of strength. When the time your ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking is revealed, the true ranking in the Fire Worship sect will probably change as well. If I'm not mistaken, you'll be able to rank in the top 5 on the true ranking. Lu Yun continued to say. The top 5 on the true ranking? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he heard this. However, inwardly he did not think so. When the time arrived, the truth would be revealed. Senior brother Lu Yun, since the saint girl of our Fire Worship sect is senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister and senior sister Ru Yan has an indigo innate spiritual root, why is she not qualified to become the saint girl? Then does this mean the saint girl's innate talent is not inferior to senior sister Ru Yan? Duan Ling Tian thought of course innate talent. Course innate talent could be considered outstanding on Cloud Continent. However, that was because she had drunk the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, even after drinking the 10,000-year stalactite milk, course innate talent could only be considered as ordinary in the Dao Martial Saint land. With her innate talent, why was she selected to become the saint girl? Duan Ling Tian could not figure out this matter no matter how much he thought about it. He was even more confused when he learned Kuo's twin sister, Ganru Yen, possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Based on what I know, senior sister Ru Yan wasn't selected to become the saint girl of our Fire Worship sect because her innate talent isn't as good as her twin sister. Lu Yun instantly responded to Duan Ling Tian's question. From what I heard, senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister, the saint girl, was discovered to possess a violet innate spiritual root when she was a baby. Lu Yun's expression was solemn when he spoke. A violet innate spiritual root. It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck Duan Ling Tian when he heard Lu Yun's words. Core possessed a violet innate spiritual root? How's it possible? Duanling Tian found it hard to believe. If Kur possessed a violet innate spiritual root, why was her cultivation speed so slow? Duanling Tian continued to ask, Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the saint girl is very weak. She hasn't even entered the divine saint stage yet. What's going on? Doesn't she possess a violet innate spiritual root? I heard the saint girl's innate spiritual root had been temporarily sealed due to some reason. This is why the saint girl isn't outstanding, Lu Yun replied. However, I don't know for what reason it was sealed. It was sealed. Duanling Tian finally figured out what was going on. Things finally made sense. I still can't believe Kur possesses a violet innate spiritual root. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel stunned again. Duanling Tian finally found out what he wanted to know. For the time being, he no longer had any question for Lu Yun, so Lu Yun bade goodbye to Duanling Tian soon after. After Duanling Tian sent Lu Yun off, he picked a room in the mansion and entered it. After closing the door, Duanling Tian instantly took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. He sat cross-legged in the air as he prepared to cultivate. After the battle with Yang Wan, it seems like my cultivation base has stabilized. It seems like casting the elementary devouring tactic without reservation with my Sun Saint energy can also quickly stabilize my cultivation base. Initially, Duanling Tian had encountered many obstacles when his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Despite having a high innate talent and the help of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was difficult for him to quickly break through to the exemplary stage under such circumstances. Now that Duanling Tian had fought with Yang Wan, his cultivation base had completely stabilized. Duanling Tian had a feeling that if he tried to break through to the exemplary saint stage now, he would only encounter a small obstacle that would be easy for him to overcome. I must break through to the exemplary saint stage during my cultivation this time. Once I've broken through to the exemplary saint stage, my strength will be comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 2nd form of the saint celestial stage without even needing to use the Jasper celestial sword. Duanling Tian looked forward to breaking through to the exemplary saint stage. If any one of the fire worship sect's elders or disciples could hear Duanling Tian's thoughts, they would be scared out of their wits. To think a person who killed someone at the 1st form of the saint stage had not even reached the exemplary saint stage yet. One could imagine if news of this spread out, it would cause an uproar in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, let alone the fire worship sect. With my current strength, I'm merely stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Although Yang Wan had mastered a high-grade movement divine ability, his high-grade movement divine ability wasn't powerful enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to catch up to him even if I used the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword and the Swordplay technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage, the Sword Warding Heart. Duanling Tian was well aware of his own strength. If he did not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was only stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength would be inferior to a few rare elite powerhouses at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage who had mastered a high-grade divine ability to a certain degree. When I killed Yang Wan, that Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue, must have begun to suspect me even though I've blocked his sight. It seems like I can no longer use the Jasper Celestial Sword rashly when a Silver Flame Elder is present. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Otherwise, the Jasper Celestial Sword will eventually be exposed. One could easily imagine that if the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, that was even more valuable than the 10 Great Super Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking was exposed, many people would definitely covet it. At that time, all the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land would know about its existence. Those few weak powerhouses might not be able to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword due to its weight. However, it won't be difficult for those at the Saint Celestial stage and above to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian was worried when he thought about this. At the same time, he made up his mind not to use the Jasper Celestial Sword rashly unless it was a life-or-death situation, or if he was in a situation where there were no powerhouses present that could see through his movements. Cultivate. Cultivate. I must break through to the early exemplary saint stage during this closed-door cultivation. After I come out of my closed-door cultivation, I'll go and have a look at the enforcement hall. As soon as Duanling Tian thought of this, he shut his eyes, completely immersing himself in his cultivation. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As Duanling Tian mobilized the cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit energy inside the room surged into his body ceaselessly, allowing the 9 dragons to transport it and continuously make a great chi circulatory cycle again and again through his 99 saint veins. Since this was the cultivation place of a true disciple, the cultivation environment was, naturally, much better than that of an elite disciple. At the Northern Plethora Sect. As a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Northern Plethora Sect was situated in the western region and was located deep in the mountains. Today, the Northern Plethora Sect received an unexpected guest. As soon as this unexpected guest arrived outside of the Northern Plethora Sect's estate, he was blocked by a Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder who led 10 patrolling disciples with him. I'm the Fire Worship Sect's Silver Flame Elder Lien. The unexpected guest took out his identity token when faced with the patrolling team of the Northern Plethora Sect. The identity token proved that he was a Silver Flame Elder in the Fire Worship Sect. Good day, Elder Lien. After the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder heard Lian's words and saw his identity token, he quickly bowed respectfully. Apart from being a Silver Flame Elder in the Fire Worship Sect, he was also a powerhouse ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with such a powerhouse, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder, naturally, did not dare to act discourteously. Good day, Elder Lien. The 10 patrolling disciples standing behind the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder also bowed at Lien respectfully. Whoosh! However, Lien just ignored them. He flew on his own into the Northern Plethora Sect and headed to a corner in the Northern Plethora Sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and the 10 patrolling disciples were not surprised since they had long known that the Fire Worship Sect's Silver Flame Elder Lien was close friends with Yang Chong, the 5th elder of their Northern Plethora Sect. Currently, Lien was making his way toward the cultivation place of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect. Why are you here? Is there anything urgent? Yang Chong was slightly stunned when he saw the travel-weary Lien. His expression had instantly turned grave. Yang Chong knew it had to be an urgent matter for Lien to personally come over. Initially, Lien only looked at Yang Chong for a long time without speaking. After a long time had passed, he finally sighed before saying, Yang Wen is dead. Boom! Lian's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Yang Chong. Yang Wen was his eldest son. He was also the one he had placed all his hopes on. However, Lien had just told him that his eldest son was dead. At this instant, Yang Chong felt as though the world was spinning. He could not accept this cruel truth at all. Yang Chong did not lose much of his composure previously when he learned of the death of his youngest son, Yang Wu. My condolence, Lien said in an attempt to console Yang Chong when he saw how stunned Yang Chong was. Yang Chong was the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect after all. No matter how much he could not accept this truth in his heart, he managed to regain his composure in a short time. What happened? Yang Chong looked at Lien with bloodshot eyes and a fierce expression on his face. He had known Lien for many years, so he knew Lien would not joke about this matter. For this reason, he did not doubt Lien when he was told that his eldest son, Yang Wen, had died. Yang Wen signed a death pact with Duanling Tian in our Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land's Palace of Death to avenge Yang Wu. However, who would have thought that Duanling Tian had hidden his strength so well? For this reason, Yang Wen was killed by him, Lien said as his eyes shone coldly. It seemed as though he wanted to devour somebody when he mentioned Duanling Tian. Boom! Lien's words were like another bolt of lightning that struck Yang Chong. He was shocked. After Duanling Tian killed his youngest son, Yang Wu, he killed his eldest son, Yang Wen, as well? Duanling Tian killed Wen'er? How is it possible? Yang Chong found this hard to believe. I couldn't believe it as well in the beginning. I even personally went to the Saint Land to inquire about this matter. The truth is indeed so. After Yang Wen had consumed the forbidden pill, he was still killed by Duanling Tian in the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land's Palace of Death. The sword technique that Duanling Tian used to kill Yang Chong was so fast that Yang Wen didn't even realize what was going on. Even the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene at that time couldn't catch a trace of his sword technique. Li An's expression turned even graver when he finished speaking. Upon hearing his words, Yang Chong could not help but narrow his eyes. He had an expression of disbelief and confusion on his face. Duanling Tian is so strong? No matter how hard Yang Chong found it hard to believe, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Duanling Tian killed both my sons and cut off my bloodline. Our enmity is irreconcilable, Yang Chong roared. It seemed like he had lost all his composure, revealing the fury in his heart. Yang Chong, now's not the time to be angry. Li An's eyes shone coldly as he quickly said, we must get rid of Duanling Tian as soon as possible. Otherwise, even you and I might not be a match for him if he grows stronger. At that time, it's good enough if he doesn't kill us, let alone you killing him to avenge your sons. Upon hearing Li An's words, Yang Chong quickly regained his senses and suppressed the flames of fury in his heart. I sent someone to inform you that Duanling Tian might have come from the lower province. Did you send anyone to investigate this matter? Li An looked at Yang Chong. No, when Yang Chong heard Li An's words, he shook his head sullenly. I planned to gather my people to investigate his background in the upper province first. If there are no results after a while, I'll send my men to the lower province to investigate then. Give me a group of men and I'll lead them to the lower province to investigate Duanling Tian's background. I have a feeling that Duanling Tian may have come from the lower province, Li An said in his deep voice as his eyes shone coldly. Currently, Yang Chong could not wait to kill Duanling Tian, who had killed both his sons. Similarly, Li An could not wait to get his revenge from Duanling Tian. With the irreconcilable enmity between Li An and Duanling Tian, one could easily imagine he would not have a good ending once Duanling Tian grew stronger in the future. For this reason, he decided to personally make a move. He would bring some men to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate for Duanling Tian's background. Once he discovered Duanling Tian's background, he would definitely capture Duanling Tian's family and friends and force Duanling Tian to leave the fire worship sect. Once Duanling Tian had left the fire worship sect, he would be like meat on Li An's chopper board. As long as Duanling Tian was alive, he would not be able to live in peace. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the Northern Plethora sect, let alone that the Fire Worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li An had led a group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the lower province through the inter-province transportation formation. Currently, Duanling Tian was fully immersed in his cultivation. He was completely oblivious to the outside world. In the Dao Martial Saint Land's northern region, in a place covered with ice and snow, stood a snow-capped mountain. The mountain appeared very inconspicuous since it was surrounded by other snow-capped mountains of different sizes as well. This area was sparsely populated. Usually there were no visitors here. In the middle of this inconspicuous snow-capped mountain, a palace stood on a vast stone platform. There were more than 10 adjacent pavilions around the palace as well. If one was thousands of meters away from the stone platform, one would not be able to discover the existence of the stone platform no matter how good one's eyesight was. A hallucinogenic formation was laid on the stone platform that blocked one's vision. From afar, this place appeared completely white due to the formation. The snow-capped mountain appeared no different from the other snow-capped mountains. It would be difficult to imagine there was a whole different world behind the white mist. Whoosh! As the sound of a faint breeze resonated in the air, a gentle and graceful young woman walked out of a pavilion nearby. This young woman possessed a pair of intelligent and mischievous-looking eyes. Her brows were like a drawing. Her autumn eyes and her tall nose complemented her almost perfect cherry-like mouth. She was like a beauty who could topple a nation. Soon after, the young woman arrived at another pavilion. She shouted, "Hey, you wretched lady boy! Did Senior Uncle Prophet say when he will come back?" If Duanling Tian was here, he would recognize this young woman whose beauty could topple a nation was none other than Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as a younger sister. "I'm not wretched lady boy." A gentle voice rang from the pavilion as soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking. A hint of anger could be heard in the voice. If one only listened to the voice, one would not be able to tell if the gentle-sounding voice belonged to a man or woman. After that, no matter what Han Xuanai said, there were no replies from the person inside the pavilion. She was being completely ignored. "You wretched lady boy! How dare you ignore a mighty miss like me?" Han Xuanai raised an eyebrow as she became angry out of humiliation. Creak. Right at this moment, the door of another pavilion suddenly opened. A young man walked out. It was none other than the younger Nangong twin brother. He was also one of the successors of the Seven Absolutes Sex Didymus progeny. As for Han Xuanai, she was the successor of the Seven Absolutes Sex Red Dust progeny. The wretched lady boy whom Han Xuanai had been speaking to was called Yu Wuing. He was the successor of the Seven Absolutes Sex Dark Shadow progeny. This was also the temporary estate for the Seven Absolutes sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a palace with more than 10 pavilions located on a stone platform. Nangong Yi. Upon seeing Nangong Yi, Han Xuanai's eyes brightened as she flew toward him. "Miss Xuanai." Nangong Yi greeted her with a smile. "Nangong Yi, you and Nangong Chin came to the upper province with that wretched ladyboy. Did you hear him mention anything about the successor of our Seven Absolutes, Sex First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny during the journey?" Han Xuanai asked without beating around the bush. "Yes, I have." Nangong Yi nodded. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up again. "What did he say?" "He said that the emergence of the successor of our Seven Absolute Sex First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, is a sign the Seven Absolute sect will rise again. It also represents the beginning of a great era. For this reason, Senior Prophet was anxious to look for the successors for the Didymus progeny," Nangong Yi explained. "If it's not for the fact that Senior Prophet is anxious to look for the successors for the Didymus progeny, I think Nangong Chan and I might not even have a chance of becoming the successors of the Didymus progeny," Nangong Yi said. He was well aware of his own ability. The Dao Martial Saint Land was so vast. It would not be difficult to find a pair of twin brothers who were much more capable than them if there was enough time. "Did he say who's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and where is he currently?" Han Xuanai continued to ask. "I asked him, but he said he doesn't know. However, he did say that Senior Prophet and Senior Hua should know about the Fog Rain's successor," Nangong Yi said as he shook his head. He could not help but ask in the end, "Miss Xuanai, Senior Hua is your master, so why don't you ask her?" "I've asked, but she refused to tell me," Han Xuanai answered with a bitter expression. "I don't even know what she's worried about. It's not a big deal even if she tells me who the Fog Rain's successor is. Don't tell me that she's afraid I would bully him." "The Fog Rain's successor is really mysterious," Nangong Yi sighed as a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. As though he was reminded of something, he looked at Han Xuanai and asked, "Miss Xuanai, how come I didn't see Senior Prophet and Senior Hua in these past few days?" "Senior Uncle Prophet has gone to fetch the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Prophet progeny. As for my master, she seems to have gone to look for the successor of the Kratos progeny," Han Xuanai said. "The Prophet progeny? You mean Senior Prophet's disciple?" Nangong Yi's eyes lit up. "Yes." Han Xuanai nodded. "I only just learned that Senior Uncle Prophet has already found the successor for his progeny a few days ago. Based on what my master said, the successor of the Prophet progeny that Senior Uncle Prophet found seems to be a senior sister. On top of that, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny seems to be a senior sister as well." When Han Xuanai finished speaking, a hint of anticipation could be seen twinkling in her eyes. "I really hope that Senior Uncle Prophet would return sooner. Then I'll be able to meet the two senior sisters." "Then, does this mean when Senior Prophet and Senior Hua return, the current successors of 6 out of the 7 absolutes will be gathered?" Nangong Yi asked, surprised. Han Xuanai nodded. "Would Senior Prophet and Senior Hua bring along with them the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny?" Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Han Xuanai eagerly. "No." Han Xuanai immediately shook her head before she said, "Based on my master's words, the main reason she and Senior Uncle Prophet went to bring the current successors of the 3 other absolutes is to activate the 6 absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to change the fates of 7 of us. The Didymus progeny had 2 successors. That was why Han Xuanai had said 7 instead of 6 people. Change the fate. The instant her words left her mouth, a burning and eager look appeared in her eyes. The 6 absolute heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? What kind of formation is that? Nangongyi asked in astonishment. It's said that it's a heaven-defying formation that can raise our innate spiritual roots. Based on what my master said, once the 6 absolute heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is successfully activated, the innate spiritual roots of 7 of us will transform into the indigo spiritual roots at the very least. When Han Xuanai spoke, a hint of excitement could be heard in her voice. If we're highly talented, our innate spiritual roots might even change into violet innate spiritual roots. Innate spiritual roots? Indigo innate spiritual roots? Violet innate spiritual roots. Nangongyi was confused when he heard her words. This was his first time hearing about innate spiritual roots. He did not know what it was, let alone what indigo or violet innate spiritual roots represented. After Han Xuanai explained to him, he finally learned about innate spiritual roots and what indigo and violet innate spiritual roots represented. His breathing quickened immediately. He could not calm down for a long time. Miss Xuanai, the successor of our 7 absolute sects' first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, won't participate in the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? Nangongyi asked. It's called the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation for a reason. The words 6 absolutes refers to the 6 absolutes of our 7 absolute sect apart from the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. For this reason, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny won't be participating in the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. A hint of jealousy could be heard in Han Xuanai's voice when she spoke. From what my master said, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would still be stronger than us even without the help of the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. If I have to guess, that fellow must be a monstrous genius who possesses the violet innate spiritual root. Now that I've heard your words, I'm really eager to meet the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. I wonder what kind of person he is, Nangongyi said eagerly. I would also like to know who's the lucky fellow who obtained the legacy of our 7 absolute sects' first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Han Shui said. Inside the pavilion, Yu Wuing, who was clad entirely in black, could not help but shake his head when he heard the conversation between Han Xuanai and Nangongyi. Naturally, he knew who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was. However, due to the old prophet's prior instruction, he did not say much in front of the Nangong brothers. I wonder what kind of expression Han Xuanai would have when she meets that super freak in the future? The moment Yu Wuing thought of this, an evil smile appeared on his alluring face that was also hidden under a black cloth. It was mysterious, giving off a vibe that was neither feminine nor masculine. It was fortunate Han Xuanai could not read Yu Wuying's current thoughts. Otherwise, she would force her way in and come up with all sorts of ways to make him reveal who the Fog Rain progeny's successor was. Time continued to pass. A month had passed in just a blink of an eye. In the eyes of an ordinary person, a month might be considered long. However, to the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it could not be considered long. Just a normal closed-door cultivation would take longer than this. At the Fire Worship Sect in the Western Province, numerous standalone floating islands hovered around the Saint Island in the Saint Land. They surrounded the Saint Island like the stars surrounding the moon. These islands were the residences of the Saint Land's bronze flame elders and true disciples. Creak! Suddenly, the faint sound of a door opening rang from one of the floating islands. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had walked out of his room after being in closed-door cultivation for a month. Naturally, this did not mean he had only cultivated for a month. The time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 10 times slower than the outside world. In other words, a month outside meant 300 days had gone by in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a month, Duan Ling Tian's bearing had also undergone a slight transformation. The transformation was so slight that an ordinary person would not notice it. It's time for me to look for senior brother Lu Yun and ask about the enforcement hall, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he soared up into the sky, leaving his floating mansion as he headed to another floating mansion. From the beginning until the end, he did not forget his objective of joining the fire worship sect. During his journey to look for Lu Yun, he encountered 2 true disciples. These 2 true disciples did not know who he was. Is there someone like that among the true disciples? The 2 true disciples were traveling together. One of them came to a halt and turned to look at Duanling Tian. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. I've seen over 170 of true disciples, but this is my first time seeing that person. He asked his companion next to him in bafflement, have you seen him before? No, the other true disciple shook his head. Perhaps he has only recently become a true disciple. He has only recently become a true disciple? When the former true disciple heard this, he widened his eyes in shock as he said, Don't tell me that's Duanling Tian? Duanling Tian? The other true disciple instantly widened his eyes as well. It's possible. Duanling Tian's the only one who recently became a true disciple. The news of Duanling Tian killing Yangwen and becoming a true disciple a month ago had spread in the entire fire worship sect. Even among the group of true disciples, everyone who was not in closed-door cultivation and was in the sect knew about Duanling Tian. However, most of them had not seen Duanling Tian before. If I have to face Yangwen who had consumed a forbidden pill, I would probably die. I can't believe Duanling Tian managed to kill Yang, when even after he had consumed the forbidden pill. One of the true disciples looked at Duanling Tian's silhouette as he said, He's definitely stronger than me. He's also definitely much stronger than me. The other true disciple smiled wryly. Although both of them were true disciples who were ranked on the true ranking, they were ranked at the bottom. They were only slightly stronger than Yangwen. Ha! Duanling Tian naturally noticed the looks that came from behind him. He came to a halt. However, when he realized they harbored no ill intention, he continued to make his way forward. Soon after, Duanling Tian arrived outside a floating island. This floating island also had a mansion, similar to his floating island. This was Lu Yun's cultivation place. When Lu Yun brought Duanling Tian to his residence, they happened to pass by Lu Yun's residence as well, and Lu Yun had pointed it out to him. Senior brother Lu Yun, Duanling Tian called out as he stood outside the floating island. His voice was not loud, but it traveled through the formation on the floating island and entered the mansion. Duanling Tian had controlled the volume of his voice in case Lu Yun was in closed-door cultivation. In that case, he would not want to disrupt his cultivation. However, if Lu Yun was not in closed-door cultivation, he would be able to hear Duanling Tian's voice. Whoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian called out, a figure soared into the sky from the mansion. He seemed like a gust of wind as he appeared next to Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Junior brother Ling Tian. The person was none other than Lu Yun. He greeted Duanling Tian with a smile before he invited him into his mansion. The mansion was exactly identical outside. Even the environment inside was the same. This time, Lu Yun was the one who motioned for Duanling Tian to sit in the pergola in the courtyard. After sitting in front of the stone table in the pergola, Lu Yun asked Duanling Tian, Junior brother Ling Tian, is there any urgent matter for you to come looking for me? Duanling Tian came up with a random excuse and replied at a neither hurried nor slow pace. Actually, it's not an urgent matter. I'm merely curious about it. What matter is it? Lu Yun asked again. Senior brother Lu Yun, how much do you know about the enforcement hall of our fire worship sect's Saint Land? Duanling Tian asked without beating around the bush. The enforcement hall? Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this question. He asked in return, Junior brother Ling Tian, why are you interested in the enforcement hall? Duanling Tian did not answer Lu Yun's question. Instead, he asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm sure you must have heard about a Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder being sentenced to death by the enforcement hall not too long ago, right? Yes, I heard about it. That Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder was called Wei He. He was the great direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. Speaking of, his execution is related to you as well. Lu Yun nodded. The incident of the Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder being executed was also huge news in the fire worship sect. As a true disciple, it was only natural Lu Yun had heard about it. Due to that matter, I've become interested in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, Is it okay for you to tell me about the enforcement hall? Duan Tian looked at Lu Yun with a curious expression. Lu Yun nodded before replying, I'm not going to tell you about the duties of the enforcement hall since I'm sure you know about it as well. I'll tell you about the people in the enforcement hall. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Tian's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted to know. In the enforcement hall, the hall master has the highest authority and is in charge of liaising with the sect leader. Under the enforcement hall's hall master are 3 vice hall masters. Further under them are some silver flame elders, bronze flame elders, and some true disciples who are on duty in the enforcement hall, Lu Yun explained. True disciples who were on duty in the enforcement hall? Duan Tian's heart jolted in surprise when he heard Lu Yun's words. Since the enforcement hall had true disciples on duty, did it not mean he would have a chance to infiltrate the enforcement hall? His mind began to turn active. If he could infiltrate the enforcement hall, it would mean he would be able to see Kuer and their daughter. The moment he thought of this, his heart beat rapidly out of excitement. It had been a very long time since he and Kuer had met. Moreover, there was also Kuer and his daughter. Until now, he had never seen her before. I wonder if that girl looks like Kuer or me? Duan Tian's eyes turned gentle as soon as he thought of this. Since Duan Tian quickly regained his senses, Lu Yun did not notice the changes in Duan Tian's eyes. Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the Golden Flame Elders in the Fire Worship Sect would either be sanctum leaders of the 4 symbol sanctums or be in charge of the mines in the 4 symbol sanctums. However, based on your words, the enforcement hall has a hall master and 3 vice hall masters whose positions are higher than Silver Flame Elders. Duan Tian did not understand this. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have no idea. Ever since our fire worship sect was formed, the enforcement hall's hall master and the 3 vice hall masters have stood apart from the ranks of elders in the fire worship sect, Lu Yun said. The enforcement hall is a standalone and exclusive place in the fire worship sect that only deals with the sect leader. In terms of strength, the enforcement hall's hall master is in no way inferior to the 2 vice sect leaders of our fire worship sect. As for the 3 vice hall masters, their strength is on par with the Golden Flame Elders guarding the 4 symbol sanctums. Lu Yun's explanation helped Duan Tian gain a deeper understanding of the enforcement hall in the fire worship sect. I see. Duan Tian had a knowing expression on his face as he asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, you mentioned earlier there are true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall. What should a true disciple do if he wants to serve in the enforcement hall? An eager look could be seen in Duan Tian's eyes when he asked this question. Why? You want to serve in the enforcement hall, junior brother Ling Tian? I want to have a look there. Duan Tian smiled. This is easy. Due to how restrictive the enforcement hall is, they'll change the group of true disciples on duty every month. As long as you want to, any true disciples can serve in the enforcement hall, Lu Yun explained. Moreover, the rewards of serving in the enforcement hall is pretty good as well. However, I don't think the contributions points they give out will interest you, junior brother Ling Tian. It was obvious the reward Lu Yun mentioned referred to contribution points. Currently, Duan Tian had 1,000,000 contribution points. Naturally, he would not be interested in the little stipend that the enforcement hall gave. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, how long before the enforcement hall changes the group of true disciples again? I've never paid any attention to it before, so I have no idea as well. If you want to know, I'll make a trip to the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square to inquire about it. Junior brother Ling Tian, Lu Yun replied, every time the enforcement hall changes the group of true disciples, they'll put up a notice in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As long as you're a true disciple, and you've not served in the enforcement hall in the past 3 months, you can accept the assignment and serve in the enforcement hall. Duan Tian had gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace once after he came out from the Palace of Death, so he was not completely unfamiliar with it. It was one of the numerous palaces in the Central Square. The Fire Remuneration Palace was a place where one could put up notices for assignments or accept assignments. No matter who it was, one would be able to put up a notice in the Fire Remuneration Palace as long as one had contribution points. Those who had accepted and completed the assignments would then look for the person who put up the assignment to claim their contribution points. The Fire Remuneration Palace? Duanling Tian nodded before telling Lu Yun. There's no need to trouble you to go to the Fire Remuneration Palace. Senior brother Lu Yun. I can go on my own. Apart from this, there's no other matter. I'll take my leave and leave you to your business, senior brother Lu Yun. After expressing his gratitude to Lu Yun, Duanling Tian instantly bade farewell to Lu Yun. Currently, all he could think about was the enforcement hall. As long as he could serve in the enforcement hall, he might have a chance to meet Kur and their daughter. The instant he thought of this, he became a little impatient. After leaving Lu Yun's residence, Duanling Tian immediately went to the Saint Island. He soon arrived at the central square. He knew the place quite well, so he quickly made his way to the Fire Remuneration Palace. It's Duanling Tian. The instant Duanling Tian entered the Fire Remuneration Palace, many Saint Land disciples recognized him. He became the center of attention in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He attracted the attention of more than half of the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He's Duanling Tian? He doesn't look that special, a Saint Land disciple said with a frown as he looked at Duanling Tian. He's the one who killed Yang Wen, the true disciple, in the Palace of Death a month ago and took over his place as a true disciple? It's him. Don't look down on him. I was present at that time in the Palace of Death. He's terrifyingly strong. Even Yang Wen, whose cultivation base had already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and consumed a forbidden pill, wasn't a match for him. The last sword technique he cast was just too formidable. Even the two Palace of Death's bronze flame elders did not see it clearly. I was there as well. I placed a bet on Yang Wen and lost a total of 3,000 contribution points. You only lost 3,000, but I lost 5,000, okay? As the group of Saint Land disciples looked at Duanling Tian, they began to discuss among themselves. In the end, more and more Saint Land disciples cursed Yang Wen for being useless, causing them to lose a lot of contribution points. Right now, every counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace was filled with people. They were either here to put up assignments or to accept assignments. Duanling Tian chose a counter and walked over. As Duanling Tian walked toward that counter, more than 10 Saint Land disciples who were queuing in front of that counter immediately gave way to Duanling Tian out of fear. Elder, I'll put up my assignment later. The Saint Land disciple at the front of the counter who was about to put up his assignment immediately said to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter in a panic when he saw Duanling Tian walking toward the counter he was at, as though he feared he would be beaten up by Duanling Tian if he was slightly slower. At once, the line in front of the counter disappeared. Duanling Tian was not surprised when he saw this. Previously, when he came here with Lu Yun, he had witnessed a similar scene. He knew this was part of the privilege of becoming a true disciple. Although this was a world where the strong ones were revered, one still could not simply use strength every single time, right? You're Duanling Tian? When Duanling Tian came to the counter, the eyes of the bronze flame elder behind the counter brightened immediately. He studied Duanling Tian intently from top to bottom. No matter what, the name that was most often mentioned in the fire worship sect was Duanling Tian. For this reason, it was no surprise the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder would lose his composure when he saw Duanling Tian. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded expressionlessly. Are you here to put up, or to accept an assignment? The Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter asked as he regained his senses. Elder, I'd like to ask, when will the enforcement hall change the group of true disciples on duty? Duanling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Duanling Tian wants to serve in the enforcement hall? Many Saint Land disciples were astonished when they heard his words. Usually, the true disciples who serve in the enforcement hall are there for the contribution points. However, didn't Duanling Tian win 1,000,000 contribution points a month ago? Why is he interested in serving at the enforcement hall? I can't figure it out. I really have no idea what's going through his mind. If I have 1,000,000 contribution points, I won't be bothered to serve at the enforcement hall. Even if you want to serve there, you'll have to become a true disciple first. You're not a true disciple. Even if you pay the enforcement hall with contribution points, the enforcement hall still won't accept you. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. None of them could figure out why Duanling Tian wanted to serve in the enforcement hall. It was widely acknowledged in the fire worship sect that serving in the enforcement hall was an arduous task. Otherwise, the enforcement hall would not give such a hefty reward. 10 days later, although the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder did not know why Duanling Tian would be interested to serve in the enforcement hall, he still replied, "At that time, the enforcement hall will put up an assignment in the Fire Remuneration Palace. You can come by at that time to accept the assignment if you're interested." "Thanks for the information, elder." Duanling Tian nodded and turned around to leave. As he was about to leave, he heard a commotion outside the Fire Remuneration Palace that caused him to come to a halt. Ha! At the same time, Duanling Tian saw a graceful and beautiful figure walking into the Fire Remuneration Palace in the midst of the commotion, attracting the gaze of many Saint Lan disciples inside the Fire Remuneration Palace. A female true disciple? Duanling Tian's gaze immediately shifted to the newcomer's uniform. He could tell it was the exclusive uniform of a true disciple. Most importantly, this was a female true disciple. As he continued to look upward, he finally saw the other party's appearance. She looked beautiful enough to be called a beauty. However, compared to his wives, Li Fei and Ke, she was lacking a lot. It's senior sister Wen Yan. Senior sister Wen Yan. As Duanling Tian was studying the female true disciple, he heard the respectful cries of many Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Wen Yan. Upon hearing this name, Duanling Tian was stunned. He found the name familiar. He was sure he had heard it somewhere before. Wen Yan merely ignored the respectful greetings of the Saint Lan disciples. She raised her head arrogantly as she walked to one of the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace. "I remember now." Right at this moment, Duanling Tian finally recalled from whom he had heard this name. He had heard Lu Yun mentioning this name a month ago. It had left a deep impression on him because Lu Yun had told him that due to this woman, the saint girl who was brought back and hidden by Gan Ruyen in her own residence for 2 to 3 years was reported by Wen Yan to the enforcement hall. Due to this reason, Gan Ruyen, the saint girl, and her daughter who was slightly over the age of 2 were taken away and imprisoned in the enforcement hall until now. It was all the fault of this true disciple, Wen Yan. "She's Wen Yan." Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly. He walked until he was blocking Wen Yan's path. Wen Yan was obviously caught off guard when someone blocked her path. She instinctively came to halt. Slap. The sound of a slap resonated in the Fire Remuneration Palace that had fallen silent due to Duanling Tian intentionally blocking Wen Yan's path. The sound of a slap was so abrupt that it caught everyone off guard. Gasp! 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 As the sound of the slap echoed in the Fire Remuneration Palace, the sound of people gasping could be heard as well. The Saint Lan disciples looked at Duanling Tian in confusion and disbelief. Dear Lord, what did they just witness? Apart from intentionally blocking Wen Yan's path, Duanling Tian had slapped her. When they saw one side of her face that was beginning to swell, they felt chills running up their spines immediately. Although Wen Yan was a female true disciple, she was very strong. Among over 170 true disciples in the fire worship sect, her strength was ranked in the top 10. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Even then, Duanling Tian, someone who had just become a true disciple and was not even ranked on the true ranking, took the initiative to provoke Wen Yan by blocking her path and slapping her publicly? Is he seeking death? At this moment, this was the only thought in the Saint Lan disciples' minds. Meanwhile, Wen Yan, whose path had been blocked and then slapped for seemingly no reason, was dumbfounded. Due to this reason, she could not react in time. She only regained her senses when she heard the sounds of gasping in her surroundings. Her expression darkened immediately when she regained her senses. The side of her face that was swollen made her look even fiercer. Many Saint Lan disciples could not help but shake their heads. How come they never realized that Wen Yan had such an ugly side to her? Why you dare to slap me? Wen Yan looked at Duanling Tian with a twisted expression. Rage filled her eyes, but there was also a small hint of dread in it. Due to this feeling of dread, she did not instantly make a move against the person standing before her. Based on Wen Yan's reaction, one could see she was someone who knew when to endure. For example, she had endured for a long time as she bid her time before she reported Gan Ruyen, Kua's sister, to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. There were more than 170 true disciples in the fire worship sects, and there were not more than 20 female disciples. Among over 170 true disciples in the fire worship sect, only 2 female disciples were ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking. Apart from Wen Yan, the other person was Gan Ru Yan, Kuer's sister, who brought Kuer back to the fire worship sect. Gan Ru Yan was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Gan Ru Yan was superior to Wen Yan in both appearance and strength. In the fire worship sect, Gan Ru Yan was like a goddess. As long as Gan Ru Yan was around, Wen Yan was destined to be like a leaf that served as the backdrop. For this reason, Wen Yan hated Gan Ru Yan very much. Every time she saw Gan Ru Yan, she would curse God for putting them together in the same place. It was only recently that Wen Yan found an opportunity to get rid of this eyesore. Gan Ru Yan was imprisoned due to her reporting it to the enforcement hall. In any case, it did not cross Wen Yan's mind that a young man who seemed to be a stranger and was wearing a true disciple's uniform had blocked her path and humiliated her by slapping her because she had reported Gan Ru Yan. "Why did I slap you?" Duan Ling Tian's opinion of Wen Yan rose a little when he saw she did not instantly make a move. When he heard Wen Yan questioning him through clenched teeth while enduring her anger, he answered indifferently, "No reason. I just can't stand the sight of you. I just can't stand the sight of you." Duan Ling Tian's indifferent reply caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders, looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Duan Ling Tian was being too bold, right? After slapping Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, he even said he could not stand the sight of her. Was he not intentionally looking for trouble? Wait a minute. Duan Ling Tian must have enmity with Wen Yan. Otherwise, why did he find everybody pleasing to the eyes but not Wen Yan? It's okay if he thinks she's an eyesore, but he actually blocked her path and slapped her. There were many people in the Fire Remuneration Palace who still had clear minds. They did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. They were not the only ones who did not believe his words. Even Wen Yan did not believe him. "Who are you? I know for a fact this is our first time meeting, and I have no enmity with you. Why would you humiliate me like this?" Wen Yan's expression turned even more twisted. Her voice became much lower as she suppressed her flames of fury that seemed as though it would erupt at any time. One could imagine if it erupted, it would be a sight to see. "Humiliate you?" Duan Ling Tian looked at her indifferently as he smiled contemptuously. "Huh? You really have a high opinion of yourself." "You." Faced with his contemptuous smile, Wen Yan's expression turned ugly. Her eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged out of her body as though she was about to lose her cool. "Get lost. Don't block my path," Duan Ling Tian said. It was apparent he wanted her to move out of the way. He ignored her killing intent. Gasp! 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 The sound of gaspings resonated again in the air. Soon after, many Saint Lan disciples began to whisper among themselves. Duan Ling Tian is too bold. Not only did he block senior sister Wen Yan's path, but he even slapped her. Now he even asked her to get lost and make way for him. If I didn't witness this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe he would dare to act this way. Although senior sister Wen Yan and Yang Wen whom he killed are true disciples, senior sister Wen Yan is not someone Yang Wen could compare to. Yang Wen wasn't even ranked on the true ranking. But senior sister Wen Yan is a powerhouse who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Ling Tian actually dares to look for trouble with her? Where does he get his courage from? Perhaps he really finds senior sister Wen Yan to be an eyesore and doesn't know about her strength? How can you say such nonsensical words? I can't speak for everyone, but since Duan Ling Tian joined the fire worship sect, he has never taken the initiative to look for trouble. All the incidents that involved him were started by the other parties. He had merely retaliated. Do you think someone like that would block senior sister Wen Yan's path and slap her just because he finds her displeasing to look at? I don't believe Duan Ling Tian's excuse either. Senior sister Wen Yan must have offended Duan Ling Tian at some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this. However, even if senior sister Wen Yan has offended Duan Ling Tian, where did he get his courage from? To think he dares to humiliate her in such a way. In the Saint Lan disciples' opinion, Although Duanling Tian was strong and managed to kill the true disciple, Yang Wen, they did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. The strength between Yang Wen and Wen Yan was just too wide. Duanling Tian? Wen Yan, naturally, heard the whispering in her surroundings. Her eyes instantly narrowed as it flashed coldly. She was no stranger to the name Duanling Tian. She had heard about the recent incident that caused a commotion in the fire worship sect when Duanling Tian killed Yang Wen in the Palace of Death. In the history of the fire worship sect, this was the first time an elite disciple had killed a true disciple. One could say Duanling Tian had rewritten history in the fire worship sect. So you're Duanling Tian? When Yen looked at Duanling Tian with narrowed eyes. The hint of dread had disappeared. It was replaced with a cold look instead. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow to me as an apology. On top of that, let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you leave by crawling out the door today. Initially, when Yen had thought this unknown true disciple must have some sort of support for being so bold as to humiliate her. However, when she found out this disciple was Duanling Tian, who had recently risen to fame, she was no longer wary of him. Duanling Tian might be strong. However, he was just a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. He was destined to not have any great accomplishments. Moreover, no powerhouse would accept him as a disciple. For this reason, when Yen was not worried Duanling Tian had support or some extraordinary background. As for Duanling Tian's strength, she was not concerned at all, even though it was not bad. Although Duanling Tian managed to kill Yang Wen, the true disciple, whose saint origin had risen to the second form of the saint celestial stage after consuming the forbidden pill, she could also kill Yang Wen just as easily. The saint origin of a true powerhouse at the second form of the saint celestial stage was not the only thing that made him or her strong. There were other aspects that made them strong. When Yen knew her strength could be considered as being in the middle among all powerhouses at the second form of the saint celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land, so she was not afraid of Duanling Tian, who had killed Yang Wen. You're giving me a chance to kneel and kowtow to you as an apology and let you slap me 10 times? Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard Wen Yan's words. Then, he looked at her with a smirk as though she was an idiot. Wen Yan, have you gone insane? Wen Yan, have you gone insane? Duanling Tian's cold voice rang loudly in the fire remuneration palace that had fallen completely silent. At this instant, everybody in the fire remuneration palace could feel the tension in the air between Duanling Tian and Wen Yan. It seemed as though they were about to fight. When Wen Yan saw Duanling Tian looking at her as though she was an idiot and heard the words he said, she became so furious that her body began to tremble. Her expression turned uglier as her eyes turned even colder. The flame of fury in her heart burned even hotter. When she learned the person before her was Duanling Tian, Wen Yan had thought to torture him until he wished he was dead before letting him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she thought the punishment was too light. Therefore, she had abruptly said, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow to me as an apology. On top of that, let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out the door today. Duanling Tian slapping her in public was a great humiliation to her. She knew it would not take long before news of this began to circulate in the fire worship sect's Saint Land and the 4 symbol sanctums. Therefore, she knew she could not let Duanling Tian off so easily. For this reason, Wen Yan did not act rashly and even suppress her fury. She wanted Duanling Tian to kowtow to her and apologize. On top of that, she would beat him up after she had slapped him 10 times. She would make Duanling Tian wish he was dead and make him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she did not expect Duanling Tian would be so daring and said that she had gone insane. It seemed like he thought nothing of her. Wen Yan could no longer suppress the fury in her heart. Duanling Tian, you're seeking death. Wen Yan hissed. Her fury that was suppressed had completely erupted at this point. In the next instant, a powerful aura surged out of Wen Yan's body like a typhoon, causing many Saint Land disciples with a low cultivation base to feel suffocated. It was Wen Yan's saint origin at the second form of the saint celestial stage. Duanling Tian instantly put up his guard. The sun saint energy in his body traveled through the 99 saint veins and covered the surface of his body. At this moment, his eyes had turned cold. When the energy from Wen Yen reached its highest point, and she was about to make her move, Hermf! A cold snort rang in the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Get lost from the Fire Remuneration Palace if both of you want to fight. The Fire Remuneration Palace is not a place where you can act you please, the cold voice said from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It was the voice of the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The Fire Remuneration Palace's custodian was a Saint Lan's Silver Flame Elder. Only the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace would dare to speak to Wen Yen in such a way. Although the few Bronze Flame Elders in the Fire Remuneration Palace were considered as elders in the Fire Worship sect, they might not be a match for Wen Yen. For this reason, they did not dare to order Wen Yen around. After taking a deep breath, Wen Yen looked at Duanling Tian coldly, before she turned to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. As though she was afraid Duanling Tian would hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace, she said, "I'll wait for you outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. Don't be a coward if you're a man." Hermf! Duanling Tian snorted coldly before he said indifferently, "It's not up to you to decide if I'm a man or not. If it's another woman, I might have asked them to have a try and see if I'm a man. However, I really can't bring myself to say such words to you. Even if you strip naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested at all." When Duanling Tian learned that Kuer and their daughter were imprisoned in the enforcement hall due to Wen Yen, his anger had been roused. He hated Wen Yen, whom he had never met, to the core. If it was not for Wen Yen, Kuer would not be caught in this perilous situation. For this reason, Duanling Tian's anger had erupted when he saw Wen Yen today. That was why he had intentionally blocked her path and slapped her. Duanling Tian was aware ever since his soul had come to this world, his temperament was no longer indifferent like it was in his former life due to the influences from his family and friends here. From the beginning, Duanling Tian was not someone who would blindly look for trouble. However, when he saw Wen Yen today, he could not hold back his temper and directly slapped her. Every dragon had a reverse scale. If one touched it, one would absolutely die. Kuer was his reverse scale. For Kua's sake, he would even go against the whole world. Gasp! 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 The Saint Lan disciples gasped when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Even if you strip naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested at all. This was undoubtedly a cruel statement to a woman, since it called to question the woman's charm. No matter how powerful a woman was, she would still yearn to be acknowledged by a man. Duanling Tian's statement had completely denied Wen Yan's charm. Wen Yan, who had just reached the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, came to a halt as her body trembled even more. "I'll wait for you outside," she said coldly before she quickly left the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid she could not hold back and would attack Duanling Tian if she continued to stay on. If that happened, the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace would definitely intervene in this matter. No matter how confident Wen Yen was in her own strength, she was not so arrogant to think she was a match for the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The Fire Remuneration Palace's custodian was not only the Fire Worship sect's Saint Lan's Silver Flame Elder, but as a custodian of a palace, his strength was ranked in the top among all Silver Flame Elders. His cultivation base had entered the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. After Wen Yen left, a Saint Lan disciple looked at Duanling Tian as he said, "Duanling Tian is too cruel, right? What kind of enmity does Duanling Tian and senior sister Wen Yen have?" Not only did he slap senior sister Wen Yen publicly, but he even denounced her charm as a woman. To a woman, that's even worse than death. How cruel! I won't be able to hold back and would instantly attack him if I were senior sister Wen Yen. Senior sister Wen Yen won't let go of him today unless he hides in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Where did he get his confidence from? To think he's so bold as to humiliate senior sister Wen Yen like this? Don't tell me he's confident that he's stronger than her. Humph! He didn't underestimate senior sister Wen Yen and thinks she's a soft persimmon like Yangwen, right? The Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. None of them thought he was a match for Wen Yen. After all, Wen Yen was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength had long been imprinted in their minds. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, seemed inferior to them despite having killed Yangwen. Naturally, Duan Tian had also heard the whispering from the Saint Lan disciples. However, was he someone who would hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace out of fear of Wenyan? Of course not. Duan Tian strode out boldly and determinedly. From the beginning until the end, he did not hesitate at all. If he was afraid of Wenyan, he would not have blocked her path and slapped her. He actually walked out? Is he really not afraid of death? Death? Senior Sister won't simply kill or cripple him, as long as the fire worship sex rule is in effect. Even so, judging from Senior Sister Wenyan's anger, Duan Tian is going to have his skin flayed even if he's not killed or crippled. That's for sure. When Duan Tian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace also left immediately. Currently, only a few Bronze Flame Elders were left in the Fire Remuneration Palace. These few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders who were on duty behind the counters were actually eager to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace to watch the show as well. However, they did not dare to shirk their duties. There shouldn't be anyone coming to the Fire Remuneration Palace to put up or accept assignments for the time being. If any of you want to have a look, just go. At this moment, a voice rang out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was the voice of the custodian of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Upon hearing this, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders no longer hesitated as they left the Fire Remuneration Palace one after another. They wanted to know how this incident would end. Naturally, they were more inclined toward Wenyan. She was a powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the true ranking after all, and her strength was widely acknowledged. The moment Duan Tian walked out from the Fire Remuneration Palace, he saw Wenyan standing in the distance. She was standing in an empty area in the central square as she looked at him coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Tian only looked at her indifferently and ignored her after he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. In the next instant, he rose up into the air to leave. Duan Tian wanted to leave. However, would Wenyan let him leave? Of course not. Trying to escape? Wenyan hissed coldly. Her body seemed to move as fast as a typhoon. In just a blink of an eye, she had arrived before Duan Tian, blocking his path. To the Saint Lan disciples walking out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, this scene was extremely familiar. However, this time, the person who blocked the other person was switched instead. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Tian was the one who blocked Wenyan's path. But now, she was the one blocking Duan Tian's path. Escape! Duan Tian smiled disdainfully when he heard Wenyan's words and saw her blocking his path. Wenyan, you've really overestimated yourself. A mere true disciple ranked 9th on the true ranking thinks she's qualified to make me escape. When Wenyan heard his words, she was even more furious. Her saint origin was about to surge out as Duan Tian continued to say, I'm prepared to go to the Palace of Death now. If you have the guts, come with me to the Palace of Death to sign the Death Pact. I think you must be itching to kill me, right? I'll give you a chance to kill me. How about that? Duan Tian's words that escalated the matter abruptly shocked everyone. Duan Tian actually issued a death duel to Wenyan. Palace of Death? Death duel. Duan Tian's voice was loud. Apart from the Saint Lan disciples who were walking out from the Fire Remuneration Palace, even the Saint Lan disciples in the central square instantly gathered by the Fire Remuneration Palace after hearing Duan Tian's words. Duan Tian wants to go to the Palace of Death again? Duan Tian wants to sign the Death Pact with who this time? The group of Saint Lan disciples who were moving toward the Fire Remuneration Palace only heard the second half of his words. They did not know who he had issued a death duel to. Huh? Isn't the person standing opposite him Senior Sister Wenyan? It really is Senior Sister Wenyan. Don't tell me that Duan Tian wants to sign the Death Pact with Senior Sister Wenyan. Many Saint Lan disciples who just came over saw Wenyan as one of the two most outstanding female disciples among the younger generation in the Fire Worship sect and someone who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Wenyan was, naturally, well known in the Fire Worship sect Saint Lan. The group of Saint Lan disciples who had just come was baffled when they saw Duan Tian caught in a conflict with Wenyan. Why would these two people be in a conflict? Soon after, Many of the Saint Lan disciples who were in the Fire Remuneration Palace explained what had transpired to the disciples who had just arrived. Duanling Tian and senior sister Wen Yen must have enmity with each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her in such a manner. I was wondering why there's a faint palm print on one side of senior sister Wen Yan's face. As it turns out, Duanling Tian had slapped her. Duanling Tian is really too courageous. Not only did he take the initiative to provoke her, but he even said he wants to sign a death pact with her. Is he really that confident? Perhaps he's just calling her bluff? Calling her bluff? Previously, Yang Wen also thought Duanling Tian was calling his bluff when he issued a death duel challenge. In the end, he was killed by Duanling Tian. What you're trying to say is Duanling Tian's confident. He can kill senior sister Wen Yen, that's why he's issuing a death duel challenge to her? After learning about what had transpired, the Saint Lan disciples began to discuss among themselves. A minority of them felt that Duanling Tian might be strong enough to kill Wen Yen, but most of them thought Duanling Tian was no match for Wen Yen. In their opinion, Wen Yen was clearly stronger than Duanling Tian. I wonder if senior sister Wen Yen will agree to Duanling Tian's death duel challenge? She most likely would agree to it. After all, Duanling Tian has publicly humiliated her. Based on her temper, she must be eager to kill him. Humph. If Duanling Tian really dares to sign the death pact with senior sister Wen Yen, he will definitely die today. Most of the Saint Lan disciples did not have a high opinion of Duanling Tian. Suddenly, a Saint Lan disciple who was paying attention to Wen Yen from the beginning until now suddenly whispered, "Don't tell me none of you has realized that senior sister Wen Yan's expression has turned solemn? It seems like she's wary of Duanling Tian. She might not accept his death duel challenge." The instant he finished speaking, the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene instantly shifted their gaze to Wen Yan. As expected, Wen Yan's expression had turned solemn after she had heard Duanling Tian's death duel challenge. She did not reply for a long time. It can't be right. Senior sister Wen Yan is afraid. How is this possible? No matter what, senior sister Wen Yan is still someone who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Don't tell me she doesn't even have the courage to engage in a death duel with this new true disciple, Duanling Tian. I wonder what's going through senior sister Wen Yan's mind. Perhaps she thinks it's risky accepting Duanling Tian's death duel challenge. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads. Their eyes were filled with disappointment as they spoke. It was just as the Saint Lan disciples had said. Currently, Wen Yen was indeed afraid. When Duanling Tian mentioned going to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact, she instantly recalled Yang Wen, who was killed by Duanling Tian a month ago. Wen Yen knew the details of what had happened. She knew Duanling Tian was the one who took the initiative to issue a death duel challenge to Yang Wen. At that time, not only Yang Wen, but everyone felt that Duanling Tian was just calling Yang Wen's bluff, and he was no match for Yang Wen. After Duanling Tian and Yang Wen signed the death pact in the Palace of Death, not many people bet on Duanling Tian. Almost everybody placed their bets on Yang Wen. They felt the person who would win in the end was Yang Wen. However, the result had shocked everyone. Duanling Tian had killed Yang Wen. This new disciple whom almost everyone looked down on managed to kill Yang Wen, who had become a true disciple since a long time ago. Today, at this moment, history was repeating itself again. Duanling Tian had issued the death duel challenge again. This time his target was Wen Yen. Naturally, Wen Yen was confident in her own strength. However, Duanling Tian was a mystery to her. Ever since he entered the fire worship sect, it only took him less than a year to rise from a 4-symbol sanctums disciple to a true disciple in the Saint Land. She was uncertain if Duanling Tian still had any hidden trump cards up his sleeve after he killed Yang Wen. For this reason, she did not dare to accept Duanling Tian's death duel challenge. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception to this. Once a person died, everything would be gone. What? You don't dare? Duanling Tian said disdainfully when he saw Wen Yan's grave expression and how she did not reply for a long time. Since you're afraid, then get out of my way. A good dog should never block someone's path. Many Saint Lan disciples could not help but shake their heads when they saw this. I really have no idea what's going through senior sister Wen Yan's mind. She's wasting such a good opportunity. Perhaps Yang Wen's death caused her to feel cautious. She's ranked 9th on the true ranking? How ridiculous. If it was senior sister Ru Yen who's ranked 7th on the true ranking, she wouldn't act so cowardly like Wen Yen. Of course, senior sister Ru Yen has always been stronger than Wen Yen. When some of these Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves, they mentioned Gan Ru Yen, Kur's twin sister, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Senior sister Wen Yen is inferior to senior sister Ru Yen. Rumor has it that senior sister Ru Yen is imprisoned in the enforcement hall because senior sister Wen Yen reported her. It's obvious that she did it for her own good. She was using the enforcement hall to get rid of senior sister Ru Yen. Is this true? I find it very plausible. If that's the case, Wen Yen is really too treacherous. It's fine if she can't fight openly with senior sister Ru Yen and is always overpowered by senior sister Ru Yen, but to think she used such an underhanded method to get rid of senior sister Ru Yen. It doesn't matter if senior sister Ru Yen is punished by the enforcement hall. She'll always be a goddess in my heart. As for Wen Yen, she'll never be as good as senior sister Ru Yen in my heart. I feel the same way. After one Saint Lan disciple mentioned Gan Ru Yen who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene burst into a commotion once again. Some people even revealed some interesting rumors. Previously, many Saint Lan disciples still addressed her as senior sister Wen Yen. However, currently they only referred to her by her name. They had lost all respect for her. Wen Yen was instantly criticized by everyone present on the scene. Wen Yen, who was originally furious, became even more furious when she heard the discussion in her surroundings. Shut the hell up, Wen Yen said loudly as she looked at the Saint Lan disciples coldly, causing them to fall silent. Although they had stopped speaking, their eyes contained a hint of disdain when they looked at Wen Yen. Currently, it seemed that the silence spoke louder than their words. Humph. Wen Yen, who flew into a rage when she heard the Saint Lan disciples' discussion, turned her attention back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I don't want your life. I want to torture you slowly. Only that way will erase the hatred in my heart. The instant she finished speaking, she began to mobilize the Saint Origin in her body. A terrifying energy surged out of her body and began to spread out. Why don't you just admit that you're afraid? Why is there a need to come up with an excuse? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard her words. You're seeking death. Wen Yen could no longer hold back when faced with Duan Lingtian's continuous provocation. The Saint Origin that had been gathering in her body surged out, causing the air to tremble for a moment. Wen Yen displayed her strength of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at this moment. Elementary devouring tactic. Almost as soon as Wen Yan's Saint Origin surged out from her body, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability. The Sun Saint energy that had long gathered in his body began to form whirlpools around him. In just a blink of an eye, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was completely absorbed by the whirlpools. Golden Crow's wings. When the Sun Saint energy in his body was raised to its limit by the elementary devouring tactic, he quickly cast his movement divine ability. A pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, he flapped his wings. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian had also moved away at a fast speed. When Duan Lingtian moved away, Wen Yen charged out, holding 100 inscriptions Saint Sword. Her target was Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As Wen Yen pointed her sword forward, ripples began to appear in the air. The speed of the sword was even faster than Duan Lingtian's speed when he moved away. In the eyes of most of the Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wen Yen seemed to have turned into afterimages. However, they could still tell Wen Yen was faster than Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many Saint Lan disciples thought to themselves, as expected, Wen Yen is much stronger. You actually dare to issue a death duel challenge to me with this bit of strength? When Wen Yen saw she was quickly catching up to Duan Lingtian, she could not help but smile contemptuously. Well, weren't you still afraid to accept my death duel challenge even with just this bit of strength? Duan Lingtian retorted. The disdain in his voice was very obvious. "You're seeking death." Duanling Tian's words were like adding oil to fire. Wen Yan was absolutely infuriated. Her speed seemed to have become faster as she wielded her 100 inscriptions saint sword. "It's time to end this now." As the speed of Wen Yan wielding the 100 inscriptions saint sword sped up, it almost made contact with Duanling Tian, causing his heart to jolt. He narrowed his eyes as he continued to move back. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling in the air that sounded like a phoenix's cry rang in the air. Everyone heard the sound, but they could not see the sword at all. As soon as the sound rang in the air, Duanling Tian stopped moving. As soon as Duanling Tian came to a halt, a shrill cry reverberated in the air, catching everyone by surprise. Clang! The sound of metal dropping on the ground caused the crowd to regain their senses. They instantly shifted their attention to the source of the noise. Isn't that Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions saint sword? Many Saint Land disciples recognized the sword that had dropped to the ground. It was none other than the 100 inscriptions saint sword that Wen Yan wielded while she was charging at Duanling Tian earlier. Drip! Drip! They were still stunned by the sight of the sword on the ground when they saw drops of blood dripping onto the ground next to where the 100 inscriptions saint sword fell. Upon seeing this, everybody instantly shifted their gaze upward at Wen Yan, who was hovering in the air. Wen Yan was as pale as a piece of paper. Her eyes were shining with fear. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten to stop her bleeding. Currently, the arm that was holding on to the sword was bleeding profusely. The sleeve of the true disciple's uniform was also slashed open. It was obvious she had suffered severe injuries. Otherwise, she would not be bleeding so much. Half of her uniform was dyed red by her blood. At this moment, Wen Yan was staring at Duanling Tian as she stopped her bleeding. There was only one thought left in her mind. Thank goodness I didn't accept his death duel challenge. Despite being fully focused, she could not even catch a trace of his sword. The speed of his sword was terrifyingly fast. His sword had easily knocked the 100 inscriptions saint sword off her hand as it slashed her right arm, leaving a deep gash. If this was a death duel, his sword would have killed me. Wen Yan was certain about this. That sword was just too fast that she could not even catch the shadow of the sword. It was not something she could fight against. Due to this reason, she counted herself lucky for rejecting Duanling Tian's death duel challenge. If it had been a death duel, Duanling Tian would not have just slashed her arm. Perhaps, it would slash her throat or pierce the space between her brows or heart. She broke out in cold sweat when she thought about the sword when she looked at Duanling Tian fearfully. Why? Are you counting yourself lucky for rejecting my death duel challenge earlier? Duanling Tian smirked coldly when he saw Wen Yan's gaze. If Wen Yan heard his words before she witnessed his sword technique, she would have been furious and might have said something scathing in return. However, currently she only kept quiet. She did not dare to utter a single word. Although that was the case, the flame of hatred burned in the depths of her eyes. She was just suppressing her anger for the time being. She did not let go of her anger toward Duanling Tian, even though she knew she was no match for him. She would never forget the way he had humiliated her today in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Endure. She had no choice but to endure for now. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian moved quickly before he reached in front of Wen Yan. Horror dawned on her immediately, but she did not dare to act recklessly. Who knew if Duanling Tian would further hurt and torture her if she moved? In the fire worship sect, one would not violate the rule as long as one did not kill or cripple fellow disciples. Earlier, didn't you say you're going to torture me slowly? Duanling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Wen Yan. It sounded as though he was talking about some unimportant matter. Wen Yan was terrified when she heard this, but she did not dare to respond. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. When Duanling Tian saw Wen Yan ignoring him, he slapped her on the other side of her face. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the Saint Land disciples could not help but gasp. They did not think Duanling Tian would be so bold as to slap Wen Yan again. Wen Yan became dizzy when she was slapped. When she regained her senses, an intense hint of hatred shone in her eyes as she glared at Duan Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Tian would have died many times over. Why? Do you feel unwilling? Wen Yan's gaze infuriated Duan Tian, especially when he recalled his wife and daughter were imprisoned in the enforcement hall because of her. Slap. The instant he finished speaking, he slapped Wen Yan again without waiting for her to reply. Under the gaze of almost 1,000 people in the central square, Wen Yan, who had been slapped by Duan Tian twice, felt as though she had gone through the world's biggest humiliation. She could not hold back and hissed, "Duan Tian, you're going to regret this. I promise you, you're going to regret this." Regret? What's there for me to regret? Duan Tian smirked. At the same time, he raised his hand again to slap Wen Yan, causing her head to snap to the side. Wen Yan knew better this time around. She did not turn back to look at him. If one paid close attention, one could see the hatred that was almost spilling out of her eyes. Her body seemed stiff, but it was trembling imperceptibly. She felt her rage threatening to burst out, but she forcefully suppressed it because she did not want to be slapped again. Duan Tian lost interest immediately when he saw Wen Yan's defeated appearance. He said to her coldly before he prepared to leave, "Scram!" Upon hearing his words, Wen Yan endured her humiliation and made way for him silently under the watchful eyes of the others. "So much for being 9th on the true ranking," Duan Tian said disdainfully before he left. Wen Yan's body stiffened instantly when she heard this. It was only until Duan Tian had left that she finally picked up her 100 inscription Saint sword and left in a hurry. Since she had been greatly humiliated, she, naturally, did not want to stay a second longer in this place. Duan Tian, "I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. I, Wen Yan, swear that I'm not human if you don't die." Wen Yan thought to herself furiously as she left. After Duan Tian and Wen Yan left, the Saint Land disciples finally regained their senses. Everyone could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Duan Tian's actually so strong? How terrifying! With just a strike, he knocked off Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions Saint sword and injured her. If that sword wasn't aimed at Wen Yan's arm but at her vital points, she would be dead. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed in surprise after witnessing Duan Tian's strength. Duan Tian is really ruthless. To think he humiliated Wen Yan again and again. Could it be that he doesn't know who Wen Yan's master and senior brother are? A Saint Land disciple said. After Duan Tian left the central square, he left the Saint Island as well. After all, he had completed his objective of going to the Saint Island. "I'll accept the assignment 10 days later and serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall." Duan Tian began to make preliminary plans as he left the Saint Island. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement when he thought of how he might have a chance of serving in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, since it meant he would be able to see Kuer and his daughter. The instant he thought of Kuer and their daughter, he could not help but be reminded of Gan Ruyen, who was also being imprisoned in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Gan Ruyen was Kuer's twin sister. She was imprisoned by the Enforcement Hall because she had protected Kuer. Although Duan Tian had learned the truth of what happened, he did not hate her, nor did he feel thankful. In his opinion, if Gan Ruyen did not take Kuer away, he and Kuer would not have been separated. Their daughter would not have been unable to see her father until now. When he thought about his wife and daughter, he felt a pang of heartache. "Kuer, I've already taught that woman who caused you to be imprisoned a lesson. Unfortunately, she's too careful and didn't agree to the death duel challenge I issued. Otherwise, she would have died." Duan Tian felt a little regretful. However, based on this incident, he could tell Wen Yan was someone who knew how to adapt according to a situation. If he was presented with the chance, it was better for him to kill a person like her. Otherwise, she would only bring trouble to him. "It's almost impossible for me to kill that woman in the fire worship sect, especially now that she has witnessed my strength." Duan Tian was certain about this. "I hope I'll have a chance in the future to kill her outside of the fire worship sect," Duan Tian thought to himself. "Although I hate to admit this, Wen Yan is indeed strong. No wonder she's ranked 9th on the true ranking. She's actually stronger than most powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage." Although Duan Ling Tian managed to knock the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword from Wen Yan's hand off and injured her to kill her idea of looking for a fight with him, it was because he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword. He knew if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was no match for Wen Yan. Based on Wen Yan's sword technique, Duan Ling Tian discovered how terrifying her strength was. It was definitely not something ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage could compare to. It's a good thing there was no Silver Flame Elder present on the scene. Otherwise, it would have been inconvenient for me to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian felt lucky when he thought of this. Previously, when he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, he already asked Elder Hua, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, for help to investigate if there were any Silver Flame Elders watching in the dark. If there was, he would try his best to block his vision. If there was none, there was nothing for him to fear. It was impossible for the Saint Land disciples and the few Bronze Flame Elders present on the scene to see the Jasper Celestial Sword that he wielded using the sword play technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Warding Heart. He only made his move when Elder Hua informed him there were no Silver Flame Elders present on the scene. Then he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword and easily knocked off the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword from Wen Yan's hand. Then, he had domineeringly overpowered her, so she would think twice about fighting him in the future. During the next 10 days, I'll focus on raising my divine abilities. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered his room, he entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to further comprehend his divine abilities. Although he had comprehended them, he had yet to master them to the highest degree. There was still a lot of room for improvement. If he managed to raise them, his strength would be greatly boosted as well. 10 days outside were equivalent to 100 days inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had ample time to comprehend his divine abilities. Currently, he was unaware that news of him slapping Wen Yan several times and defeating her in just a move had spread like wildfire through the fire worship sect's Saint Land. It had shocked many Saint Land elders and disciples. Who was Wen Yan? She was a powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation in the fire worship sect. Apart from being powerful, her master was also a golden flame elder. Even before Duan Ling Tian had joined the fire worship sect, Wen Yan was already famous in the fire worship sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, he was only a new disciple who had recently joined the sect. It took him less than a year to rise from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to a true disciple in the Saint Land. In less than a year, his name had spread in the fire worship sect. It started with him offending the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien when he just entered the fire worship sect and the Black Turtle Sanctum, and how he killed Yang Wan, a true disciple, a month ago. This caused Duan Ling Tian's fame to reach its peak. Hey, did you hear? Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was slapped by Duan Ling Tian in the Fire Remuneration Palace today. Duan Ling Tian? That person who killed Yang Wan a month ago? Isn't he too bold? What happened in the end? Senior sister Wen Yan must have beaten him to a pulp, right? I'm afraid not even in your wildest dreams would it occur to you that Wen Yan had to admit defeat in the end. She was slapped several times by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, she could only keep quiet. How's that possible? Wen Yan's ranked 9th on the true ranking. How can she endure Duan Ling Tian humiliating her? It was because Duan Ling Tian knocked off her 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword and injured her with just a move. In that situation, she had no choice but to admit defeat since Duan Ling Tian is stronger than her. How is that possible? How could it be possible for Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful? Then, does this mean you don't believe it? You can ask the others. There were almost 1,000 people present at that time. Everyone saw how Wen Yan didn't even dare to breathe loudly when Duan Ling Tian defeated her in the end. How's Duan Ling Tian so absurdly strong? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. News about Duan Ling Tian humiliating and defeating Wen Yan even spread to the 4 symbol sanctums, causing an uproar. It has only been 1 month, right? A month ago, Duan Ling Tian has already surprised everyone by killing Yang Wan, the true disciple. However, now he actually defeated the true disciple, Wen Yan. Many of the disciples in the four symbols sanctums exclaimed in surprise. Despite being a true disciple, Yang Wen is nothing compared to Wen Yan. Wen Yan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength is ranked in the top 10 among over 170 true disciples. Even a person like that is no match for Duanling Tian. He's just insanely strong. How did the Black Turtle Sanctum produce such a monster? Similar statements could be heard in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Senior Brother Duanling Tian is just too amazing. He actually defeated Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. He's really heaven-defying. Isn't he always like that? I've grown immune to it. Me too. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had experienced it too many times that they had already become immune to it. Naturally, there were also some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were excited. I can't believe our Black Turtle Sanctum would produce such a monstrous genius like Senior Brother Duanling Tian. No matter where he goes, he always causes a ripple, as expected from my idol. He's just too cool. The heaven-defying Senior Brother Duanling Tian? I look forward to him surprising us again. The entire Black Turtle Sanctum had broken into an uproar. The few Silver Flame Elders who had contact with Duanling Tian also learned about this. They were also confused and surprised. At the same time, they could not help but feel worried. Wen Yan's the direct disciple of the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum has 2 direct disciples. There's someone else apart from Wen Yan. That great direct disciple of the Sanctum Leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. He's currently ranked 2nd on the true ranking. If he finds out his only junior sister has been bullied to such an extent, he definitely won't leave this matter alone. The few Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum thought about the great direct disciple of the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. They felt afraid for Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, in the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land, Lu Yun, who had just left his residence and was about to head to the Saint Island, also learned about the incident of Duanling Tian humiliating and defeating Wen Yan. Swoosh! Horror dawned on him immediately as his expression turned ugly. Junior Brother Ling Tian is too reckless. A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he made his way to Duanling Tian's residence. Junior Brother Ling Tian. When Lu Yun arrived outside of Duanling Tian's residence, he called out and transmitted his voice inside. Duanling Tian, who was comprehending his divine abilities in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, found out that someone was looking for him after Elder Ho informed him of it. He instantly left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for the time being. Senior Brother Lu Yun? When Duanling Tian walked out, he saw Lu Yun hovering in the air. Senior Brother Lu Yun, is there a reason you came looking for me? Duanling Tian asked curiously after he rose into the air and hovered near Lu Yun. At the same time, he discovered that Lu Yun, who seemed to have come in a hurry, had a grave expression on his face. He knew there must be something urgent for Lu Yun to visit him. His expression turned tensed immediately. Junior Brother Ling Tian, I heard that you publicly slapped Wen Yan a few times? Lu Yun asked solemnly as he looked at Duanling Tian. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. His tensed expression gradually eased up after he heard Lu Yun's question. Senior Brother Lu Yun, you came here looking for me in regards to this matter? His expression had turned calm, as though the matter regarding Wen Yan was not important enough for him to be concerned about it. Junior Brother Ling Tian, Wen Yan's not as simple as just a true disciple. Lu Yun realized he was even more worried than Duanling Tian when he saw how indifferent Duanling Tian was. He could not help but smile wryly. Her master is a Golden Flame Elder in our Fire Worship Sect. He's also the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duanling Tian was slightly astonished as well when he heard this. However, that was all to it. He did not feel fear even after learning that Wen Yan's master was the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. His expression was still calm apart from the slight astonishment he felt earlier. Senior Brother Lu Yun, you came to look for me to tell me that Wen Yan's the direct disciple of the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt a little speechless when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was. Apart from his slight astonishment earlier, after learning about the identity of Wen Yan's master. He's the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's also a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect. Why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Why do I need to be worried? Don't tell me he's gonna come looking for me and kill me just because I slapped Wen Yan a few times. Duanling Tian answered Lu Yun emotionlessly. In fact, before he made the decision to block Wen Yan's path and slap her, he had already guessed she must have a master with an outstanding position in the fire worship sect. After all, Wen Yan was still a true disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. There must be a high-ranking official in the fire worship sect who accepted her as a direct disciple. Due to this reason, he was not afraid even after learning from Lu Yun that Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder. He was not surprised that Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder. He was just slightly surprised her master turned out to be the sanctum leader of the 4 symbols sanctum's Azure Dragon Sanctum. Lu Yun was speechless when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Senior brother Lu Yun, I know you're worried about my safety, but no matter what, Wen Yan's master is still a golden flame elder. I don't think he's so petty as to look for trouble with me over this incident. Duanling Tian reassured Lu Yun since he knew Lu Yun had come here with good intention. Junior brother Ling Tian, it's true that Wen Yan's master is the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and he might not look for trouble with you over such a small incident. However, he has another direct disciple. The Azure Dragon Sanctum's sanctum leader only has 2 direct disciples. His other direct disciple dotes on Wen Yan a lot and treats her like his biological sister, Lu Yun said. His expression turned graver when he mentioned the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If he finds out about what you did to Wen Yan, he won't let the matter go. He looked at Duanling Tian worriedly when he finished speaking. Oh, Duanling Tian, who had a calm expression on his face, could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard Lu Yun's words. He asked, how strong is the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? It was just as Lu Yun said. Wen Yan's master might not look for trouble with him over such a small matter. However, Wen Yan's senior brother was a different matter altogether. For this reason, Duanling Tian felt slightly bothered as well when he learned that Wen Yan had a senior brother. He instantly asked about her senior brother's strength. If her senior brother was stronger than him, he would have to be more cautious in the future. He did not want to be tortured for no reason, even though he was confident he would be able to avenge himself in the future. Wen Yan's senior brother is also a true disciple, and he's ranked 2nd on the true ranking. His cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years back, so he's quite strong. Lu Yun's expression turned even graver when he spoke about Wen Yan's senior brother. It was as though he was some sort of raging beast. 2nd on the true ranking? 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. If Duanling Tian exhausted all his Sun Saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword unreservedly, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Duanling Tian did not dare to kill Wen Yan's senior brother in the fire worship sect unless they had signed a death pact in the Death Palace. If he had recklessly killed in the sect, he would not be able to escape the punishment from the sect. Wen Yan's senior brother was not like Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elderlian, whom he had killed in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As a true disciple ranked 2nd on the true ranking, his innate talent had to be very high as well. Moreover, he was the great direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If Duanling Tian violated the fire worship sect's rule and killed him, the fire worship sect's enforcement hall would not show mercy like they did before, even if they already knew about his innate spiritual root and strength. After all, Wen Yan's senior brother was not someone that Yuan Hong could compare to. However, if Duanling Tian wanted to kill Wen Yan's senior brother, a person at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to see the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, the existence of the sword might be exposed. It would certainly cause others to covet it. This was not something that he wanted to see. In other words, even if when Yan's senior brother is willing to enter the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact with me, I can't simply use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Palace of Death's custodian, Elder Nyazue, wouldn't be careless again. It would be difficult for me to block his vision like I did before, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the end, he could only come to a conclusion. He had to restrain himself in front of Wen Yan's senior brother. Even if he was tortured, he had to endure it. When Lu Yun saw a hint of dread on Duan Ling Tian's face, he quickly said, "Junior brother Ling Tian, as long as you stay in your residence, when Yan's senior brother won't be able to do anything to you, he won't dare to force his way into your residence. I'll go to his residence and have a look. If he's not in closed-door cultivation or has gone out, it's better if you don't leave your residence for the time being. Leave your residence when you're confident that you can defeat him." Lu Yun left in a flash as soon as he finished speaking. He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian to reply. Upon seeing this, a warm feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. At the same time, he returned to his residence through the formation. As long as he stayed within the formation, Wen Yan's senior brother would not be able to do anything to him even if he came. This feeling is really infuriating, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a sigh as his eyes flashed coldly. Currently, he had no choice but to hide if Wen Yan's senior brother came looking for him unless he wanted to be tortured. This was because he could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword to deal with her senior brother. I hope Wen Yan's senior brother is in closed-door cultivation or has gone out. Otherwise, I can only wait until my cultivation base makes another breakthrough so that I can use the Jasper Celestial Sword to defeat him and kill his thoughts of avenging Wen Yan. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that with his current strength, he was not completely invincible in front of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Hua, how high does my cultivation base has to be in order to wield the Jasper Celestial Sword unreservedly in front of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage without him being able to see the sword? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hua, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you want to prevent an ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from seeing you wielding the Jasper Celestial Sword unreservedly, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage at the very least, Elder Hua replied. Elder Hua had been with Duan Ling Tian for a long time. Coupled with how he had been extending his divine consciousness out every so often, he had a certain understanding of cultivators on the Dao Martial Saint land. An ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard this. Elder Hua, based on your words, do you mean even if my cultivation base is at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage, I might not be able to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of those outstanding powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Yes, Elder Hor replied, when cultivators in this world entered the Saint Celestial stage, in addition to being a lot stronger than they were previously, there's a huge gap in strength between every form. If you want to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword from all powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the quintessential Saint stage. The quintessential Saint stage. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes immediately. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had only broken through to the early Exemplary Saint stage. If he wanted to break through to the quintessential Saint stage, he would need some time as well, even if he had a high innate talent and the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, he was certain to encounter many obstacles if he wanted to make a major breakthrough in his cultivation base. Elder Hua, you're certain about this? Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically as he took a deep breath. Yes. Elder Hua's answer left no room for doubt. Not only is the saint origin of a person at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage much stronger than someone at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, but most importantly, I noticed that the so-called powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage have different eyes compared to people at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's as though they'd undergone a transformation. After Duan Ling Tian came to the Fire Worship sect, he had encountered many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher as well. Naturally, these people were elders in the sect. During this time, Elder Hua had discovered something different about the Fire Worship sect's elders. It seemed as though their eyes had undergone a great transformation once they had broken through to the third form from the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. A powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage will have a transformation in their eyes? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this. Then he could not help but guess. It said that every form up until the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage has a huge gap in strength. Apart from the boost in Saint Origin, there are other aspects as well that would be boosted. Don't tell me the third form of the Saint Celestial stage boosts the eyes? Duan Ling Tian was certain of his speculation. I'll ask senior brother Lu Yun when he comes back. However, even if he was certain of his speculation, it was still just a speculation. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think about it too much and decided to just ask Lu Yun about it when he came back. Time continued to pass by quietly. After about an hour had gone by, Lu Yun's figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up instantly as he rose up to welcome Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Yun, what's the situation like? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush as he looked at Lu Yun. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was not a match for Wen Yan's senior brother because he did not dare to wield the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of him. If the other party was in the sect and was not in closed-door cultivation, he would definitely come knocking on Duan Ling Tian's door soon. At that time, it would be fine if Duan Ling Tian stayed in his residence. However, if he left his residence, he would definitely be tortured by Wen Yan's senior brother. Based on how much Wen Yan hated him, her senior brother definitely would not show him any mercy. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured. If he was severely injured, it would take time for him to recuperate. It would be impossible for him to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall for the time being. If that happened, he would not be able to see Kuer and their daughter. That was not something Duan Ling Tian could accept. At this moment, he wished he could just fly into the enforcement hall. He could not accept not seeing Kuer and their daughter as soon as he could. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're in luck. Bu Hong seemed to have left for somewhere far recently. He won't be returning to the sect for the time being, Lu Yun replied. Bu Hong was Wen Yan's senior brother, the true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. He was a powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He has left for somewhere far away? Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, delighted when he heard this. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. If this was the case, it would not affect him accepting the assignment in the Fire Remuneration Palace and serving in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Ling Tian, although Bu Hong has left for someplace far away and won't be returning for the time being, it's still better for you to stay in your residence and seize this chance to raise your cultivation base. Lu Yun said solemnly, although you only possess a yellow innate spiritual root, you still have a chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage if you're diligent enough. Once you break through to the quintessential saint stage, it won't be impossible for you to defeat Bu Hong with the various tricks you have up your sleeve. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Ling Tian's ability even though he thought Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. This was because of the strength he had seen Duan Ling Tian demonstrated so far. He respected Duan Ling Tian and thought he was strong. After all, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, in just a move. When Lu Yun first heard this news, he was only afraid Duan Ling Tian would offend Bu Hong. He was not surprised at all that Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat Wen Yan. Previously, when they were in the Palace of Death, Duan Ling Tian's last sword technique could be considered as top-rated among powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wen Yan, who was only mediocre among those powerhouses, would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian shook his head inwardly when he heard Lu Yun's words. To him, the yellow innate spiritual root was ancient history. Currently, his innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. With the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation speed was almost on par with those geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Naturally, Lu Yun was unaware of this. In Lu Yun's eyes, Duan Ling Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, just like the rumor said. Senior brother Lu Yun, Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something as he asked, "The first form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the Saint Origin form. Do you know what the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called?" The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also known as the Spiritual I form. Lu Yun replied even though he had no idea why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. The Spiritual I form? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. He realized he was right in his speculation. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was indeed related to one's eyes. No wonder Elder Hua said the eyes of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had undergone a transformation. Senior brother Lu Yun, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the Saint Origin form because when one breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint energy in one's body would transform into Saint Origin. However, why is the third form of the Saint Celestial stage known as the Spiritual I form? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duan Ling Tian kept asking about this, he still answered him. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the Spiritual I form because powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage need to temper their eyes into spiritual eyes before they can successfully break through to the third form. For this reason, those who are at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above have extraordinary eyes. Once one forms spiritual eyes, one's eyesight would improve by several times. Lu Yun seemed to have remembered something as he said, "I'm not exaggerating, but if I have spiritual eyes, I would have been able to see the last sword technique you used to kill Yang Wen previously." The memory of the sword technique that Duan Ling Tian used to kill Yang Wen that day was deeply etched in Lu Yun's mind. "I see." Lu Yun's words confirmed the truth of Elder Hua's words. Powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage possessed a pair of extraordinary spiritual eyes that granted them amazing eyesight. Perhaps, he really needed to break through to the quintessential Saint stage before he could prevent the powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from noticing the Jasper Celestial Sword. Junior brother Ling Tian, is there a reason you're asking about this? Lu Yun asked curiously. I'm just curious. Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. His eyes flashed for an instant that it escaped Lu Yun's notice. Junior brother Ling Tian, Lu Yun asked, I heard you've already gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace to inquire about the matter of serving in the Enforcement Hall. Do you still plan to serve in the Enforcement Hall? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded with determination. It was only natural he wanted to go to the Enforcement Hall since his wife and daughter were imprisoned there. If he wanted to save them, he would also need to understand the situation in the Enforcement Hall so he could plan accordingly. As Duan Ling Tian nodded his head, Lu Yun suddenly asked, Junior brother Ling Tian, you know the Saint girl, right? This question caught Duan Ling Tian unprepared and caused him to widen his eyes. He did not expect Lu Yun to ask him such a question. As soon as Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes, they returned to normal again. Then, he asked nonchalantly, Senior brother Lu Yun, what makes you ask such a question? It's nothing. I just feel everything is too coincidental. Although Duan Ling Tian had widened his eyes for just a moment, Lu Yun had noticed it. It caused him to feel even more certain of his speculation that Duan Ling Tian knew the saint girl of their fire worship sect. Coincidental? How so? Duan Ling Tian pretended to be calm. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you really have to ask? Lu Yun asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly. Please tell me, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he saw Lu Yun's knowing look. However, he continued to play dumb. I remember you asking about the fire worship sect's saint girl numerous times. In the end, you even said that you want to go to the enforcement hall. Lu Yun's eyes glinted with intelligence as he said at a neither hurried nor slow pace. Then you even humiliated Wen Yen for seemingly no reason. I remember I once mentioned to you that the reason the saint girl, her daughter, and senior sister Ru Yen are imprisoned by the enforcement hall is due to Wen Yen reporting them. Currently, faced with the threat of Bu Hong, you don't even plan to go into closed-door cultivation. Instead, you're determined to go to the enforcement hall. Based on all these, it's obvious to me there's something, or should I say someone, you care about in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun pieced the puzzle together. Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect Lu Yun to be so observant. He had guessed about 70% of everything. How do you know I'm not standing up for senior sister Ru Yen? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he suppressed the confusion in his heart. As the most outstanding female disciple among the younger generation in the fire worship sect, Gan Ru Yen was the dream lover of every male disciple of the younger generation. It was only normal that someone wanted to stand up for her. Junior brother Ling Tian, if you're only standing up for senior sister Ru Yen, you wouldn't have mentioned the saint girl of our fire worship sect after asking about the enforcement hall, Lu Yun continued to say. Not only that, but I also remember when I mentioned senior sister Ru Yen and said she's a powerhouse ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking, you were very shocked at that time. If you're really standing up for senior sister Ru Yen, you would at least know that about her. How could you possibly not know she's a powerhouse ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? For this reason, I'm certain you know the saint girl. Moreover, you have quite a close relationship with her. Did I guess correctly, junior brother Ling Tian? Lu Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly when he finished speaking. It was as though he had seen through everything. Duan Ling Tian remained silent when he heard Lu Yun's question. However, a terrifying killing intent could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, who was observant, naturally noticed the killing intent instantly. He was so shocked that colors drained from his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't have to feel worried. I won't reveal this matter. I won't even mention this to brother Mu. Lu Yun hurriedly said to make his stance clear. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply as he pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath that he would not reveal anything he had just said or betray Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom, 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 boom. After Lu Yun swore on the lightning penalty oath, 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky. The killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes disappeared instantly when he saw how willing Lu Yun was to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Apart from that, a guilty and awkward expression appeared on his face instead. However, it seemed as though Lu Yun did not take offense at the killing intent Duan Ling Tian had emitted earlier. Moreover, he even took the initiative to speak first. Junior brother Ling Tian, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Can you tell me what relationship you have with the saint girl of our fire worship sect? Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm sorry for the way I reacted earlier. I've judged you way too quickly. As soon as Duan Ling Tian apologized, he immediately answered Lu Yun's question. She is my wife. Wife. Although Lu Yun had suspected Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship with the saint girl of the fire worship sect, it did not cross his mind they were that close. The saint girl of their fire worship sect was junior brother Ling Tian's wife? Then, the saint girl's daughter was also junior brother Ling Tian's daughter? When Lu Yun thought about this, he had a baffled expression on his face. Why, you're the saint girl's husband? It did not even cross Lu Yun's mind that Duan Ling Tian was the husband of the fire worship sect's saint girl, someone whom the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials itched to find and kill. Junior brother Ling Tian, let me calm down for a bit. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Yun could not calm down for a long time as various expressions flitted across his face. It was hard to tell what was running through his mind. After a while, Lu Yun finally regained his composure. Junior brother Ling Tian, does this mean you came to the fire worship sect for the saint girl? Lu Yun asked after he took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Yes. Since Lu Yun had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Ling Tian had no plans to lie to him. He nodded in response to his question. My objective of coming here is to rescue my wife. Naturally, based on my current strength, it's still not enough for me to save her. His expression turned gloomy when he reached the end of his sentence. Soon after, a determined expression appeared on his face as he said, right now, I only hope that I can see my wife and my daughter whom I've never met before when I serve in the enforcement hall. I'll save them eventually. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Lu Yun heard his words, he could not help but sigh. It's not my intention to burst your bubble, but your innate talent. I'm afraid it won't be enough for you to save the saint girl and her daughter. After all, you only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. For Lu Yun to be able to say such words meant he really regarded Duan Ling Tian as his friend. Even if you possess an indigo innate spiritual root and not a yellow one, you still might not grow strong in time to save the saint girl and her daughter before our fire worship sect leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation. Lu Yun smiled wryly. In fact, the Enforcement Hall's Hall Master is someone whose strength is not inferior to the two vice sect leaders. Let alone the Enforcement Hall's Hall Master, even the vice Hall Masters are as strong as a Golden Flame Elder. If you want to save them from the Enforcement Hall, you'll have to be at least strong enough to defeat the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root, the sect leader would have come out from his closed-door cultivation by the time you possess that strength. He would have given his verdict in regards to the saint girl at that time. Lu Yun kept sighing as he spoke. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to save the saint girl who was locked in the Enforcement Hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, I understand all the things you said. Duan Ling Tian sighed before he looked at Lu Yun solemnly and asked, if it's your close friends or relatives are being imprisoned in the Enforcement Hall, and you also know it's almost impossible for you to save them, would you just watch them being sentenced to death without even trying? Of course not. Lu Yun immediately shook his head. At the same time, he placed himself in Duan Ling Tian's shoes and understood Duan Ling Tian's feelings. If he was Duan Ling Tian, he would not have acted differently. Junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, as though Lu Yun was reminded of something, he took out a jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was carved with a willow tree that appeared exquisitely fine. Two words were carved at the corner of the willow tree. One was Lu, or willow, while the other was lineal. The Chinese character Lu means willow. This is the personal jade pendant that only the lineal disciples in our Lu clan possess. My name is carved behind the jade pendant. Lu Yun turned the jade pendant around, revealing a Yun character. However, Duan Ling Tian had no idea why Lu Yun would take this jade pendant out at this moment. Senior brother Lu Yun, you're... Junior brother Ling Tian, I know you want to go to the Enforcement Hall to see the Saint Girl. However, as far as I know, the true disciples on duty in the Enforcement Hall don't have any contact with people who are imprisoned in the Enforcement Hall, Li Yun said without beating around the bush. His words caused horror to dawn on Duan Ling Tian immediately. If this was true, he would not be able to see Kuer. Meanwhile, Lu Yun continued to say, it's a coincidence that a senior lineal disciple from our Lu clan is serving in the Enforcement Hall. Moreover, he's a Silver Flame Elder as well. When you go to the Enforcement Hall, you can take my jade pendant to look for him and ask him to arrange a meeting for you with senior sister Ru Yen. Gone Ru Yen. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian was baffled. He did not want to see Gone Ru Yen. He wanted to see his wife and daughter. When Lu Yun saw the baffled expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he said, Junior brother Ling Tian, if you directly say you want to meet the Saint Girl, I'm afraid even that senior lineal disciple from our Lu clan wouldn't be able to help you even if he's willing. After all, he's only a Silver Flame Elder in the Enforcement Hall. He isn't a Vice Hall Master nor is he the Hall Master. The Saint Girl's identity is very special and sensitive in the Enforcement Hall. Let alone you, even if a Golden Flame Elder wants to see the Saint Girl, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall wouldn't agree to it as well. Lu Yun continued to say, however, the situation is different if you want to meet with senior sister Ru Yen. The senior lineal disciple from our Lu clan will probably be able to arrange that for you. Lu Yun sighed when he finished speaking. Various expressions flitted across Duan Ling Tian's face after he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect he would not be able to see Kuer even if he had the help of Silver Flame Elder from the Enforcement Hall. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. In the end, Duan Ling Tian still took the jade pendant Lu Yun offered to him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the jade pendant in his hands. In order to see Kuer and his daughter whom he had never met before, even if the chances were slim, he still wanted to try. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have to be extremely careful. Please remember not to reveal the relationship between you and the Saint Girl when you go to the Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, the Hall Master and the few Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall will immediately kill you. Lu Yun warned Duan Ling Tian earnestly with a grave expression on his face. Lu Yun knew very well the Saint Girl was imprisoned in the Enforcement Hall was because she had lost her chastity. One could imagine that if the hall master in the enforcement hall found out that Duan Ling Tian was the man who took the saint girl's chastity, he definitely would not be able to survive. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He understood Lu Yun's good intentions. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian felt very grateful toward Lu Yun. Whether it was the way Lu Yun had taken the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath or how easily he had given him his personal jade pendant, he was very thankful for it. During the next few days, apart from comprehending his divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian also strengthened his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage. When the day of the enforcement hall recruiting a new group of true disciples arrived, Duan Ling Tian, who had strengthened his cultivation base, immediately left his residence and flew to the Saint Island. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian flew at lightning speed. 3 true disciples whom he encountered during his way there immediately gave way to him when they saw him flying toward them without any intention of stopping. "You asshole! Are you in a rush to reincarnate?" One of the true disciples scolded angrily. He seems to be Duan Ling Tian. The other true disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing silhouette and widened his eyes. A baffled expression appeared on his face. "It's Duan Ling Tian. I've seen his portrait before." The last true disciple nodded. Although they only brushed past one another, he saw the other person's face clearly. 10 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had tortured Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking and had risen to fame. Some people had drawn a vivid portrait of him and made many copies before spreading them in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. Currently, many Saint Land disciples who had not seen Duan Ling Tian in person could recognize him since they had seen the copies of the portrait. They even made sure to remember his face to avoid unintentionally offending him. After Duan Ling Tian came to the Saint Land, he had killed the true disciple, Yang Wen. After that, he even domineeringly defeated the true disciple, Wen Yen. His strength was enough to make 99% of the true disciples fear him. After hearing the words of his 2 companions, the true disciple who originally cursed at Duan Ling Tian had a horrified expression on his face. "Gee guys, do you think he heard me calling him an asshole earlier?" The true disciple asked anxiously after he took a deep breath and looked at his 2 companions. "When you scolded him, he has already flown quite a distance away, so I don't think he did," one of the true disciples replied. "I, on the other hand, think he must have heard it. Although he had flown quite far away with his strength, don't you think his hearing ability must be good as well?" the other true disciple said instead. The words of this true disciple caused colors to drain from the face of the true disciple who scolded Duan Ling Tian earlier. He was in a panic as he muttered, "It's apparent he's in a rush. He won't come looking for me after he has dealt with the matter, right?" The instant he recalled Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was filled with fear. "I don't think he'll come looking for you." The other 2 true disciples came to the same conclusion, causing the other true disciple to sigh in relief. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian would not be bothered over such a small matter. Currently, his mind was completely focused on serving in the enforcement hall since this played a big role in whether he could meet Kur and his daughter. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian came to the central square again. The instant he appeared, many Saint Land disciples recognized him immediately. "It's Duan Ling Tian. He came again. I wonder who would be the unlucky person this time." "Unlucky person? Why do you say so? You must not have heard about this." Duan Ling Tian came to the central square twice. The first time he came, he entered the Palace of Death with the true disciple, Yang Wen, and killed him. The second time he was here, Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was ruthlessly humiliated by him. "I see. It seems like he's quite strong. However, rumor has it that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root." He might only possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but he has already defeated 2 true disciples. There seems to be no one like him in the history of the fire worship sect. "You're right. Senior sister Wen Yen is said to possess a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. Once she grows stronger in the future, she'll most likely become a golden flame elder or a person of such level." Such a genius disciple whose future is unlimited was tortured by a fellow who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. How unbelievable! It's indeed unbelievable. However, the truth is laid in front of our eyes. There's no way for us not to believe it. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the central square, he heard the whispering the Saint Lan disciples immediately. He was not surprised when he heard that Wen Yen had a blue innate spiritual root. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking after all. In the fire worship sect, not only strong Saint Land elite disciples who had entered the Saint Celestial stage could become true disciples, but there was an age restriction as well. This was because true disciples represented the elite powerhouses among the younger generation in the fire worship sect. A true disciple would stop becoming a true disciple once he or she had reached a certain age. At that time, the true disciple would either become a bronze, silver, or golden flame elder based on his or her strength. In other words, the true disciples in the fire worship sect were only outstanding disciples from the younger generation. Since Wen Yen was a true disciple, it meant that she was not too old. Coupled with her outstanding cultivation base, one could tell her innate spiritual root was not simple. Otherwise, how could she possibly have a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at this age? Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian did not mind the Saint Lan disciples saying that he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. At the same time, he realized the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not spread the news of him possessing a blue innate spiritual root. Other people might not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall definitely knew. At that time, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was lenient with him because of his blue innate spiritual root. Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian's so strong because of the 4 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered. However, with his innate talent in the martial Tao and his yellow innate spiritual root, it's destined that he would have a hard time progressing in the future. As long as Wen Yen is given enough time, she'll be able to seek revenge from him. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's stronger than senior sister Wen Yen now because he has mastered many high-grade divine abilities. Once senior sister Wen Yan's cultivation base progresses, it'll be easy for her to seek revenge. I wonder what goes through Duan Ling Tian's mind. To think he dares to offend a true disciple with a bright future like senior sister Wen Yen. Perhaps, he thought senior sister Wen Yen would agree to sign a death pact in the Palace of Death. If he had killed her at that time, he wouldn't have to worry about her seeking revenge in the future. Who would have thought that senior sister Wen Yen was smart enough to reject his challenge? Speaking about this, I was present at that time. Initially, when I saw how senior sister Wen Yen was afraid to accept the death duel challenge that Duan Ling Tian issued, I was a little confused and felt she was being cowardly. In hindsight, senior sister Wen Yen is not a coward. She just has incredible foresight. She knew she would win in the end. On the way to the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Ling Tian heard the discussion of the Saint Land disciples. Wen Yen had incredible foresight? She was going to win in the end? Duan Ling Tian almost burst out laughing when he heard some of the Saint Land disciples' words. At that time, as one of the parties involved, he, naturally, knew the reason why Wen Yen did not accept the death duel challenge. She was just afraid and did not dare to take the risk. It was completely unrelated to her having amazing foresight or winning in the end. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian walked into the Fire Remuneration Palace. As the group of Saint Land disciples made way for him, he made his way to the front of one of the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian plans to accept the assignment to serve in the Enforcement Hall? At the same time, many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could also guess what Duan Ling Tian was going to do. These Saint Land disciples were either present 10 days ago or had heard other people mention how Duan Ling Tian had planned to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Elder, I'm here to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall. I want to serve in the Enforcement Hall, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter. Duan Ling Tian. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter recognized Duan Ling Tian. He shook his head and said, "Today, the Enforcement Hall's elder who came to our Fire Remuneration Palace to put up the assignment has said that any true disciple can accept the assignment except for you, Duan Ling Tian. Anyone could accept the assignment except for Duan Ling Tian." In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the instant the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, and then at Duan Ling Tian again. They all looked at each other in confusion and disbelief. What was going on? The Enforcement Hall's elder had directly said he did not want Duan Ling Tian to serve in the Enforcement Hall? Was this not an abuse of his power and authority and an act of bullying? This seems a little too much, right? Many Saint Lan disciples complained about the injustice done to Duan Ling Tian when they regained their senses. There must be a reason behind this. Don't you all think it's strange? Why didn't the Enforcement Hall's elder pick on someone else but only Duan Ling Tian? A Saint Lan disciple said. It's indeed strange. It seems like Duan Ling Tian might have offended that Enforcement Hall's elder. Otherwise, the elder wouldn't have acted this way. A Saint Lan disciple speculated. Duan Ling Tian is really good at seeking trouble. Now he has even offended an elder in the Enforcement Hall. I'm afraid he won't have a chance to serve in the Enforcement Hall anymore. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. However, to a certain extent, that Enforcement Hall's elder has abused his power by doing this, right? If he doesn't have a valid reason to ban Duan Ling Tian from serving in the Enforcement Hall, Duan Ling Tian can file a complaint against him in the Enforcement Hall. If I were Duan Ling Tian, I'd definitely go and report him. I won't let him go so easily. I, on the other hand, think that if that Enforcement Hall's elder dares to ban Duan Ling Tian publicly, he must have already thought up a reason. It might be pointless even if Duan Ling Tian reports him. I think so too. As an elder of the Enforcement Hall, he would know the rules of our fire worship sect. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly let Duan Ling Tian find a chance to report him? The fire remuneration palace that had fallen silent was filled with noises again. As the Saint Lan disciples were busy discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. His expression had darkened completely. It was apparent the Enforcement Hall's elder was finding fault with him. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know who the elder from the Enforcement Hall was, his heart was filled with anger that could burn through anything. Elder. I wonder which Enforcement Hall's elder said, I can't accept the assignment that the Enforcement Hall put up for true disciples? Duan Ling Tian asked as he emphasized the words true disciples after taking a deep breath. I'm a true disciple, so I meet the requirement to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall. I wonder on what basis he's stopping me from accepting the assignment from the Enforcement Hall. Duan Ling Tian asked in an interrogative tone. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter frowned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's tone. If it was any other elite disciples who dared to interrogate him like this, he would have long blasted that disciple out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, Duan Ling Tian was someone who had defeated a person who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He was a true disciple who was much stronger than him. In this world where the strong ones were revered, he could only silently fume to himself. Elder. Don't tell me you don't even know which Enforcement Hall's elder banned me from accepting the assignment from the Enforcement Hall? Duan Ling Tian said in his deep voice as his expression turned grave when he saw the elder from the Fire Remuneration Palace keeping quiet. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, before the elder from the Fire Remuneration Palace had time to reply, a loud voice rang from the inner palace of the Fire Remuneration Palace. How dare you? It instantly attracted the attention of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, under everyone's watchful gaze, 2 young men walked out from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace one after another. The person who had spoken was the young man walking in the lead. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing the uniform of a Saint Lan's Bronze Flame elder. As soon as he walked out of the inner palace, he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. At the same time, he said coldly, I'm the one who directly banned you from accepting the assignment from the Enforcement Hall for true disciples. Why? Do you feel dissatisfied? Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, every Saint Lan disciple in the Fire Remuneration Palace looked at him. Elder Donglin. Many Saint Lan disciples recognized him when they saw him. Elder Donglin's the one who banned Duan Ling Tian from accepting the assignment from the Enforcement Hall. My goodness. The Enforcement Hall's elder whom Duan Ling Tian had offended is him. Elder Donglin is the son of Vice Hall Master Dong in our Fire Worship Sect's Enforcement Hall. Although he's only the 5th elder, with his background, even the Silver Flame elders in the Fire Worship Sect don't dare to simply offend him, let alone people from the Enforcement Hall. I wonder how Duanling Tian offended him. He has already offended Elder Dong Lin, and yet he still wants to serve in the enforcement hall? He's daydreaming. Although Elder Dong Lin is the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master Dong, he shouldn't have acted so boldly and directly since he's abusing his power. He must have a valid reason for banning Duanling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. This is undoubtedly true. After all, as the only son of vice hall master Dong, Elder Dong Lin also knows the fire worship sect's rules very well. It's impossible for him to violate the rules. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves, revealing the identity of the enforcement hall's elder who banned Duanling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. Based on their words, they thought Dong Lin had a valid reason for banning Duanling Tian. Dong Lin? The son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master. Duanling Tian, naturally, heard the whispering of the Saint Land disciple. Duanling Tian's expression turned even graver as he glared at Dong Lin coldly. Your elder Dong Lin? May I know how I have offended you? Duanling Tian asked coldly with a dark expression. What? Based on your words, it seems like you think I'm intentionally picking on you, Dong Lin said coldly when he heard Duanling Tian's question. Even if he was looking for trouble with Duanling Tian, he would never admit it. Otherwise, he would still be punished by the enforcement hall even if his father was the enforcement hall's vice hall master. Huh? Isn't this senior brother Chen Peng? At the same time, many Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to the other young man standing behind Elder Dong Lin. Many of them recognized him as well. This young man was as ordinary-looking as Dong Lin. He wore a true disciple's uniform. At this moment, he was glaring at Duanling Tian with killing intent. I heard that senior brother Chen Peng has a good relationship with Elder Dong Lin. It seems like it's true. One Saint Land disciple exclaimed in surprise. I remember that senior brother Chen Ping is the direct disciple of First Silver Flame Elder Lian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I think I know why Elder Dong Lin is picking on Duanling Tian for seemingly no reason, another Saint Land disciple chimed in. I was wondering how did Duanling Tian offend Elder Dong Lin. As it turns out, the person he offended isn't Elder Dong Lin but senior brother Chen Peng. Senior brother Chen Peng is Elder Li An's youngest direct disciple. Duanling Tian had killed Elder Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who was also senior brother Chen Peng's junior nephew. After that, he even indirectly caused the death of Elder Li An's great direct disciple, Wei He, who was senior brother Chen Peng's great senior brother. Senior brother Chen Peng must hate Duanling Tian with every fiber of his being. It must be because of this he asked Elder Dong Lin to make things difficult for Duanling Tian. Everything finally makes sense. However, since Elder Dong Lin is willing to help, he must not be worried Duanling Tian will report him for abusing his power. I wonder what kind of reason he came up with to ban Duanling Tian from accepting the assignment the enforcement hall put up for all true disciples. Once the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw Chen Peng, they turned to look at Dong Lin. They wondered what reason he would use to ban Duanling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. After all, by right, Duanling Tian was a true disciple. He should be able to accept the assignment from the enforcement hall. However, Dong Lin had meddled in the matter and directly banned Duanling Tian from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. Are you saying you're not intentionally picking on me? Duanling Tian asked with a cold smile as he turned back to look at Dong Lin after looking at Chen Peng. Duanling Tian knew why Dong Lin was looking for trouble with him when he heard the words of the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As it turned out, Chen Peng, the young man standing behind Dong Lin, was the cause of it. Apart from being a true disciple, Chen Peng was the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's First Silver Flame Elder Lian. Lian was his mortal enemy. They would not rest until one of them died. Of course. Dong Lin's smile turned colder when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He said, "The reason I banned you from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall is due to the sanctity of the enforcement hall. I don't want you tarnishing the sanctity of the enforcement hall. In fact, in the history of Fire Worship Sect, there's no precedence of the enforcement hall accepting a person who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root." Dong Lin spoke confidently. His tone brooked no argument. If even a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root can enter the enforcement hall, Outsiders might think the enforcement hall would just accept anyone if news of this spread out. Dong Lin said in front of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace as he looked at Duanling Tian contemptuously. We can't allow the reputation of the enforcement hall to be tarnished by a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. If we accept you, people might think there's no one talented left in the fire worship sect. Dong Lin's words clearly implied the reason for his actions was to safeguard the reputation of the enforcement hall and the fire worship sect. Yellow innate spiritual root? Commoner. Duanling Tian had wondered what kind of excuse Dong Lin would come up with, but it did not cross his mind that Dong Lin would give this excuse. Was this Dong Lin really an elder of the enforcement hall? The people from the Saint Land enforcement hall should know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, right? Duanling Tian was baffled. Based on the current situation, it was obvious Dong Lin did not know Duanling Tian possessed the blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have come up with this excuse to make things difficult for him. Then, Duanling Tian looked at Chun Peng, who was standing close to Dong Lin. He saw killing intent in Chin Peng's eyes. Apart from that, he could see Chun Peng was obviously delighted over his misfortune. Chun Peng doesn't know I have a blue innate spiritual root as well? Duanling Tian was surprised. Previously, Wei He, Li En's great direct disciple, did not believe Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, and he had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guanxiu of abusing his power. In the end, he was sentenced to death for violating the sanctity of the enforcement hall. Wei He's death had undoubtedly revealed to Li En that Duanling Tian indeed possessed the blue innate spiritual root. It seems like Chun Peng did not discuss this matter with Li En before he came looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Dong Lin use such a poor excuse to make things difficult for me. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out. It's obvious Dong Lin doesn't know I have a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like he didn't pay much attention to the matter of Wei He, Chun Peng's senior brother, being sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would have known I have a blue innate spiritual root. The truth was exactly like what Duanling Tian had speculated. Whether it was Dong Lin or Chun Peng, both of them did not know Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin did not know Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root because he was not in the fire worship sect previously and had only returned a few days ago. He did not pay attention to the details of what had happened to Chin Peng's senior brother, Wei He. If he had paid more attention, he would have found out from the dossier in the enforcement hall that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As for Chin Peng, he had only come out of closed-door cultivation recently. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he learned that his great senior brother Wei He had died because of Duanling Tian. At that time, Duanling Tian had just arrived at the Saint Land and killed the true disciple, Yang Wan, and ruthlessly humiliated another true disciple, Wen Yan, who was much stronger than him. That was when Chun Peng realized it would be difficult for him to seek revenge for his senior brother if he had to rely on his own strength. Then, he coincidentally heard that Duanling Tian wanted to serve in the enforcement hall. That was when he went to the enforcement hall to look for Dong Lin, who had just returned to the fire worship sect, and asked Dong Lin to ban Duanling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall. He had even come up with the idea of using Duanling Tian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse to ban him. All this led to the current situation in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Elder Dong Lin's words make sense. Since ancient times, there's no one in the enforcement hall who possessed only a yellow innate spiritual root. Many Saint Land disciples muttered to themselves in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They knew Dong Lin was only using this as an excuse, but they found his excuse reasonable. It was acceptable in the fire worship sect since everyone in the sect knew how strong Duanling Tian was. They did not find it strange for him to serve in the enforcement hall even though they knew he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, outsiders did not know Duanling Tian. If they found out the enforcement hall had accepted a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root, they would think the fire worship sect did not have any talented people left in the sect. This would undoubtedly be a great humiliation to the fire worship sect. You can't speak like this. Naturally, there were also many Saint Land disciples who defended Duanling Tian against the injustice. Elder Donglin's words are reasonable, but an exception should be made for Duanling Tian. Although he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, he's stronger than most of the bronze flame elders and true disciples in our fire worship sect. If someone like that is not even qualified to serve in the enforcement hall, then who else is qualified? Many Saint Land disciples looked at Donglin with hints of displeasure and resentment. They felt that he had crossed a line. Even then, it's a fact that Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, the people in the sect wouldn't doubt Duanling Tian's strength. However, if news of this spread out, outsiders who are not familiar with him would think less of the sect. A Saint Land disciple chimed in. That's right. Even if words of Duanling Tian's deeds in the sect spread out, outsiders might not believe it. They might think it's something the sect comes up with as an excuse. You're right. For this reason, the enforcement hall might not do anything even if Duanling Tian goes there to lodge a complaint against Elder Donglin for abusing his power. Elder Donglin's excuse is irrefutable. It's true that everyone can see he's only trying to make things difficult for Duanling Tian. But so what? Duanling Tian really is a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duanling Tian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, this incident wouldn't have happened. No matter how you look at it, all this happened because of his low-grade innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves in the Fire Remuneration Palace. When they looked at Duanling Tian, they shook their heads as though they found the entire matter to be a pity. Although Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, he's still very strong. There's no one like him in the history of the Fire Worship sect. A Saint Land disciple could not help but marvel. It's not just the Fire Worship sect. Even in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I don't think there's anyone like Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, he's strong enough to kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and defeat an elite powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength is definitely unprecedented in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's indeed true that heaven is jealous of geniuses. God has given Duanling Tian the peerless ability to comprehend divine abilities, but at the same time he only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. The yellow innate spiritual roots are considered pretty good outside of the Fire Worship sect. There are just too many people with yellow innate spiritual roots in the sect, that's why it's not worth mentioning at all here. Many Saint Land disciples still marveled at Duanling Tian's current strength, even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although that might be the case, none of them thought he would have great achievements in the future. Moreover, they even thought his cultivation base would remain at the peak of the exemplary saint stage forever. Duanling Tian. At the same time, Donglin looked at Duanling Tian again and said with a mocking smile, "Do you still think I'm abusing power after listening to my reason?" Donglin acted self-righteously. It was as though he regarded Duanling Tian as an ant he could step on. "Don't tell me you're not even sure if you're abusing your power or not that you have to ask me this?" Duanling Tian smiled coldly. "What? Don't tell me you're unwilling to accept this." The mocking smile on Donglin's face became even more apparent. Could it be that I wasn't clear enough with my words? You're a mere commoner who possesses a yellow spiritual root. If you enter our enforcement hall, not only would you embarrass the enforcement hall, but you'd also embarrass the Fire Worship sect. Don't tell me you're willing to tarnish the reputation of the Fire Worship sect for your own selfish purpose. Donglin even accused Duanling Tian of being selfish and not caring about the reputation of the Fire Worship sect. "Are you done?" Duanling Tian's expression remained calm, regardless of what Donglin said. It was as though Donglin's words did not affect him at all. "Why? Don't tell me you still have something to say? What is it? Do you want to say that you're stronger than most true disciples?" Donglin was, naturally, angry when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was. He smirked. "Don't forget that outsiders are different from the people in the sect. They won't believe that a commoner who only has a yellow innate spiritual root is strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the Fire Worship sect's true ranking." Donglin's excuse seemed flawless. However, that would only be the case if Duanling Tian really possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Faced with Donglin's domineering attitude, Duanling Tian merely glanced at him indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elder standing behind the counter. Duanling Tian finally said, "Elder, you should have a spiritual pearl with you, right?" The entire place fell silent immediately before it broke into an uproar. Duanling Tian wants a spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder? Does he plan to check his innate spiritual root in front of everyone? That seems to be the case. Doesn't he possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Rumor has it that he was even tested twice when he first came to the fire worship sect. However, the result was the same. Don't tell me he thinks his innate spiritual root will change? That's ridiculous. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, mocking Duanling Tian for being naive. Meanwhile, Donglin laughed out loud. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duanling Tian with disdain and said mockingly, "Duanling Tian, don't tell me you think your innate spiritual root is going to change just because you got stronger? How funny." Chun Peng, who was standing behind Donglin, also smiled mockingly at Duanling Tian for being foolish. "Elder," Duanling Tian called out to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, who was in a daze. It seemed as though he did not hear Donglin and Chun Peng's words. At this instant, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter finally regained his senses. He instantly took out a glittering and translucent spiritual pearl from his personal spatial ring. As the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter handed the spiritual pearl in his hand to Duanling Tian, he could not help but ask, "Duanling Tian, are you really going to do this? Is it necessary?" He thought it was impossible for one to change one's innate spiritual root. Rumor had it that if one had the help of a powerhouse who had undergone transcendence and could ascend to the Devata realm, one would be able to improve one's innate spiritual root. However, that was only a myth. Nobody had ever heard of anyone who returned from Devata realm after their ascension. Based on this, many people thought it was only a myth. Even if it was true, it was impossible to achieve. Is it necessary? Apart from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, many Saint Land disciples said the same thing. Duanling Tian's crazy. Ridiculous. Don't tell me he thinks he has improved his innate spiritual root. Humph. Just let him try if he wants to. Anyway, it's an undeniable fact that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace whispered among themselves. They all thought Duanling Tian's action was unnecessary. Duanling Tian ignored all the whisperings in his surroundings. After Duanling Tian took the spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, he was not in a hurry to check his innate spiritual root. Instead, he walked and stopped before Donglin. Donglin's expression changed immediately as he unconsciously took a step back in panic when he saw Duanling Tian approaching him. Although he had only returned to the sect, he had heard of the rumors surrounding Duanling Tian. He knew Duanling Tian was strong enough to defeat Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He knew he was not a match for Wen Yen, let alone Duanling Tian. However, after he unconsciously took a step back, he saw Duanling Tian only stood before him motionlessly. His face paled immediately when he felt the disdainful gazes from the people in the surroundings. This made him feel humiliated and infuriated him. TSK. Elder Donglin seems afraid of Duanling Tian. How can he not be afraid? Although Elder Donglin is strong, he's no match for senior sister Wen Yen, let alone Duanling Tian. However, he's still an elder from the enforcement hall. The cowardly way he's acting isn't suitable with his position. It completely ruins his image. That's right. It feels as though he's in a lower position compared to Duanling Tian. Many Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves when they saw Donglin took a step backward when Duanling Tian approached him. However, despite their low voices, how many of them had a poor hearing? When Donglin heard these words, he was so furious that he almost threw up blood. He vented his anger on Duanling Tian as he said coldly, "Duanling Tian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? What can I do? Don't tell me you're worried that I'll kill you in front of so many people, Elder Donglin." Duanling Tian answered mockingly with a smirk. "If you really think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Elder Donglin. In my eyes, my life is much more valuable than yours." You want me to use my life in exchange for yours? I can't bring myself to do such a thing. Duanling Tian's words clearly implied Donglin's life was worthless, causing Donglin's face to turn green. Initially, Donglin had only looked for trouble with Duanling Tian due to Chen Peng. However, now he completely regarded Duanling Tian as his mortal enemy. No matter what, he was still the only son of a vice hall master in the enforcement hall. In the fire worship sect, even the top 3 true disciples on the true ranking did not dare to offend him openly. Elder Donglin, have a good look at this, Duanling Tian said in a low voice with a solemn expression. At the same time, he raised his hand that was holding in the spiritual pearl in front of Donglin's eyes and infused his sun saint energy into the spiritual pearl. After 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl would change and reveal his innate spiritual root. It's a widely known fact in the fire worship sect that you only have a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if I don't look, I know what the results are going to be. After Donglin regained his senses, he had an expression of contempt on his face. He turned away arrogantly, not even sparing a glance at the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand. On the other hand, Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dongling, was also smiling disdainfully. However, his eyes were trained on the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand. At the same time, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders standing behind the counters and the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace were also staring intently at the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand too. Although they all felt they knew what the outcome would be like, they could not help but look at the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand. Time continued to pass by slowly. The span of a breath soon passed by. The span of 2 breaths soon passed by as well. Soon after, the span of 10 breaths had passed. The spiritual pearl that Duanling Tian was holding began to show some changes. It began to shine slowly, looking like a miniature sun in the end. When they saw the color of the light shining from the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand, this, apart from Donglin who had turned away arrogantly, the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including Chen Peng, could not help but widen their eyes in shock and confusion. Many people even rubbed their eyes, thinking there was something wrong with their eyesight. There were even people who pinched their own thighs to make sure they were not dreaming. Impossible! Impossible! Soon after, a voice filled with disbelief rang in the air. It belonged to Chen Peng, who was standing behind Donglin. He stared at the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand with disbelief. Although he kept muttering to himself that it was impossible, the truth was staring at him straight in the eyes. Although Donglin had arrogantly and contemptuously looked away in the beginning, he was actually secretly paying attention to the result. Even then, he was 100% certain Duanling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. After the span of 10 breaths went by, the sound of jeering that he expected to hear did not ring in the air. His heart jolted when he realized something was wrong. His heart jolted again when he heard Chen Peng's words. He instantly turned to look at the spiritual pearl in Duanling Tian's hand. The spiritual pearl was shining with blue light, revealing that Duanling Tian undoubtedly possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root. How's this possible? When Donglin saw the spiritual pearl that was shining with blue light, his eyes widened in shock as though he had just seen a ghost. How was this possible? Currently, Donglin was not the only one who felt this was impossible. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, everyone was looking at Duanling Tian intently. Their eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Blue innate spiritual root. How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? Is something wrong with that spiritual pearl? Duanling Tian has a yellow innate spiritual root, right? How can it possibly be a blue innate spiritual root? I also think there's something wrong with that spiritual pearl. Duanling Tian had tested his innate spiritual root twice. The results were the same. It showed that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Something must be wrong with that spiritual pearl. The group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had long been prejudiced by their impression of Duanling Tian only possessing a yellow innate spiritual root. That was why they found this difficult to believe. Coupled with the fact that Duanling Tian had tested his innate spiritual root twice, they were certain there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl Duanling Tian was currently holding. Chun Peng snorted before he said disdainfully, "Humph! Something must be wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare, use another spiritual pearl to check your innate spiritual root." I really don't believe that a commoner who was tested twice and found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root would suddenly possess a blue innate spiritual root. Commoner. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian looked at him with a sneer before he said, "Chen Ping, you keep calling me a commoner, so I'd like to ask you, do you dare to sign the death pact with me and have fun in the palace of death?" Have fun in the palace of death? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into an uproar again. Is Duan Ling Tian addicted to signing death pacts? Isn't this obvious? He first signed the death pact with Yang Wen. Then, when he had a dispute with senior sister Wen Yan, he also announced that he wanted to sign a death pact with her. Now, he wants to sign the death pact with Chun Peng. If this is not being addicted, I don't know what is. Although Chun Peng is the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien and a true disciple in our fire worship sect, he's much weaker than senior sister Wen Yan. How could he possibly dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian? Isn't this obvious? There's no way he would sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian unless he wants to die. The Saint Land disciples were 100% certain Chun Peng would not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian. Although it was true Chun Peng did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian, he was still furious and embarrassed when he heard the discussion in his surroundings. His face turned pale immediately as various expressions flitted across his face. He no longer dared to speak, and he acted as though he did not hear Duan Ling Tian's words at all. If it was any other person, Duan Ling Tian might have let the matter go. However, this was Chun Peng, Li En's direct disciple, who was the main culprit for today's incident. He had no intention of being lenient to someone like that. "What? Are you afraid?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Chun Peng with disdain and smiled mockingly. "Didn't you call me a commoner? You don't even dare to sign a death pact with a commoner. Doesn't that mean you can't even compare to a commoner?" Chun Peng became furious as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His face turned completely red. Although he was furious, he did not dare to vent it on Duan Ling Tian. This caused him to feel suffocated as though his lungs were going to explode. "TSK. It seems like you admit you're not even comparable to a commoner." Duan Ling Tian further mocked Chun Peng when he saw how he did not dare to utter a single word despite how furious he was. "Based on what I can see, you're just trash. Trash." The instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chun Peng was so furious that he growled in a low voice, "Duan Ling Tian, don't cross the line." He could not endure being called trash in front of so many people. Naturally, he only dared to retaliate verbally. He did not have the courage to make a move. "Don't cross the line?" Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian was amused. However, his expression remained calm. "Don't tell me I'm wrong? If you want to prove you're not trash, I'll give you a chance and let you sign a death pact with me if you're brave enough." There was no doubt Duan Ling Tian's words further infuriated Chun Peng. However, there was no way for him to refute it. He was really not courageous enough to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian. "Humph!" At this moment, Dong Lin, who had been keeping quiet, suddenly snorted. After he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he no longer said anything as he turned to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Upon seeing this, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into a commotion again. "What's Elder Dong Lin doing? He's leaving just like that. This is different from what I imagined." "It's different from what I imagined as well. I thought Elder Dong Lin would also insist there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl and ask Duan Ling Tian to check his innate spiritual root again. I can't believe he's leaving without saying anything. Could it be that Elder Dong Lin believes Duan Ling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Isn't this ridiculous? I find this hard to believe, so I thought Elder Dong Lin would have an even harder time believing this. However, it seems like he believes Duan Ling Tian really possesses a blue innate spiritual root." The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. They could not understand Dong Lin's action. Even Chun Peng did not expect Dong Lin would react this way. He only regained his senses when he saw Dong Lin leaving. He had a confused expression on his face as he called out, senior brother Dong Lin. However, Dong Lin ignored him and walked out of the fire remuneration palace on his own. Something was wrong with the spiritual pearl? Dong Lin had also thought of this. However, he had heard that it was rare for something to be wrong with a spiritual pearl. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian's confidence, he could not help but feel wary. If he continued to insist that Duan Ling Tian check his innate spiritual root again, he would not be able to back down gracefully. If it was confirmed Duan Ling Tian really possessed a blue innate spiritual root, not only would the excuse he came up with to ban Duan Ling Tian be invalid, but he would also be considered as abusing his power as an enforcement hall's elder. Even if he was the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master, he still did not dare to openly abuse his power. There was still a hall master above the vice hall masters, let alone the fact that there were several vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. If news of him abusing his power spread out, the hall master would be furious. At that time, even his father would not be able to help him. For this reason, Dong Lin did not insist on Duan Ling Tian checking his innate spiritual root again. He felt it was unnecessary and risky. It was fine if they found Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, if it was confirmed that he really possessed a blue innate spiritual root, Dong Lin would be doomed. The Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they saw Dong Lin ignoring Chen Peng. They did not expect Dong Lin to leave. Even the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders standing behind the counters were baffled. They did not expect this. As Dong Lin was about to step out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's great entrance, someone broke the silence and called out, "Wait a minute." Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian flew out rapidly and appeared before the great entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, blocking Dong Lin's path. This scene shocked the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They were all excited as they stared at Duan Ling Tian, who was blocking Dong Lin's path. Initially, they thought the show would end since Dong Lin was leaving. They did not expect the sudden turn in the situation. Duan Ling Tian had blocked Dong Lin's path. Meanwhile, Chen Peng was standing in the distance. Earlier, Dong Lin had ignored him. He was still confused as a sense of disappointment washed over him. If Dong Lin left, he would not be able to suppress Duan Ling Tian all on his own. His eyes brightened immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to stop Dong Lin from leaving. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Lin was enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian had blocked his path. With a low growl, he asked, "Do you think I'm Wen Yan?" Although he had heard about how Duan Ling Tian had blocked Wen Yan's path, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would do the same to him. His innate talent and strength might be inferior to Wen Yan. His father was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His father's position was equivalent to a golden flame elder. In fact, his father's position could be considered as slightly higher than golden flame elders due to the special position of the enforcement hall. Wen Yan was merely the direct disciple of an ordinary golden flame elder. Dong Lin, on the other hand, was the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master. "Elder Dong Lin, why are you in a hurry to leave?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the infuriated Dong Lin. Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly. Those who did not know better might even he was talking to a good friend of many years. However, almost everybody in the Fire Remuneration Palace could clearly sense the tension between Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin. At this moment, they could clearly see that Dong Lin no longer wanted to be entangled in this matter. But Duan Ling Tian refused to let the matter go. Duan Ling Tian actually went and stopped Elder Dong Lin. Where did he get his courage from? If I were him, I would have let Elder Dong Lin leave. After all, it's disadvantageous for him if Elder Dong Lin stays here. Don't tell me he's not worried that Elder Dong Lin would ask him to take another spiritual pearl to check his innate spiritual root? Based on the Saint Land disciples' discussion, one could tell they thought Duan Ling Tian was being foolish. Naturally, there were some Saint Land disciples who were much more astute. If Duan Ling Tian dares to stop Elder Dong Lin from leaving, doesn't it show that he's confident? Could the rumors be fake? Could it be that Duan Ling Tian actually possesses the blue innate spiritual root and not a yellow one? If he doesn't have a blue innate spiritual root, it'll only be disadvantageous for him to stop Elder Dong Lin from leaving. It seems like he might really possess a blue innate spiritual root. If he really has a blue innate spiritual root, based on his temper, I'm afraid it would be impossible for Elder Donglin to retreat gracefully, the Saint Land disciples who were much more astute said among themselves. Coupled with everything that had happened, they all felt that it was possible that Duanling Tian really possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, only a small number of them felt this way. Most of the Saint Land disciples felt Duanling Tian was only seeking trouble. Duanling Tian, if you're willing to let me leave, there'll no longer be any enmity between you and me. Moreover, I'll recommend you to serve in the enforcement hall. Dong Lin transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian as he stared at him intently. It was obvious he wanted to reconcile with Duanling Tian. This was because based on the way Duanling Tian had stopped him and the confidence he exuded, he knew that Duanling Tian most likely possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, where did Duanling Tian get the courage to stop him? Elder Donglin, I didn't hear wrongly, right? Based on your voice transmission, you're seeking to reconcile with me. Duanling Tian said loudly as soon as he heard Donglin's voice transmission. Why? Do you think you've made the wrong judgment earlier? When he spoke, he brought up the matter of Donglin abusing his power by banning him from serving in the enforcement hall. It did not cross Donglin's mind that not only would Duanling Tian not accept his attempt at reconciliation, but he even announced it to everyone. It was as though he was afraid everyone would not know about it. Did he even know the rules? Donglin was instantly enraged as his face began to turn red. His eyes were shining with killing intent as he looked at Duanling Tian. If looks could kill, Duanling Tian would have died many times over. Donglin could sense that everyone's eyes had shifted to him. They were all looking at him strangely. Duanling Tian's words set off another commotion. Elder Donglin actually took the initiative to transmit his voice to Duanling Tian to ask for reconciliation? My goodness, is this real? I don't think so. Elder Donglin is famous for being arrogant. How could he possibly give in to Duanling Tian in regards to today's incident? So you think Duanling Tian is slandering Elder Donglin? It's possible. Naturally, most Saint Land disciples did not believe Duanling Tian. They felt he was intentionally slandering Donglin. Donglin felt as though salt was being rubbed on his wound when he heard these Saint Land disciples' words. He said with a snarl, Duanling Tian, don't slander me. A furious expression appeared on his face as though he had really been slandered. This scene also caused many Saint Land disciples to feel certain Duanling Tian had slandered Donglin. Naturally, some of the more rational Saint Land disciples did not think that Duanling Tian had slandered Donglin. They felt it must be true that Donglin had attempted to reconcile with Duanling Tian. As for the reason why Donglin took the initiative to ask for reconciliation, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Donglin must be afraid. He could not gracefully extricate himself from this situation. After all, he had used the excuse of Duanling Tian only possessing a yellow innate spiritual root to ban him from serving in the enforcement hall. If Duanling Tian really possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his excuse would no longer be valid. At that time, many people would say he was abusing his power and authority. The enforcement hall was in charge of enforcing the law in the fire worship sect. It was very strict. If news of this spread out, Donglin would not be able to escape punishment even though he was the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Moreover, his punishment would be severe as well. Slander. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian, who heard Donglin's words, could not help but laugh. After that, he quickly raised his hand and pricked his finger, squeezing a drop of blood out. Horror dawned on Donglin when he saw the drop of fresh blood. Naturally, he knew Duanling Tian was going to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he did not slander him. Duanling Tian, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I swear that I won't rest until you die. Donglin subtly took a deep breath as he transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian again. Since his soft approach failed, he would use force instead. He would not rest until Duanling Tian died. Don't tell me we're not already at the stage where we won't rest until the other person is dead? Upon hearing Donglin's voice transmission, Duanling Tian could not help but sneer. At the same time, he also used his blood and swore on the lightning penalty oath. I, Duanling Tian, hereby swear that if Donglin didn't take the initiative to transmit his voice to me in an attempt to reconcile with me, I would be struck by lightning from the tribulation oath of the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duanling Tian's action was akin to giving Donglin a slap. Donglin became even more furious when he saw Duanling Tian was not affected by his threats and had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. His eyes seemed to be able to shoot fire as he glared at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you're dead. You're dead. Donglin transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian again. His voice was filled with hatred. However, Duanling Tian completely ignored his threats again. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, alarming everyone in the central square. Is this the lightning penalty oath? It seems like it. I wonder who swore on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. I've been in the Saint Land for more than 10 years. But this is my first time hearing the thunder from the lightning penalty oath in the central square. This is my first time hearing it too. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square burst into an uproar. They were all curious about who had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. They were still unaware of what was happening in the Fire Remuneration Palace since everyone was still there. Unlike the Saint Land disciples who were curious over what had happened in the central square, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace were shocked. None of them had expected that Duanling Tian would swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he did not slander Donglin. The Saint Land disciples now looked at Donglin differently. Donglin was furious and embarrassed when he noticed the eyes on him. He instantly glared at Duanling Tian as he said loudly, "Scram!" He was trying to make Duanling Tian retreat so he could retreat. However, despite that, Duanling Tian remained unmoving like a statue as he exuded a domineering aura. It was as though he could subdue the enemy's forces alone. Seeing how unreasonably Duanling Tian was acting, Donglin could no longer hold back. Saint Origin began to surge from his body with killing intent. It was apparent that he was about to make his move. Meanwhile, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt as though the temperature in their surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As the Saint Origin on Donglin's body skyrocketed, his body moved forward as he charged at Duanling Tian, as though he gonna send Duanling Tian flying out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Humph! Duanling Tian's son, Saint Energy that had already been accumulating in his body for a long time ago, also surged out before it transformed into whirlpools when he saw Donglin making his move. The instant the whirlpools appeared, it began to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was apparent this was the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that Duanling Tian had comprehended. The moment Duanling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, the Saint Land disciples present in the Fire Remuneration Palace could instantly feel the absence of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. This peculiar feeling made them uncomfortable. This is the assist-type divine ability that Duanling Tian mastered? What a terrifying assist-type divine ability. To think it's able to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. No wonder he's able to defeat Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, even though his cultivation base is not higher than hers. It seems like his cultivation base has undergone an earth-shattering transformation in just a blink of an eye. Many of the Saint Land disciples were amazed. When the Sun Saint energy on Duanling Tian's body skyrocketed to its limit, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw something flashed before their eyes. It was Donglin who was charging toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, he was only a foot away from Duanling Tian. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly rang in the air at the crucial moment. Donglin had come to a halt before Duanling Tian. The sound of his feet landing on the ground was like a clap of thunder that shocked everyone. At the same time, the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw 2 cracks underneath Donglin's feet. The sound of people gasping sounded in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Although the ground in the Fire Remuneration Palace was not as tough as the ground in the Death Arena in the Palace of Death, it was extremely tough since it was made from rare materials. It was extremely difficult for ordinary swords or sabers to leave their marks on it. However, Dong Lin's feet had just left marks on the ground. Based on this, one could see how much force he had used when his feet had landed on the ground. That's when Dong Lin had forcefully come to a halt. Many Saint Lan disciples who had sharp eyes could see that a handful of hair fell from Dong Lin's forehead. The hair was cut evenly as though they had been cut using an extremely sharp weapon. Duan Tian had already taken out his sword? Many Saint Lan disciples who had seen Duan Tian casting the invisible sword technique before could not help but gasp again as they broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, many people also noticed the beads of sweat on Dong Lin's forehead. He was sweating profusely. One could tell how frightened Dong Lin was just a moment ago. Otherwise, he would not have sweat so much. Duan Tian cast his sword technique again? Why didn't I hear the sound of sword whistling the air? Are you an idiot? That sound must have been overpowered by the sound that was caused by Elder Dong Lin's feet landing on the ground. I was wondering why he would suddenly stop since he was so angry. As it turns out, Duan Tian had cast his sword technique. That handful of hair that fell from his forehead must have been cut by Duan Tian. It's obvious he's sweating because he's afraid. Looks like he wouldn't be able to live if Duan Tian intends to kill him. Isn't this a given? Although Elder Dong Lin is quite strong, he's not even a match for Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. How could he be a match for Duan Tian? He already knows he's no match for Duan Tian, but he still dares to make a move against Duan Tian. I really admire his courage. It's fortunate he managed to stop in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not his hair that would be cut, but his head. Although in the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, it seemed as though Duan Tian was merely standing still with his arms folded, they knew he had cast his formidable sword technique that caused Dong Lin to come to a halt immediately. Barf! At the same time, under the watchful gaze of the others, as Dong Lin's sweat dripped continuously, his face turned red suddenly as he threw up a mouthful of blood. The huge mouthful of blood was headed in Duan Tian's direction. Naturally, it did not contain any offensive force. Humph! Duan Tian snorted when he saw this and waved his sleeve. A piercingly cold energy swept out and sent the blood flying in the opposite direction, causing it to splash on Dong Lin's face. The sweat and blood on Dong Lin's face mixed and dripped down his body, dyeing his robe red. Although the patterns of the uniforms of an elder and a disciple in the fire worship sect were very different, they were all white. For this reason, the blood looked extremely eye-catching. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent when they saw this. How wretched! This was everyone's thought when they looked at Dong Lin. Naturally, they did not pity him despite his wretched appearance. After all, he was the one who had taken the initiative to look for trouble with Duan Tian. If Dong Lin did not abuse his power and ban Duan Tian from serving in the enforcement hall, none of this would have happened. Dong Lin, whose face was covered in blood, felt extremely humiliated. He said angrily, Duan Tian, what the hell are you trying to do? His eyes were burning with hatred. If he could burn Duan Tian with the fire in his eyes, Duan Tian would have been burned to death. What am I trying to do? Upon hearing his words, Duan Tian was amused. Elder Dong Lin, what do you think I'm trying to do? I don't have any objection if you want to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace. When Duan Tian reached here, his tone suddenly changed. His voice turned cold as he said, however, today, no matter what, you must say if I can accept the assignment from the enforcement hall or not before you leave. Didn't you say that I'm not qualified to serve in the enforcement hall because I have a yellow innate spiritual root? Now that I've proven I have a blue innate spiritual root, am I qualified to serve in the enforcement hall? Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Dong Lin was so enraged that he almost threw up blood again. As a matter of fact, it did not really matter to Dong Lin if Duan Tian served in the enforcement hall or not. He had even taken the initiative to seek reconciliation with Duan Tian through voice transmission and guaranteed to recommend him to serve in the enforcement hall. He did not expect that not only was Duan Tian not grateful, but he actually pushed him into a corner in front of so many people. It was obvious Duan Tian wanted him to admit he was wrong with his earlier judgment. This was akin to slapping him on the face. Why? Don't tell me you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl in my hand. Elder Dong Lin, Duanling Tian looked at the spiritual pearl in his hand and asked calmly when he saw Donglin keeping quiet for a long time. If you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl, you can always take out your spiritual pearl to check my innate spiritual root. Elder Donglin, I believe that as an enforcement hall's elder, you must have a spiritual pearl with you, right? Although Duanling Tian spoke calmly, his words sounded like claps of thunder when Donglin heard it. In his opinion, Duanling Tian wanted to push him onto the road of ruin. If Donglin was uncertain earlier about Duanling Tian possessing a blue innate spiritual root, he was completely certain now that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have acted so domineeringly. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you've just returned to the sect or came out from closed-door cultivation, right, Elder Donglin? Duanling Tian was not angry even though Donglin was ignoring him. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Donglin about other things. How do you know that? At this moment, Donglin was stunned by Duanling Tian's words. He did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to guess that he only recently returned to the fire worship sect. If you didn't just return to the sect or come out of closed-door cultivation, it's impossible that you wouldn't know I have a blue innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian explained patiently, perhaps most people in the fire worship sect think I have a yellow innate spiritual root. However, apart from the true disciples in serving in the enforcement hall, 90% of the people from the enforcement hall know that I have a blue innate spiritual root. Those who are unaware are only those who have just come out of closed-door cultivation or weren't present in the sect until recently. Duanling Tian's words caused everyone in the fire remuneration palace to fall silent again. The people in the enforcement hall know he possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Donglin's expression turned grim. At the same time, he turned to glare at Chun Ping with killing intent, frightening him. Senior brother Donglin, don't listen to him. He's spouting nonsense. Chun Ping quickly refuted. His innate spiritual root was tested twice in front of my master. Both times he was found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. There's no mistake about this. As soon as Chun Ping finished speaking, Duanling Tian turned to look at him and asked, Chun Ping, if I'm not mistaken, you've also either recently came back to the sect or just came out of closed-door cultivation, right? In fact, you've not even seen your master, Lian, before you came to look for trouble with me, right? Who's looking for trouble with you? Don't slander me, Chun Ping said in panic when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. This was because Duanling Tian was right. He had recently come out of closed-door cultivation, and he had not gone to see his master yet before he found Donglin to look for trouble with Duanling Tian. He had planned to see his master after he had gotten Duanling Tian into trouble so he could share this piece of good news with him and please him. Naturally, Chun Ping was unaware that he would not be able to find his master, Lian, even if he had gone to look for him since he had gone to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Chan Ping said Duanling Tian was slandering him, a hint of shock and disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. His eyes had completely betrayed him. Suddenly a cry resonated in the fire remuneration palace. A Saint Land disciple seemed to have recalled something as he cried out in surprise, I remember now. Many people present on the scene shifted their attention to the Saint Land disciple immediately. With all the attention on him, the Saint Land disciple was a little nervous, but he still said, do any of you remember? When Duanling Tian killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and his brother Yuan Kuang, he was pardoned by the enforcement hall. At that time, we thought Duanling Tian has an extraordinary background and that was why the enforcement hall had intentionally let him go. In hindsight, it's possible the enforcement hall has known since then that Duanling Tian has a blue innate spiritual root. The Saint Land disciple revealed everything he remembered without leaving any details out. The fire remuneration palace fell silent again. Something like that happened? Donglin narrowed his eyes. His expression turned even graver. Since he had just returned to the fire worship sect, he was unaware that Duanling Tian had been pardoned by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would not look for trouble with Duanling Tian in a hurry. Would a person who was pardoned by the enforcement hall be somebody ordinary? As an enforcement hall's elder, Donglin naturally knew the answer to this. To outsiders, Chun Ping was his friend. However, in Donglin's eyes, Chun Ping was only his follower. Since he had come of age, he was no longer a true disciple and had become a bronze flame elder. For this reason, Qinping no longer followed him as closely as before. If Donglin had known that Duanling Tian had been pardoned by the enforcement hall before, even if Chunpeng was his brother, he would not have simply come looking for trouble with Duanling Tian. He even abused his power solely to make things difficult for him. If this matter was not dealt with properly, it would be difficult for Donglin to escape from being severely punished, even if he was an enforcement hall's elder and the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Now that you mentioned it, I think I remember something like that happening. It seems like the enforcement hall knew Duanling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. That's why the enforcement hall didn't punish him. There's an unspoken rule about this after all. It seems like the rumor is wrong. Duanling Tian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root. Instead, he has a blue innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace finally pieced the puzzle together. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had long known that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Only Donglin was unaware of it. Elder Donglin is really unlucky. Based on Duanling Tian's words, Elder Donglin must have only recently come out of closed-door cultivation or recently returned to the sect. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, Elder Donglin wouldn't have thought that Duanling Tian has a yellow innate spiritual root. He and Duanling Tian are strangers. He only made things difficult for Duanling Tian today because of Chunpeng. It seems like Chunpeng has made a fool out of him. As many of the Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they shifted their attention to Chunpeng. Upon hearing these words, Chunpeng's face turned green immediately. What did they mean by he had made a fool out of Donglin? Prior to this, he was also unaware that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Chunpeng felt like dying when he sensed Donglin's cold gaze swept over him. He knew that after today, Donglin would probably ignore him since he must also felt that he had been fooled. Chunpeng felt extremely remorseful at this moment. Why did he have to be so rash? The Fire Remuneration Palace was extremely noisy now that everyone learned Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. It finally made sense why the enforcement hall would take special care and even pardon Duanling Tian previously. This was all due to his blue innate spiritual root. After all, the people he killed were only Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples with ordinary innate talent and would not impact the fire worship sect greatly. I can't believe Duanling Tian actually possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Looking back, all those comments about the limit of his cultivation base being at the peak of the exemplary saint stage sound so ridiculous now. Indeed, as long as a martial genius with a blue spiritual root doesn't suddenly die or decide to stop cultivating, he would definitely be able to successfully break through to the Saint Celestial stage. I can't imagine how terrifying Duanling Tian's strength would be once he breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage. His strength would be extremely formidable. Currently, it seems like his cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? It should be higher than that. Earlier, before he cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his saint energy, I noticed his energy is similar to a powerhouse at the early quintessential saint stage. In that case, does it mean he has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage? The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discussed among themselves. They concluded that Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. They continued to marvel over Duanling Tian's strength. Although his cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage, his strength can be considered to be on par with those at the peak of the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. I think so too. Just the sword technique he has mastered alone is enough for him to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. I can't believe there's another prodigy among the younger generation in the fire worship sect who's qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The younger generation who were elite disciples in the fire worship sect were true disciples. If they managed to rank on the Supreme Saint ranking, they would bring honor and glory to the fire worship sect. Someone like that would be widely acknowledged as a prodigy as well. For example, the 7 people, including Gan Ruyen, who were ranked on the Supreme ranking were considered as prodigies in the fire worship sect. The fire worship sect had 7 prodigies, and they were known as the 7 great prodigies. The 7 great prodigies in the fire worship sect were powerhouses who were famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were widely acknowledged as elite powerhouses among the younger generation in the upper province. From today onward, there's another prodigy in the fire worship sect. The sect now has 8 prodigies instead of 7. It won't be long before the names of the 8 prodigies spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many Saint Land disciples marveled. Prodigy? 8 great prodigies? Upon hearing these Saint Land disciples' words, Duan Ling Tian raised his brow. However, his expression was still very calm. Gan Ru Yen, Kuer's twin sister, is considered a prodigy in the fire worship sect? Duan Ling Tian mused in his heart. He still remembered when he first met her. He was indeed shocked by her strength. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju, from the dragon clan did not dare act recklessly in front of her. At that time, Di Ju's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the divine saint stage. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength is chasing up to Gan Ru Yen, so he was no longer as shocked as he was before by her strength. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to Dong Lin and said, "Elder Dong Lin, since it has already come to this, don't you think it's time for you to give me an answer?" Dong Lin took Duan Ling Tian by surprise. He no longer hesitated and instantly announced, "From this moment on, Duan Ling Tian is no longer banned from serving in the enforcement hall." His voice was loud and clear, and his words were very direct. It even caused Duan Ling Tian to feel suspicious. On top of that, Dong Lin was not finished. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and bowed to apologize to Duan Ling Tian in front of everybody in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian, previously, I was unaware that you possess a blue innate spiritual root, so I banned you from serving in the enforcement hall. Now that I learned you possess a blue innate spiritual root, I'd like to sincerely apologize. Dong Lin's words caused everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent. Dong Lin's action was extremely shocking. Dong Lin really knows how to adapt to situations quite well. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave instead of being happy when he saw this. Although he's apologizing to me, he's actually absolving himself of his crimes. Now that he has apologized, he won't be severely punished even if the enforcement hall chooses to investigate this matter. After apologizing, before the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace regained their senses, Dong Lin left the Fire Remuneration Palace. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not stop him since he had achieved his goal. He could finally accept the assignment from the enforcement hall. This meant he would be able to see Kuer and their daughter soon. Outside the Fire Remuneration Palace, as soon as Dong Lin walked out of the great entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, his calm gaze suddenly turned piercing. An intense hatred rose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, you better watch out. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't have a chance to rise. After Dong Lin apologized to Duan Ling Tian and left, the Fire Remuneration Palace was silent. Dong Lin actually took the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was no longer banned from serving in the enforcement hall? Duan Ling Tian is quite amazing, right? Although I know Elder Dong Lin's ban would no longer be valid once Duan Ling Tian revealed he possesses a blue innate spiritual root, I didn't expect Elder Dong Lin would directly say he's lifting the ban on Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he going back on his words? It's more than going back on his words. Did you see? Elder Dong Lin even took the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. From now on, among the more than 170 true disciples, I'll only listen to senior brother Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Even that person who's ranked first on the true ranking might not even dare to be so rude to Elder Dong Lin. As the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace regained their senses from the shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them now referred to Duan Ling Tian as senior brother. In this world where the strong ones were revered, Duan Ling Tian's action earlier had perfectly embodied the definition of strong. It caused many Saint Land disciples to acknowledge his strength. As the group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, "Trying to leave? Did I say you're allowed to leave?" Duan Ling Tian's apathetic voice resonated suddenly and attracted everyone's attention in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As they looked around, They saw Chun Peng, who had followed Dong Lin here, had somehow made his way to the great entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace with a downtrodden expression on his face. However, Duan Ling Tian stopped him before he could leave. History repeated itself once again. Chen Peng's face turned green when Duan Ling Tian stopped him. However, he still arrogantly said, Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? Senior brother Dong Lin is no longer stopping you from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall. Why you need to know when to stop? In his opinion, he could not show his weakness outwardly even though he was truly afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Know when to stop. Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing as though he had heard a funny joke. As soon as he stopped laughing, he turned to look at Chun Peng coldly. Are you kidding me? You don't act recklessly. Chen Ping, who was standing straight, felt weak when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. He was no longer acting arrogantly like he did before. If you dare to move during the next 3 breaths, I'll let you know what it feels like to better off dead. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he walked to Chun Peng until there was only a foot left between them. Horror dawned on Chen Peng. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and moved it around at lightning speed. Slap! 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 As Duan Ling Tian moved his hand, the sound of slapping began to resound in the air, successively like firecrackers. Duan Ling Tian was so fast that it did not take more than 1 breath for him to slap Chen Peng until his face was as swollen as a pig's head. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Some people even touched their own faces. Although Duan Ling Tian was not slapping them, they could imagine the pain Chen Peng was experiencing. Despite being slapped until his face was swollen, Chun Peng did not dare to move at all. This was because Duan Ling Tian had warned him that if he dared to move during the next 3 breaths, he would make him wish he was better off dead. Naturally, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. For this reason, he remained unmoving even though his face had become swollen from Duan Ling Tian's slaps. Even then, a flame of fury burned in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered from such a humiliation. Slap! 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 The sound of slapping continued to resonate. After the span of 2 breaths, Duan Ling Tian even broke a few teeth in Chun Peng's mouth. Fresh blood that appeared dazzling began to drip from the corner of his mouth. After the span of 3 breaths, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped. Currently, apart from Chun Peng's swollen face, it seemed as though he was bleeding profusely as well. If you dare to act this way again, I'll make you wish you're better off dead. Duan Ling Tian looked at Chun Peng coldly after he stopped slapping him and said in a low voice, Scram! Scram! The instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chun Peng was so frightened that he quickly moved, making way for Duan Ling Tian. After Chen Peng made way for Duan Ling Tian, the group of Saint Lan disciples automatically made way for him as well as he walked to the counter. Elder, can I accept the assignment now? Of course you can. How could the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter be so bold as to stop Duan Ling Tian from accepting the assignment from the enforcement hall? After he replied Duan Ling Tian, he quickly dealt with everything for Duan Ling Tian. Dong Lin, who had banned Duan Ling Tian from serving in the enforcement hall, had already yielded. How could the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian? In terms of strength, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Dong Lin. In terms of background, he was not a match for Dong Lin at all. If he continued to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian, he would be the only one who was making things difficult for Duan Ling Tian today. When Chun Peng saw Duan Ling Tian had gone to accept the assignment from the enforcement hall and no longer bothered with him, he left the Fire Remuneration Palace dejectedly under the gaze of the Saint Lan disciples. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace, the flame of wrath buried deep in his eyes threatened to spill out. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. Chen Ping thought to himself as anger and hatred burned in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that his innate talent and strength would probably never catch up to Duan Ling Tian. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, after the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder standing behind the counter finished handling the procedure for Duan Ling Tian, he told him, Duan Ling Tian, Take the certificate to the enforcement hall tomorrow, and you can directly replace the true disciples on duty. In the next month, you'll have to stay in the enforcement hall. You're not allowed to leave without permission. At the same time, he handed a certificate to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Elder. After receiving the certificate and expressing his gratitude, Duan Ling Tian left the Fire Remuneration Palace without so much as turning his head. After Duan Ling Tian left the Fire Remuneration Palace, it burst into a commotion again. When the Saint Lan disciples spoke about Duan Ling Tian, it was obvious they all deeply respected him now. It did not take long for word of the incident in the Fire Remuneration Palace to spread. Duan Ling Tian created trouble again? It seems like it. On top of that, this time the one whom he picked on is the Enforcement Hall's Elder Dong Lin, who has a great background. Dong Lin? Isn't he the only son of the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Dong? That's him. It seems like Duan Ling Tian's not the one who went looking for trouble. Elder Dong Lin was the one who looked for trouble with him. Using Duan Ling Tian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse, he banned him from serving in the enforcement hall. I heard about it as well. It said that Duan Ling Tian publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian actually has a blue innate spiritual root. Not only does he possess a blue innate spiritual root, but he has even mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian is really heaven-defying. Many people quickly learned about Duan Ling Tian possessing a blue innate spiritual root, causing an uproar in the fire worship sect. Previously, everyone thought Duan Ling Tian was only talented in mastering and comprehending divine abilities. They thought God was jealous of him and only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. However, they finally learned that Duan Ling Tian's so-called yellow innate spiritual root was merely a rumor. He actually possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Previously, he was not punished for killing the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elderly and grand disciple Yuan Hong and his brother Yuan Kuang because he had a blue innate spiritual root. He was only given a slap on the wrist and was sentenced to serving in the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine for 10 years. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not even stay for a month after he arrived in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. This was because he already possessed the qualifications to enter the Saint Land and to become a Saint Land disciple. The news of Duan Ling Tian possessing a blue innate spiritual root finally traveled to the 4 Symbol Sanctums, caused a commotion there as well. Duan Ling Tian has a blue innate spiritual root? How's that possible? The instant the 4 Symbol Sanctums disciples heard this news, many of them had the same reaction. After all, the news about Duan Ling Tian only possessing a yellow innate spiritual root came from the Black Turtle Sanctum. This had been engraved into everyone's hearts. It seems like senior brother Duan Ling Tian knows a technique to conceal his innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tested yellow at that time. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum exclaimed. They were very respectful when they spoke about Duan Ling Tian. The enforcement hall was located in a mountain north of the fire worship sect's Saint Island. Due to its special status, very few people would come here. The enforcement hall was separated into 3 halls. There were the main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. The main hall was used to store dossiers, accepting complaints, and managing the enforcement hall. The punishment hall, just like its name, was the place where the enforcement hall carried out punishments for fire worship sect's elders and disciples who violated the rules. At that time, after Wei He, the great direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian, was found to have slandered the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder for abusing his power, indirectly violating the sanctity of the enforcement hall. He was sentenced to death in the punishment hall. The punishment hall had all sorts of terrifying instruments of torture as well. They were much more horrifying than other ordinary punishment instruments. Many of the instruments would make one wish one was better off dead. As for the prison hall, it was the place where the fire worship sect's elders and disciples who had violated the rules were imprisoned. Those who were locked up were usually those who had committed serious crimes. For the reason that their crimes would need the final verdict from the sect leader, they were temporarily locked up here. Kuer, Duan Si Ling, Kuer and Duan Ling Tian's daughter and Kua's twin sister, Ganru Yen, were locked up here. At this moment, a figure could be seen making his way into the enforcement hall's main hall. Elder Dong Lin. The few Enforcement Hall's elders who had just flown out of the main hall automatically greeted the figure with a smile when they saw him. This person was none other than Dong Lin, who had just returned from the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace. Before Dong Lin came here, he had gone to a few other places to inquire about Duanling Tian to gain a deeper understanding of him. After he had gotten the information he wanted, he returned in a haste to the main hall where the dossiers were stored to look up Duanling Tian's record. Currently, news of Dong Lin's plan being foiled in the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace had already reached the Enforcement Hall. However, it had not reached the main hall. Due to this reason, the few Enforcement Hall's elders coming out of the main hall had yet to learn of the incident. That was why they were able to act naturally when faced with Dong Lin. Although Dong Lin was also an Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elder just like them, due to the reason his father was the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master, they were polite to him even if they did not fawn over him. Dong Lin's father was their immediate superior after all. Whoosh! However, Dong Lin merely ignored their greetings. Without slowing down, he descended from the sky and entered the Enforcement Hall's main hall. What's going on with Elder Dong Lin? Why is he in such a hurry? That's right. Although he usually wouldn't greet us when we greet him, he would usually spare us a glance or a nod. Let him be. This kid's temper has always been a mystery. Just let him be. Based on these few Enforcement Hall's elders' words, it was obvious they did not have a good impression of Dong Lin. They were only polite to Dong Lin because he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, his father was their immediate superior. When the few Enforcement Hall's elders had flown quite a distance, another Enforcement Hall's elder flew toward them and said joyfully, "Hey, did you hear about it? Our Enforcement Hall's elder Dong Lin apologized to a true disciple in the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace." This Enforcement Hall's elder was also a Bronze Flame Elder, so these few people were familiar with him. What? Elder Dong Lin apologized to a true disciple? This is a joke, right? With his temper, people usually have to apologize to him. To think he apologized to someone else, a true disciple no less. I don't believe it. The few Enforcement Hall's elders who had just left the main hall looked at each other and shook their heads, expressing their disbelief. Well, you better believe it. Everyone's talking about this. The Enforcement Hall's elder who just arrived said as he shook his head. The few Enforcement Hall's elders began to feel curious and quickly urged the other elder. What actually happened? Tell us. Well, it's like this. The Enforcement Hall's elder began to disclose everything he knew. The Fire Remuneration Palace, Duanling Tian, Dong Lin, and the assignment from the Enforcement Hall. The conversation revolved around these few topics. Dong Lin actually abused his power and banned Duanling Tian from serving in the Enforcement Hall? Isn't he afraid Lord Hall Master would be angry with him? That's right. Although his father is a Vice Hall Master, his father wouldn't be able to do anything if the Hall Master gets angry. He's smart. He found a valid excuse. Even if Lord Hall Master finds out about this, he might not blame him. It's unfortunate his excuse was found to be invalid. Who said Duanling Tian only has a yellow innate spiritual root. He publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root, figuratively slapping Dong Lin. No wonder his expression is grim. As it turns out, he was just humiliated in the Fire Remuneration Palace. The few Enforcement Hall's elders recalled how Dong Lin did not even bother with them when they greeted him. However, I can't believe that apart from being extremely talented in comprehending divine abilities, Duanling Tian has a high innate talent as well. The instant the 8th prodigy of the fire worship sect appeared, his strength is enough for him to be ranked in the top 5 among all the prodigies. Duanling Tian really never fails to surprise everyone with everything that he does. You're right. He's been shocking everyone since he entered the sect. This time, he even gave a good slap to that good-for-nothing kid from our Enforcement Hall. How ruthless. Based on this news, it seems like he'll be coming to the Enforcement Hall tomorrow. We'll finally be able to meet this popular prodigy who has recently arrived in our fire worship sect. I'm looking forward to meeting him. A hint of curiosity could be seen in the few Enforcement Hall's elders' eyes when they spoke about Duanling Tian. They wondered how the person who had shocked the fire worship sect continuously since his arrival looked like. In the main hall of the Enforcement Hall, The moment Dong Lin entered, he headed straight to where the dossiers were stored. The dossiers were very important to the enforcement hall. For this reason, a Silver Flame Elder would be stationed next to the place where the dossiers were stored. Elder Dong Lin? Today, a middle-aged Silver Flame Elder was on duty in the side palace where the dossiers were stored. When he saw Dong Lin coming over in a rush, he was puzzled. I want to look at the dossier regarding the death of Wei He, the Saint Land Elder, Dong Lin said demandingly. He seemed to have forgotten the person on duty was a Silver Flame Elder. As expected, after hearing the demanding way Dong Lin had spoken, the Silver Flame Elder's expression turned solemn immediately. He said coldly, Elder Dong Lin, I don't remember where the dossier you're looking for is kept. I think it's better if you look for it yourself. Although Dong Lin's father was the enforcement hall's vice hall master and his direct superior, he was still a Silver Flame Elder no matter what. He had his pride. Naturally, he would not let a Bronze Flame Elder like Dong Lin trample on his pride. Even if he risked offending the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he was not willing to throw away his pride. Elder Lin Tong, I'm sorry. I was too anxious. I've offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Dong Lin realized his mistake when he heard the Silver Flame Elder's words. Dissatisfaction filled his heart as he forced himself to apologize. What a joke. The dossiers in the side palace of the main hall had been around since a long time ago. If he had to look for it on his own, he might not be able to find it even after spending 3 days and 3 nights searching for it. In order to have a look at the dossier as quickly as he could, Dong Ling outwardly apologized. However, deep inside, he began to hate his Silver Flame Elder Lin Tong. Lin Tong's solemn expression eased away when he heard Dong Lin's apology. After that, he searched for the dossier regarding Wei He's death and handed it over to Dong Lin when he found it. Elder Lin Tong, please also look for the dossier regarding Duan Ling Tian killing the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. I'd like to read it, Dong Lin said as he forced himself to smile. It was apparent that Lin Tong was a person who preferred a soft rather than a forceful approach. Seeing how polite Dong Lin was, he instantly looked for the dossier Dong Lin had requested for. Soon after, Dong Lin was reading the 2 dossiers. From the dossiers, Dong Lin saw the record regarding Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root being blue. Dong Lin's expression turned grave immediately. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had already known Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. However, since he had just returned to the sect, he was unaware of this matter. This time, Chen Peng has really gotten me into trouble. I hope Lord Hallmaster won't investigate this matter further when he learns I've taken the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Dong Ling prayed inwardly. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the enforcement hall. After leaving the Fire Remuneration Palace and the Central Square, he returned to his residence. He was overwhelmed by the fact that he would be going to the enforcement hall tomorrow. For this reason, he did not cultivate nor comprehend his divine abilities for a long time after he had entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Junior brother Ling Tian. A voice resonated from outside suddenly, causing Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. He left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of the room immediately. He knew the voice belonged to Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Yun, are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile after he flew up into the air and stopped in front of Lu Yun. As the saying went, people would be in high spirits when they encounter a happy event. Currently, Lu Yun felt Duan Ling Tian was different from before. It seemed as though he had transformed into a different person as his person exuded a youthful vigor. Junior brother Ling Tian, I know you're going to the enforcement hall tomorrow. You have to watch out for Dong Lin once you're there. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, who was smiling widely, Lu Yun had a solemn expression on his face. He warned Duan Ling Tian, I'm sure you've learned about Dong Lin's background and that he's the only son of one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. I'm afraid you're unaware that this Vice Hall Master is a persistent person. When his wife was accidentally injured by a Black Kshetra Sect's elder, he directly slaughtered his way into the Black Kshetra Sect and killed that Black Kshetra Sect's elder. At that time, the group of Black Kshetra Sect's powerhouses who surrounded him were all severely injured, and he was barely hanging on to his last breath as well. If Lord Sect Leader didn't personally make a move, he would have died. He had slaughtered his way into the Black Kshetra sect because he was certain his wife wouldn't be able to live much longer. He went there knowing he would die. Lu Yun paused for a moment before he continued to say, in the end, he learned that his severely injured wife was already pregnant. After she gave birth to Dong Lin, she passed away. Ever since then, Dong Lin has become his new reason to live. One could say that Dong Lin is the most important person in his heart. If he learns that you've publicly humiliated Dong Lin, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go. Don't tell me he's able to act as he pleases in the fire worship sect and make a move on me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he raised an eyebrow. He can't go as far as harming you in the fire worship sect since he's the enforcement hall's vice hall master after all. Moreover, taking into account that Lord's sect leader helped him previously, he won't dare to act recklessly. However, everything will be different outside of the fire worship sect, Lu Yun said solemnly as he shook his head. Today, I came to warn you that it's better if you don't kill Dong Lin regardless of how deep the enmity is between you and him. Once you kill him, the Vice Hall Master might lose all his reason. He might even kill you in the fire worship sect, since he's the kind that would die for his son. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Brother Lu Yun. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he began to put up a guard against Dong Lin's father, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Based on Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian could tell Dong Lin's father did not lack determination. He even slaughtered his way into the Black Kshetra sect for his wife. This was not something everyone would be able to do. Moreover, his wife had passed away and only left behind a son for him. He could easily imagine how important his son was to him. If his son died, he would definitely go insane. Duan Ling Tian decided to be wary of Dong Lin's father even though he did not intend to kill Dong Lin for the time being. Dong Lin might not even dare to accept a death duel challenge from Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he was not afraid the Vice Hall Master would personally make a move. As for things that might happen outside of the sect, he might not even need to make a move since the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian won't let go of me easily. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. This was why he was not worried about Dong Lin's father making a move against him if he left the fire worship sect. Junior Brother Ling Tian, you'll be going to the enforcement hall tomorrow. If it's possible, don't get into another dispute with Dong Lin when you're there. Otherwise, even if Dong Lin's father doesn't personally make a move to teach you a lesson, he would definitely instruct some Silver Flame elders to teach you a lesson. Lu Yun continued to warn him. Duan Ling Tian would be going to the enforcement hall. It was Dong Ling and his father's territory. For this reason, Lu Yun could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. I have a sense of propriety. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Actually, he did not have a great enmity or whatsoever with Dong Lin. As long as Dong Lin did not come looking for trouble with him, he was too lazy to bother with him as well. After all, he did not suffer any losses today. Lu Yun sighed in relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian seem to heed his advice. As though he was reminded of something, he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as he asked, Junior Brother Ling Tian, you really possess a blue innate spiritual root? Apart from learning about the dispute between Dong Lin and Duan Ling Tian, Lu Yun also learned that Duan Ling Tian had humiliated Dong Lin by publicly revealing he had a blue innate spiritual root. Even after hearing about, he found it hard to believe since everyone deeply believed Duan Ling Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root before this. That was why he had asked Duan Ling Tian for confirmation. Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. Then, why is it that you were found to have a yellow innate spiritual talent twice, when you were tested in the Four Symbols Sanctum's Black Turtle Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian knew Lu Yun intended to get to the bottom of this matter when he heard his question. He had long prepared for this. I know a secret tactic that can conceal one's innate spiritual root. I tested yellow for my innate spiritual root because I used this technique at that time. Duan Ling Tian lied blatantly. He had prepared this excuse since a long time ago. He believed most people would think this way. If they did not, it would have been difficult for him to explain the huge change in his innate spiritual root. I see. Although Lu Yun had suspected it, he felt baffled again, once he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If that's the case, doesn't it mean your real innate spiritual root might not even be blue, Junior Brother Ling Tian? Lu Yun could not help but ask. Indeed, since Duan Ling Tian could conceal his innate spiritual root, It was possible that the blue innate spiritual root might not be his real innate spiritual root. Lu Yun stared at Duan Tian intently after he finished speaking, as though he hoped to glean some clues through Duan Tian's expressions. Duan Tian merely smiled mysteriously in response to Lu Yun's question. For this reason, Lu Yun became even more certain that Duan Tian might possess an indigo innate spiritual root. His heartbeat quickened when he thought of this. Duan Tian had intentionally smiled mysteriously to mislead Lu Yun and let him think the blue innate spiritual root might not be real. After all, he could still improve his innate spiritual root through the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As long as he could devour enough innate spiritual roots, he would eventually be able to improve his innate spiritual root to an indigo or even violet one. He might as well pave the road first, so that even if he was found to possess a higher level innate spiritual root in the future, Lu Yun would not be so shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian, I've already completed what I came to do today. I'll take my leave and won't disturb you from cultivating. Lu Yun no longer pursued the matter when he saw Duan Tian smiling mysteriously with no intention of clarifying the matter. He bade farewell before he left. Moreover, in his opinion, there was no need to further pursue the matter since Duan Tian's mysterious smile was an answer itself. For this reason, Lu Yun could not calm down for a long time after he left. I can't believe that apart from being extremely talented at comprehending divine abilities, junior brother Ling Tian has such a high innate talent. Given enough time, he'll be able to surpass those who are ranked first and second on the true ranking. Lu Yun was extremely certain about this. Junior brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding prodigy in our fire worship sect. It's not too much to regard him as the leader of the 8 great prodigies too. As Duan Tian watched Lu Yun leave, his feelings that were in turmoil due to Kuer and their daughter began to calm down. The news of how Dong Lin's father had a tendency of shielding his son's flaws had pressured him slightly. After all, he would be serving in the enforcement hall for the next month. Once he reached the enforcement hall, if Dong Lin's father really wanted to create trouble for him, there was no need for him to personally make his move, since he could just instruct a few Silver Flame Elders to make a move just like Lu Yun had said. The weakest Silver Flame Elder was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, and the stronger ones were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With my current strength, a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage is too much for me to handle. After all, there's no way I can simply use the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of the other party unless I'm certain I can kill him. Duan Tian knew this very well. For this reason, he felt a hint of dread when he thought of facing the wrath of Dong Lin's father. Just let it be. My purpose is to see Kuer and our daughter. If I can see them, so what if I have to suffer from this tiny inconvenience? Moreover, if he dares to instruct a Silver Flame Elder to teach me a lesson, I can always teach his son the lesson that the Silver Flame Elder teaches me. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. He was not someone who was easily bullied. It was a day outside, but 10 days had already gone by in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 10 days, Duan Tian had calmed down and diligently cultivated. Although he did not make another breakthrough in his cultivation base, it had completely stabilized. I just need another 2 more weeks to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as stars. When Duan Tian mentioned 2 weeks, he meant the time in the outside world. 2 weeks outside would be equivalent to 5 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With his blue innate spiritual root and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Tian's current cultivation speed was similar to those geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. It's time for me to head to the enforcement hall. Duan Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the mansion for the Saint Island when he thought of this. Duan Tian knew the enforcement hall was located in the Saint Island. He made his way north and soon arrived in the area where the enforcement hall was located. Are you a true disciple who came to serve in the enforcement hall? When Duan Tian entered the area where the enforcement hall was located, a voice rang in the sky. After that, a figure descended from the sky and appeared before Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian studied the person before him. This person was a middle-aged man wearing the exclusive uniform of a Bronze Flame Elder. Unlike the exclusive uniforms for ordinary St. Land's Bronze Flame Elders, the uniform he was wearing had the word Enforcement embroidered on the front of his robe. Based on this, one could tell he was an Enforcement Hall's Elder. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to the Enforcement Hall's Elder query. Do you have the certificate? The Enforcement Hall's Elder who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian asked Duan Ling Tian without beating around the bush. True disciples who had accepted the assignment and came to serve in the Enforcement Hall were given a certificate by the Central Square's Fire Remuneration Palace. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and subsequently took out the certificate he obtained from the Fire Remuneration Palace yesterday. He handed it over to the Enforcement Hall's Elder standing before him. The Enforcement Hall's Elder took the certificate from him and looked at it. His eyes suddenly widened as various expressions flitted across his face as though he had seen something shocking. The Enforcement Hall's Elder gasped, and when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. Why, you're Duan Ling Tian? Although he was a St. Land's Bronze Flame Elder and Enforcement Hall's Elder no less, his strength was only on par with Dong Lin. He could not even compare to Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Faced with the person who had easily defeated Wen Yen and forced that good-for-nothing kid, Dong Lin, to apologize on his own initiative, apart from shock, there was a feeling of respect in his heart. The other person might be younger than him, but he was much stronger. For this reason, he did not dare to act like a senior, since this was a world where the strong ones were revered. It was not a world that placed great importance on seniority. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded again in response to the Enforcement Hall's Elder standing before him. The exchanging of duty between the previous group and the current group on duty in the Enforcement Hall will take place in the main hall. Let me bring you there. As the Enforcement Hall's Elder handed the certificate back to Duan Ling Tian, he took the initiative to lead him to the main hall. Won't this be inconvenient for you? It would suffice if you just point me in the right direction, Elder, Duan Ling Tian said politely. Duan Ling Tian had always been a person who repaid kindness and animosity in tenfold. He was extremely polite to this Enforcement Hall's Elder who had been polite to him. Although his strength, coupled with the Jasper Celestial Sword, was far superior to the Elder, he did not look down on him. It's not inconvenient at all. It's an honor being able to help a prodigy like you, the Enforcement Hall's Elder said as he shook his head. Seeing how determined the Enforcement Hall's Elder was, Duan Ling Tian no longer rejected him and followed him to the main hall. How should I address you, Elder? Duan Ling Tian asked during the journey. My name's Peng Bin. The Enforcement Hall's Elder instantly replied to Duan Ling Tian before he anxiously said, You don't have to address me as Elder. You can just call me by my name. Elder Peng Bin, you're a Fire Worship Sect's Elder, and I'm a Fire Worship Sect's disciple. It's natural for me to address you as Elder. There's no need for you to think too much into it, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head when he saw how anxious Peng Bin was. Duan Ling Tian had been in the Fire Worship Sect for quite a while. It was the first time he had met an elder like Peng Bin who treated him with so much respect. It even made him anxious just because he had addressed him as Elder. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that currently his name was a synonym for the words Don't Provoke among the Bronze Flame Elders in the Fire Worship Sect. Apart from his strength, the Bronze Flame Elders dreaded his courage as well. After all, not everybody had the courage to publicly humiliate the direct disciple of a Golden Flame Elder, and not everybody had the courage to force the son of the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master to take the initiative to apologize. Although Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was stronger than Wen Yen and Dong Lin, he was the only one who dared to treat Wen Yen and Dong Lin in such a way. For this reason, in the eyes of the Bronze Flame Elders in the Fire Worship Sect, Duan Ling Tian was a variant among the true disciples and should not be provoked. Due to this reason, Peng Bin was courteous and afraid when faced with Duan Ling Tian. Elder Peng Bin, can you give me a simple introduction about the Enforcement Hall? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course. Peng Bin instantly nodded before he explained to Duan Ling Tian. Our Enforcement Hall is separated into 3 halls that have their own functions. The 3 halls are the Main Hall, the Punishment Hall, and the Prison Hall. The Main Hall. Duan Ling Tian gained a certain understanding of the Enforcement Hall through Peng Bin's explanation. The Enforcement Hall was separated into 3 halls. the main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. He also learned that Kuer and their daughter were imprisoned in the prison hall. Elder Peng Bin, as an important place of the enforcement hall, the people guarding the prison hall should be Silver Flame Elders, right? Duan Ling Tian asked, seemingly unconcerned. Currently, he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the prison hall. If by some chance only Bronze Flame Elders were guarding the place, he might stand a chance in rescuing Kuer and their daughter. Naturally, he knew how unrealistic it was. There were so many Silver Flame Elders in the enforcement hall. How could they possibly let Bronze Flame Elders guard the prison hall that was incredibly important in the enforcement hall? Yes. Peng Bin instantly nodded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Usually, there are 3 Silver Flame Elders guarding the prison hall. You'll have to receive all 3's permission if you want to enter the prison hall. Moreover, they have the communication Dao talismans in their possessions in case something happens in the prison hall, so they can instantly inform the enforcement hall's hall master and the vice hall masters. Peng Bin explained. In that case, isn't the prison hall impregnable? It's almost impossible to rescue those who are imprisoned there. Duan Ling Tian said as he feigned astonishment. In truth, he was feeling slightly dejected since this meant he would no longer be able to save Kuer and their daughter before his strength surpassed the hall master of the enforcement hall. Indeed, Peng Bin said. With the hall master around, it's almost impossible for anyone to rescue the people imprisoned in the prison hall, unless they're as strong as the guardians in the fire worship sect. A hint of respect could be seen in Peng Bin's eyes when he spoke about the hall master of the enforcement hall. To the enforcement hall's elders, the hall master of the enforcement hall was a person whose position was only inferior to the sect leader of the fire worship sect. In their eyes, even the 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect's positions were not as high as the hall master. When Peng Bin was speaking, he failed to notice Duan Ling Tian's expression had turned slightly grim. Only when Peng Bin looked at him again did he regain his composure. As they continued to travel some distance away, Peng Bin said, the main hall of the enforcement hall is just right in front. In the distance, a huge and long palace that seemed like a divine dragon could be seen. It exuded an oppressive aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling caused Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. He saw 2 figures flew rapidly past him before they entered enforcement hall's main hall. They are also true disciples who came to serve here? Although the 2 figures moved at a fast speed, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see they were wearing the exclusive uniforms of Saint Lan true disciples. I need to resume patrolling now. I'll just send you till here. Let's meet again in the future if we have time. Peng Bin said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile before he left. Elder Peng Bin, thank you for leading me here. I'll remember this favor. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude to Peng Bin. After Peng Bin left, Duan Ling Tian entered the enforcement hall's main hall. I hope Kuer and our daughter are locked up together with Gan Ru Yen. That way I might get to see them. Duan Ling Tian prayed fervently as he stepped into the main hall of the enforcement hall. After Duan Ling Tian entered the enforcement hall's main hall, he saw a spacious hall with rows of counters in 3 directions. Several enforcement hall's elders were standing behind the counters. However, currently, there was no queue in front of most of the counters. Only one counter had 3 people lining up in front of it. Based on their clothing, it was obvious they were Saint Lan disciples from the fire worship sect. They seemed to be waiting for something as they stood in line in front of the counter. That person seems familiar. At the same time, after one of the 2 true disciples who entered the main hall before Duan Ling Tian heard the sound of wind whistling behind him and instinctively turned to look. He found Duan Ling Tian familiar but could not recall where he had seen him before for the time being. When the other true disciple heard him, he turned around to look as well. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, he furrowed his eyebrows as his eyes widened. Isn't he Duan Ling Tian? He could not help but cry out in surprise. Duan Ling Tian. Since the true disciple did not lower his voice, his words were heard by those in the reception area of the enforcement hall's main hall. Apart from shocking his companion, his words had also attracted the attention of the few enforcement hall's elders standing behind the counters and the 3 other true disciples who were standing further away. Duan Ling Tian immediately became the center of attention. Ha! Duan Ling Tian did not expect to be recognized instantly the moment he arrived. Faced with everyone's eyes that were trained on him, he smiled and nodded at the crowd. His politeness caused the crowd to be confused as well. The three true disciples standing further away looked at each other. They could see the confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. One of them even bluntly asked, "Is he really Duan Ling Tian?" "I'm pretty sure it's him. I've seen his portrait before." "I can't believe Duan Ling Tian, who looked for trouble with senior sister Wen Yan and publicly humiliated her for seemingly no reason, would have such a side to him as well. I thought he would be really arrogant. Who knew he's actually so polite? Looked for trouble with senior sister Wen Yan for seemingly no reason? You actually believe that? I heard senior sister Wen Yan doesn't even know how she had offended Duan Ling Tian. Senior sister Wen Yan must have offended Duan Ling Tian somehow. Perhaps she doesn't even know when or how. That must be why she doesn't know how she has offended him." The other two true disciples said one after another. It was not only these three true disciples who were baffled by how polite Duan Ling Tian was, but even the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders standing behind the counters and the other two true disciples who stood closer to Duan Ling Tian were baffled as well. So this is Duan Ling Tian? Is it really Duan Ling Tian? Just like the other three true disciples, they felt extremely confused. "Elder, this is my certificate." Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to their confused gaze and walked to the counter where the three true disciples were at and took out his certificate before handing it to the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter. After the enforcement hall's elder looked at it, he nodded. "That's right. This certificate is issued by the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Ling Tian, please wait here for a moment. After all 10 true disciples who accepted the assignment are here, someone will bring all of you to take over the duties from the other 10 true disciples," the enforcement hall's elder said politely after he took the certificate. Seeing the treatment Duan Ling Tian received, the three disciples standing at the side had an envious expression on their faces. However, they knew this was the treatment Duan Ling Tian deserved. Who asked him to be so strong? "All right. Thank you, elder." Duan Ling Tian nodded. After he smiled at the enforcement hall's elder standing behind the counter, he moved to stand at the side. After Duan Ling Tian stood next to them, they did not dare to size him up despite being curious. They did not even dare to speak. They could only speak through voice transmission. At the same time, the other two true disciples also came over to register. So far, out of the 10 true disciples who had accepted the assignment from the enforcement hall, 6 of them had arrived. Since Duan Ling Tian's arrival, the atmosphere in the main hall had turned awkward as well. Nobody spoke at all. It was completely quiet. This continued on until the 7th true disciple arrived. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 7th disciple, he was shocked. This was because he knew the 7th disciple. "Senior brother Lu Yun, are you here?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at the true disciple who had just arrived. "Why? Are you shocked?" Lu Yun, who was slowly walking into the reception hall, seemed to enjoy seeing Duan Ling Tian so shocked. He could not help but smile. "I'm really shocked." Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. "It's only for a month anyway. I'm here to accompany you." Lu Yun smiled. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth enveloping his heart when he heard Lu Yun's words. Naturally, he knew the reason Lu Yun had come here. It was to watch over him and stop him from further offending Dong Lin, the enforcement hall. Apart from that, he was also here to help him meet Gan Ruyen. Soon after, Lu Yun was also done with the procedure and stood next to Duan Ling Tian as they waited. Lu Yun asked curiously, "Junior brother Ling Tian, when did you arrive?" "I arrived less than 15 minutes ago," Duan Ling Tian replied. "It seems like I was late. Initially, I planned to come earlier so that I can shock you." Lu Yun smiled. "It's still shocking." A wry smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard Lu Yun's words. Seeing how Lu Yun and Duan Ling Tian were so familiar with each other, the other 5 true disciples looked at Lu Yun with an envious gaze. However, there was also a hint of delight derived from others' misfortune. It was obvious they were envious that Lu Yun had a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was now the 8th prodigy in the fire worship sect. Apart from mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities, he even possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As long as he did not suddenly die, he would definitely be able to rise to the rank of a Golden Flame Elder in the future. For this reason, they were a little envious when they saw the good relationship between Lu Yun and this soon-to-be Golden Flame Elder. As for the delight they felt at other people's misfortune, they felt that since Duan Ling Tian had offended so many people, Lu Yun would definitely be implicated as well. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian when he was still in the Black Turtle Sanctum after he came to the Saint Land, he had even offended the true disciple, Wen Yen, and the Enforcement Hall's elder, Dong Lin. Although both of them were not as strong as Duan Ling Tian, both of them had very strong backgrounds. For example, Wen Yan's master was a Golden Flame Elder. Not only that, but her master was also the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Dong Lin's background was even more extraordinary. His father was one of the Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall where they were going to serve in the next month. To think he dares to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall and serve here after offending Elder Dong Lin. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian is unaware he's walking into the wolf's den by doing so. This was the thought of the 5 true disciples and the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders. As time passed by, the last 3 true disciples also arrived. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they were still shocked even they knew beforehand that Duan Ling Tian planned to serve in the Enforcement Hall. 10 of you follow me. After Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 arrived, an Enforcement Hall's elder walked out of the main hall soon after and motioned them to follow him. Based on the uniform he was wearing, it was obvious he was also a Bronze Flame Elder. Under the lead of this Bronze Flame Elder, Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 met the other 10 true disciples who were on duty during the last month to hand over their duties. Their duties were no different from the previous group's duties. When these 10 true disciples finished the handover and were about to leave the Enforcement Hall, they all looked at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. They shared the same thoughts with the others. They felt Duan Ling Tian had intentionally walked into the wolf's den by volunteering to serve in the Enforcement Hall. It was obvious they had also heard of the dispute between Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin. As true disciples who had served in the Enforcement Hall, they were, naturally, given a residence of their own. It was spacious and located in the main hall of the Enforcement Hall. When Duan Ling Tian was about to enter his room, before he could close his door, he heard Lu Yun said, "Junior brother Ling Tian will officially start our duty in the Enforcement Hall tomorrow. Today will also be the only day you have a chance to see senior sister Ru Yen. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet the senior from my clan." "All right." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately when he heard Lu Yun's words. His eyes shone as brightly as the stars. "Let's look for him in his residence. If he's not there, we'll go to where he's stationed. Unlike us, he has shifts and other duties to attend to," Lu Yun added again. Due to the reason that the true disciples would be dismissed after serving in the Enforcement Hall for a month, there was no such thing as shifts or breaks. It was possible for them to take a break. However, their break would last 3 months since that was the amount of time a true disciple would have to wait before they were eligible to serve in the Enforcement Hall again. One must admit that Duan Ling Tian's luck was indeed quite good. As it turned out, the senior from Lu Yun's clan was not on duty. After Lu Yun made his request, the senior from his clan, an aloof middle-aged man, agreed to bring Duan Ling Tian to the prison hall to meet Gan Ru Yen immediately. "Thank you, Elder Lu Yu." Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude when he saw the middle-aged man did not hesitate to accept the request. When Lu Yun had introduced them, Duan Ling Tian learned the middle-aged man's name was Lu Yu. Although he appeared like a middle-aged man, he was actually from the same generation as Lu Yun's grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. He was an old man. As the most outstanding person among the younger generation in the Lu clan, Lu Yu, naturally, thought highly of and adored Lu Yun. For this reason, he had readily agreed to Lu Yun's request to bring Duan Ling Tian to the prison hall to meet Gan Ru Yen. Naturally, it was only limited to meeting Gan Ru Yen. During their journey there, Lu Yun repeatedly warned Duan Ling Tian not to mention the Saint girl and her daughter in front of Lu Yun. For this reason, with great effort, Duan Ling Tian concealed his overwhelming emotions in case Lu Yu noticed it. "Little Yuner, I'm going to bring him to meet with Gan Ru Yen now. You can return to cultivating. You have to strive to further raise your cultivation base, so you can be the 9th prodigy of our fire worship sect. Lu Yu said to Lu Yun solemnly before he brought Duanling Tian away. His words contained the hopes he had for Lu Yun. It was the hope that a senior had for his junior. Yes, great-grandfather, Lu Yun responded quickly and respectfully. After he glanced at Duanling Tian with a helpless expression, he obediently returned. Duanling Tian, follow me to the prison hall. Lu Yun looked at Duanling Tian as he motioned him to follow him. There was a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. He had also heard about Duanling Tian. Therefore, he was not sure whether it was a good or bad thing for Lu Yun, the most outstanding person among the younger generation in the clan, to get entangled with Duanling Tian. If it was not because of Lu Yun's relationship with Duanling Tian, he would not have helped Duanling Tian. In fact, he would not want to have anything to do with him. However, since Lu Yun had requested a favor from him, as his great-grandfather, he had no choice but to comply. Yes, Duanling Tian responded to Lu Yu, who had already left the main hall. After they left the main hall during their journey to the prison hall, Lu Yu looked at Duanling Tian and said calmly, Duanling Tian, I can tell that little Yuna values you a lot as a friend. Lu Yu paused for a moment as though he was hesitating. Elder Lu Yu, it's all right to be frank with me. Duanling Tian could tell that there was more Lu Yu wanted to say. So he smiled and urged him to finish what he was going to say. I hope that you can maintain a certain distance with little Yuner in the future. If it's possible, maybe you can fall out with him publicly. Lu Yu added again. Elder Lu Yu, are you worried that I'll implicate senior brother Lu Yun? Duanling Tian was not an idiot. He naturally knew what Lu Yu was thinking. I'm not only worried you'll implicate little Yuner, but I'm even more worried that you'll implicate our Lu clan. Lu Yu said bluntly, it's not too bad that you offended Lian from the Four Symbols Sanctum, since I don't fear him. With me around, he can't touch the Lu clan. However, even I dread the people behind those two people you've offended after you came to the Saint Land. The moment you offended both of them, you've inadvertently offended two powerhouses at the rank of Golden Flame Elders. If they vent their anger on the Lu clan because of you, I'll be powerless to do anything. A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Currently, Lu Yu was the strongest person in the Lu clan. However, in the fire worship sect, he was only a silver flame elder. He could not afford to offend a golden flame elder, let alone two. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Duanling Tian instantly fell silent. He had never thought about this before. With Lu Yu's reminder, Duanling Tian felt so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. If Lu Yun or the Lu clan were really implicated because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Elder Lu Yu, thanks for your reminder. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he looked at Lu Yu. He said earnestly, don't worry. I'll make sure everyone thinks senior brother Lu Yun and I have a falling out in a month. Duanling Tian, I'm really thankful you're so understanding. It shows that you're a good friend. Little Yuner's judgment is good. Lu Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to say, however, I know that child little Yuner well. I'm afraid he won't be willing to fall out with a friend like you. Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I'll persuade him, Duanling Tian said solemnly. Lu Yu felt assured after listening to Duanling Tian's words. After that, they no longer spoke during the rest of the journey. The prison hall of the enforcement hall was located north of the main hall. It was also on the outskirt of the enforcement hall. It was located near a dangerously steep mountain. Naturally, they were stopped when they approached the vicinity of the prison hall. Elder Lu Yu. The person who stopped them was an enforcement hall's bronze flame elder. He was very polite to Lu Yu. Bring me to Elder Meng Qi and the others, Lu Yu ordered indifferently. Yes. Then the enforcement hall's bronze flame elder led Duanling Tian and Lu Yu to see the three silver flame elders who were on duty at the prison hall. The silver flame elders in the enforcement hall knew each other. It just so happened that the three silver flame elders on duty in the prison hall had a close relationship with Lu Yu. Due to this reason, they agreed to his request and allowed Duanling Tian to meet Gan Ruyen. However, there was a time limit. He only had 15 minutes with Gan Ruyen. Although Duanling Tian felt 15 minutes were too short, he did not make a fuss. He knew it was all thanks to Lu Yu he could even meet Gan Ruyen. He had no right to make a fuss at all. Thank you very much, elders. After receiving permission from the three silver flame elders on duty in the prison hall, Duanling Tian cupped his hand and expressed his gratitude. Soon after, one of the silver flame elders, Meng Qi, led Duanling Tian into the prison hall. Once Duanling Tian was brought into the prison hall, the other two Silver Flame Elders looked at Lu Yu strangely as they asked, "Lu Yu, what kind of relationship do you have with Duanling Tian? To think you're willing to help him." "That's right. What relationship do you have with him?" Since Duanling Tian's portrait had circulated in the fire worship sect, these two Silver Flame Elders recognized him as soon as they saw him. Not only that, but they had heard about the various things Duanling Tian had done in the past. "No relationship. It just so happens he's a friend of my junior, and my junior requested this from me." Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. "Lu Yu, this Duanling Tian is a hot potato. You better tell your junior to distance himself from Duanling Tian." "Indeed. He has even offended Dong Lin. Dong Lin is the dearest child of our enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Dong. Since Duanling Tian has offended his beloved child, he won't let the matter go." The two Silver Flame Elders had a close relationship with Lu Yu, so they warned him. "I know." Lu Yu nodded. If he did not know, he would not have warned Duanling Tian to distance himself from Lu Yun. However, when he recalled Duanling Tian's promise to him, his heart felt at ease. Meanwhile, under Elder Meng Qi's lead, Duanling Tian finally entered the prison hall. The moment he entered the prison hall, he sensed an eerie aura that sent shivers up his spine. Meng Qi, who had been quiet, suddenly asked, "Duanling Tian? I'm very curious. Do you have any connection with the Dragon Clan?" "Elder Meng Qi, I merely obtained a 9-clawed divine dragon's legacy. It's all luck that obtained the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I've never met them before." Duanling Tian smiled wryly. "With your innate spiritual root and your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they'll nurture you with everything they have if you go to the Dragon Clan." Meng Qi's eyes brightened as he continued to say, "Although I don't know what relationship you have with Lu Yu, the fact that he's willing to help you meet Gan Ru Yen means you have a close relationship. Lu Yu and I have been friends for many years. I feel it's my duty to advise you to leave the fire worship sect as soon as possible, since Vice Hall Master Dong of our enforcement hall is not someone who's easy to deal with." When he mentioned Vice Hall Master Dong, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. "Thank you for your advice, Elder Meng Qi." Duanling Tian knew Meng Qi said this with good intentions, but he had no plan of listening to his advice. However, that did not stop him from expressing his gratitude. There was only one purpose for him to come to the fire worship sect, and that was to save Kuer and their daughter. Before he saved both of them, he would not leave the fire worship sect unless he was left with no other choice. Meng Qi no longer said anything, as though he could see through Duanling Tian's thought. They continued the rest of their journey in silence. The deeper they entered the prison hall, the icy aura became even more intense. "Elder Meng Qi, why is it so cold?" Duanling Tian asked Meng Qi with a grim expression as he looked at Meng Qi. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. "The prison is much colder than here," Meng Qi replied. "It's much colder in there?" Duanling Tian widened his eyes as his mind instantly thought of Kuer and their daughter. With Kuer's cultivation base, perhaps she could still bear the cold. However, what about their daughter? How old was she? Would she be able to bear the cold? The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he felt as though his heart had been pierced by a knife. Although Duanling Tian had not met his daughter before, they had a close blood relationship. His heart ached unbearably when he thought of his daughter languishing in the prison hall. "I have failed you, Duanling Tian began to blame himself. He thought about how he could make it up to her once he rescued her from this place. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and gradually regained his senses. "Elder Meng Qi, up until now, I don't see anyone guarding here since we've entered the prison hall. Don't tell me nobody's worried someone would sneak in and rescue the prisoners?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Meng Qi. His eyes were bright. There was no one else apart from him and Meng Qi once they entered the prison hall. Let alone someone else, not even a ghost could be seen. He was looking for a loophole in the prison hall, trying to figure out if there was another way he could save Kuer and their daughter as soon as he could. He was unwilling to let them stay in there for a second longer if it was possible. Break the prisoners out of jail? Meng Qi laughed immediately when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, you really underestimated the prison hall of the Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall has existed since the time the Fire Worship sect moved from the lower province to the upper province. Formations that are meant to kill are laid in every corner of the prison hall. Those below the Saint Celestial stage who are not familiar with these formations would definitely die if they break in. Even someone at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured if not dead. The result would be deadly. Even if they managed to break into the prison hall, they wouldn't be able to bring the prisoner out unless they're at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher, Meng Qi said, revealing how formidable the prison hall was. The prison hall was covered with various formations. If they were triggered, someone at the peak of the quintessential saint stage would definitely die. I see. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard this. At the same time, he dismissed the idea of sneaking in and saving Kur and their daughter. He would have to think of another way. Even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would have to completely deplete his Sun Saint energy that was raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, before he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The most powerful strike he could unleash with the Jasper Celestial Sword was only comparable to the strength of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he could survive the attack from the first wave of killing formations, he would definitely die when the second wave of the killing formations came. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of his own strength. Power. I need power. Currently, I'm still too weak, and my cultivation speed is too slow. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if only I can devour the innate spiritual roots of those around me and change my innate spiritual root to a violet one, my cultivation speed will definitely increase by several times. Even if I encounter an obstacle, I'm certain I'll be able to pass it in a short time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were burning fervently. It seems like I have to look for a chance to leave the sect to improve my innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that it would be difficult for him to kill someone and devour their innate spiritual roots in the sect due to the rules. Moreover, not everyone would be willing to sign a death pact to engage in a death duel with him. Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, was a good example of that. Although Wen Yen wanted to kill him badly, she still did not dare to enter the palace of death with him. However, even if he successfully found someone who was willing to engage in a death duel with him, it would still be difficult for him to devour the person's innate spiritual root, since the custodian of the Palace of Death would be there. The custodian of the Palace of Death was the Fire Worship sect's first Silver Flame Elder. He was incredibly astute. Even if Duan Ling Tian cast the 10,000 Swords territory with his current strength, he would not be able to block his sight. The other party would most likely be able to see him devouring someone else's innate spiritual root. Although Duan Ling Tian could only devour innate spiritual roots due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that he mastered, who knew if the Fire Worship sect would imprison him and force him to share the elementary devouring tactic if he was exposed? Although a divine ability had to be comprehended and mastered to the highest degree before it could be shared, the Fire Worship could just imprison him and wait until he had finished comprehending and mastering the elementary devouring tactic. At that time, they would definitely force him to share it. Due to this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. If he was imprisoned by the Fire Worship sect, he would not be able to fend for himself, let alone saving Kur and their daughter. Don't take it lightly just because we didn't trigger any killing formation during our journey here. That's only because I'm familiar with the killing formations and know where to travel without triggering it. You should have noticed that I've been traveling in a circuitous manner, Meng Qi chimed in. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he had noticed this. Moreover, he had memorized the route that Meng Qi had used. The killing formations would move places every once in a while, so the route might not be the same if we come in again, Meng Qi continued. Meng Qi's words caused Duan Ling Tian to smile wryly. Duan Ling Tian had already suspected his. His suspicions were confirmed when he heard Meng Qi's words. He knew the route he had just memorized would no longer be of any use. For this reason, he no longer bothered memorizing the route. Looks like I must find an opportunity to leave the Fire Worship sect quietly without alerting those two. If I remain in the Fire Worship sect, it would be difficult for me to improve my innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian decided to leave the Fire Worship sect to improve his innate spiritual root once he had the chance. Those two he had mentioned? Naturally. referred to First Silver Flame Elder Lien of the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Vice Hall Master Dong of the Enforcement Hall, who was also Dong Lin's father. Since the two men targeted him, he would definitely die as soon as he left the fire worship sect. After I completed my duty here in a month, I'll leave the fire worship sect. I must figure out a way to leave this place safely. Duanling Tian thought to himself. He must come up with a foolproof plan to leave the fire worship sect, otherwise he would be doomed if he was even a little careless. If Duanling Tian died, there would be no hope left for Kuer and their daughter. Even if he died, he would not die in peace. The prison in front is the one Gan Ruyen is in. I'll wait for you by the entrance. You only have 15 minutes, Meng Qi said. Duanling Tian suddenly felt nervous. Would Kuer and their daughter be imprisoned with Gan Ruyen? This was what he wanted to know. If they were not imprisoned together, he would only be able to see Gan Ruyen. If they were imprisoned together, he would be able to see Kuer and their daughter. Very soon, under Meng Qi's guidance, Duanling Tian came to the front of a stone room. This is where Gan Ruyen is imprisoned. I'll open the door and you can go inside. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Meng Qi looked at Duanling Tian and reminded him again. Understood. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, Duanling Tian saw Meng Qi raised his hands and began to move his hands in a complicated gesture. As Meng Qi's hands danced around, the air in the surroundings seemed to be under his control. All of a sudden, bang! Meng Qi pushed his palm out against the air. However, there was no saint origin. Even so, Duanling Tian could clearly see that when Meng Qi pushed his palm out, the air seemed to have gathered before it slammed on the great door leading to a stone room. At once, circles of ripples spread appeared on the great door of the stone room. As the ripples reached the end of the door, a huge opening appeared. Formation. Duanling Tian discovered the door to the stone room was also covered with a formation. Meng Qi's earlier action was to open the formation. After the formation opened, Meng Qi easily pushed open the stone door before looking at Duanling Tian. Go in. Duanling Tian nodded before he walked into the room. Bang! Just as Duanling Tian entered the stone room, he did not even have time to look around when the stone door slammed shut behind him. Meng Qi had already closed the stone door. Wow, he's really being cautious. Duanling Tian shook his head as he began to study the stone room. The stone room was not big. It was 2 times smaller than the room in his mansion. It was neat inside. Apart from a stone table and a few stools, there was only a stone bed inside. Currently, a woman was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. When Duanling Tian came in, the woman had opened her eyes and looked at him as her eyes flashed. Kuer! Duanling Tian's heart jolted when he saw the woman as he fell into a momentary daze. However, his gaze changed immediately when his eyes came in contact with the woman's eyes. He knew the woman before him was not Kuer but Gan Ruyen, even though they looked identical. She was the only one in the stone prison. Just as Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically, Gan Ruyen had stood up from the stone bed and looked at him warily with a piercing gaze. She asked him in an interrogative manner, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "You're just the same as before," Duanling Tian said indifferently after taking a deep breath. "You're still the same as before." Duanling Tian's words sounded like words old friends would say when meeting after a long time. Gan Ruyen seemed to be the same as Qi Mei from before. She was still as arrogant and unapproachable. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Gan Ruyen could not help but furrow her brows when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She studied Duanling Tian from top to bottom, but she concluded that she had never seen this young man before. "Qi Mei, it's been a long time," Duanling Tian said, using the alias Gan Ruyen had used when she was in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She had also used the pseudonym in the Mountain Shade Black Market as an assassin. "Qi Mei." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's way of addressing her, Gan Ruyen could not help but widen her eyes in shock. She had a baffled expression on her face. At the same time, she began to recall the days she lived in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She was trying to recall who knew about her identity. However, no matter how much she thought about it, apart from the lass by her side, her sister, and the few people related to her sister in the lower province, no one else in the lower province knew she was Gan Ruyen. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, nobody, including the fire worship sect, knew she used the alias Chi Mei in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even her master, the fire worship sect's guardian, Xianxia, did not know about the alias she used in the lower province. Who are you? Ganru Yen really could not figure out who knew she was Chi Mei. She began to feel wary and glared at Duan Ling Tian solemnly as though he was her enemy. Who am I? The indifferent expression on Duan Ling Tian's face was replaced with a cold smirk. I'm that person who lost my wife and child because of you. Ganru Yen, it has only been a few years. But you've already forgotten about me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Ganru Yen asked with a frown when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Mistake you for someone else? How can you say that, Ganru Yen? The smirk on Duan Ling Tian's face widened. As Duan Ling Tian smirked, the disguise on his face that Ganru Yen could not recognize began to disappear as well. After a while, the originally handsome face was gone and was replaced by another handsome face. He had a pair of dashing eyebrows, brilliant eyes, a tall nose, and perfect lips. His appearance was one that would garner praise from people. What a handsome and dashing young man. It's you. Ganru Yen might not recognize the face of the man earlier, but she would never forget this face in her whole life. This was because this man was someone she hated very much. If it was not for this man, her sister would not have violated the rules of the fire worship sect and be put in a life-or-death situation. When her sister was brought away, she even felt a little regretful she did not kill this man who caused the predicament her sister was in. At this moment, Ganru Yen felt as though she had seen a ghost when she saw this man in this place. Why was he here? How did he come in? Was the prison hall and the enforcement hall not heavily guarded? At this moment, her heart was filled with all sorts of questions. Why? It seems like you finally recognized me. When Duan Ling Tian saw the astonishment on Ganru Yen's face after she saw his true appearance, he smirked again. Ganru Yen mustered all the effort she had to remain calm. After a while, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a low voice, "How did you come in here?" "Naturally, I have my own way," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as the smirk on his face disappeared. "Do you know how much I want to kill you? Are you seeking death by coming here?" Ganru Yen asked in a deep voice. "You want to kill very much?" Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had heard a funny joke when he heard her words. His eyes turned cold and he said coldly, "Ganru Yen, I should be the one who says this to you. Don't tell me up until now you think it's the right choice to bring Kur back to the fire worship sect? If you didn't bring her back here, would she be in such a predicament? You should count yourself lucky that you're not the one who handed her over to the Saint Land's enforcement hall. Otherwise, I won't spare your life." Duan Ling Tian's voice turned even colder when he reached the end of his sentence. "You'll spare my life?" Ganru Yen was momentarily stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words before she smiled disdainfully. "Just you alone? You think you can kill me?" No matter what, Ganru Yen was still a powerhouse ranked 7th on the fire worship sect's true ranking. She was also one of the 7 great prodigies in the fire worship sect. Despite her young age, she had already made it on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, only 1,000 of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land were qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Today, the young man whom she regarded as an ant had appeared in front of her. Although she did not know how he managed to come here, she still found it ridiculous. It had only been a few years, his strength could not have improved that much, right? "That's right. Just me alone is enough," Duan Ling Tian answered, determinedly faced with Ganru Yen's disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy that had long been accumulating in body swept out as he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, immediately. He completely absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, raising his Sun Saint energy to its limit. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of a sword slashing sounded quickly before it disappeared. Snap! Before Ganru Yen could react, the band that held her hair up had snapped. Her hair fell down, giving her an unkempt appearance. Duan Ling Tian had quickly put away the Jasper Celestial Sword before Ganru Yen noticed it and asked her indifferently, "What do you think now?" Currently, he had depleted 70% to 80% of his Sun Saint energy. He no longer had any energy to carry on. If Gan Ruyen decided to attack now, he would not have any energy to fight back. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian dared to spend so much energy, he was confident Gan Ruyen would not attack him. In fact, if he wanted to kill Gan Ruyen, he could have easily done so with that slash of sword earlier. Duan Lingtian believed Gan Ruyen knew this very well. Indeed, Gan Ruyen knew it very well. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Lingtian cut her hair bad, a sense of fear rose in her heart immediately. She was very close to death earlier. If Duan Lingtian did not aim his sword at her hairband, but at one of her vital points, she would have died. How did he become so strong? Gan Ruyen gasped as a hint of bafflement appeared in her eyes. She felt the current Duan Lingtian was like a different person from the Duan Lingtian she had met before. The former Duan Lingtian could not even withstand a blow from her. She had only needed to move her fingers to suppress him. However, currently, Duan Lingtian's strength had already surpassed her. This could be seen from how she could not even catch a trace of his sword from the beginning until the end. Even when she had a friendly match with the true disciple who was ranked first on the true ranking previously, she did not feel suffocated or despair. At this moment, she felt her life was no longer in her own hands. Terrifying. It was just too terrifying. Who are you? Due to the changes in Duan Lingtian, Gan Ruyen began to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity again. She could not relate this young man before her who could kill with just a strike of the sword with the useless man who brought disaster to her sister. Why? Do you think it's impossible for my strength to surpass yours in just a few years? Duan Lingtian smirked. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the thoughts running through Gan Ruyen's mind. In fact, currently even he felt like he was dreaming, let alone Gan Ruyen. That time, by using Qi Mei's identity, Gan Ruyen had forcefully taken Ku'er away. At that time, Gan Ruyen was so strong that it made him feel oppressed. He had no choice but to watch as Ku'er was taken away. He would never forget that scene. At that time, he had felt so helpless before Gan Ruyen. After several years, now that they had met again, he could kill her if he wanted to with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was a surreal feeling, but he felt delighted at the same time. The difference between the latter and the former incident was too huge. You can't beat him. Even if he's given several dozens or hundreds of years, he wouldn't be so strong, let alone just a few years. Tell me, who are you? What relationship do you have with him? Why are you impersonating him? Do you plan to avenge him and humiliate me? Gan Ruyen's expression turned even graver. She refused to believe Duan Lingtian was the person she encountered previously. It doesn't matter to me if you believe me or not. I came today not to see you but to see Ku'er and our daughter, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. He did not bother to conceal his intention of coming to the enforcement hall and revealed it all to Gan Ruyen. He wanted to see Ku'er and their daughter. Due to Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen furrowed her brows again. She asked in an uncertain tone, "Why, you're really Duan Lingtian? This is as real as I can get." Duan Lingtian said firmly when he heard Gan Ruyen's question again. His voice was extremely cold that it seemed like the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. When she heard Duan Lingtian's firm answer, although Gan Ruyen still found it hard to believe, she saw a familiar look in the young man's eyes. When she had brought her younger sister away from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the young man's gaze was similar to this young man. Now that she thought about it, they seemed to be the same person. How did you become so strong? Gan Ruyen gasped. Although she still found it hard to believe, she had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian, who was standing before, had become so strong that he had even surpassed her. It's not your business how I became so strong. I've told you. I came here to see Ku'er and our daughter. I'm not here to see you. Where are they? Duan Lingtian asked. Since you're not here to see me, why didn't you directly go and see them? Gan Ruyen asked. At this moment, Gan Ruyen did not notice her tone had turned warmer when she spoke to Duan Lingtian. It was no longer as arrogant as before. It seemed as though Gan Ruyen had acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength, or maybe she was moved by the way he came to the fire worship sect just to look for her younger sister. Most importantly, Gan Ruyen, who originally hated Duan Lingtian, suddenly felt that he was worthy of her sister. Previously, She thought Duan Lingtian was a toad and completely unworthy of her sister. However, after Gan Ru Yen had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, her mindset began to change. Even she did not notice it yet. Do you think the enforcement hall is going to let me see Kuer and our daughter just because I ask them? Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. Gan Ru Yen finally understood when she heard his words. Her sister was different from her. Her sister had committed a serious crime in the fire worship sect. Her status was currently very sensitive. Even a golden flame elder might not be able to see her sister, let alone Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, they were with me. Gan Ru Yen sighed. When I brought Yu Yen back, I hid her in my residence until she gave birth to your daughter. Yu Yen. Duan Lingtian raised a brow. He figured Yu Yen was Kuer's other name. Yu Yen named your daughter Duan Xiling, Gan Ru Yen said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Xiling. Her words caused Duan Lingtian to fall into a daze. His heartbeat quickened as though it was stirred by something. Little Fayer had named his son Duan Yen Tian. Kuer had named his daughter Duan Xiling. Although the names were different, the meaning was the same. They all meant that they missed Duan Lingtian. Since you managed to find your way here, it means you've heard of what happened after. I hid Yu Yan's matter from everyone. However, in the end, when Yen found out about it and went to the enforcement hall to report me, when Gan Ru Yen mentioned Wen Yen, her eyes flashed piercingly. If it was not for Wen Yen, she and her sister would not be imprisoned by the enforcement hall. Due to Wen Yan's report, Yu Yen and her daughter were brought away by the enforcement hall. On the other hand, I went to look for my master, Guardian Qinghua. He's one of the 3 great guardians in the sect. Originally, I wanted to ask him for help. However, he said I'm confused and asked me to surrender to the enforcement hall. Gan Ru Yen sighed. I know Master said that for my own good. When Lord Sect Master comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he might forgive my crime since I took the initiative to surrender and also for the sake of my master. Master even said there's nothing he could do regarding Yu Yan's matter. That will depend on what Lord Sect Leader decides to do. Gan Ru Yan's expression gradually turned grim. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes when she finished speaking. Decide? What's there to decide? Duan Lingtian smiled coldly when he heard Gan Ru Yan's words. Put aside that it's not Kuer's fault for being abandoned in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, why does the fire worship sect insist on interfering with her life? We fell in love and have a daughter. What does this have to do with the fire worship sect? Who is the fire worship sect to dictate her life? What right do they have to decide if she lives or dies? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled a little when he reached the end of his sentence. It was obvious he was extremely furious. It was as though he was venting all the anger he had been suppressing. I know you feel dissatisfied, but how are you different from me? Gan Ru Yen smiled wryly. You asked me earlier if I still think I made the right choice by bringing Yu Yen back to the fire worship sect. Let me tell you, I think it's the right choice. This is because as long as Yu Yen stays in the lower province, the people from the fire worship sect will eventually find her. I just didn't expect that after I found her and hid her safely, she would still be discovered. Killing intent appeared when she finished speaking. It was obvious it was directed at Wen Yen. Duan Lingtian had also calmed down after he vented his anger. Based on Gan Ru Yan's words, it was obvious she cared about Kuer. Perhaps her way of caring for Kuer was not to his liking, but she still did it with good intentions. I really don't know what you're thinking by bringing her back to the sect. Can't you have hidden her outside? Duan Lingtian could not help but mock Gan Ru Yan's stupid decision. Hide her outside? Do you think I can do that without worrying about her? Gan Ru Yen asked in a deep voice. That's my biological sister whom I've been separated from for many years. Even if I don't see her for half a day, I'll be worried if something has happened to her. Moreover, in my opinion, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. All in all, I just didn't expect Wen Yen to be watching me so closely that she even found out about Yu Yen. The killing intent in her eyes became even more intense when she spoke about Wen Yen again. Sensing Gan Ru Yan's genuine sorrow, Duan Lingtian no longer blamed her. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, Do you know where Kuer and our daughter are being imprisoned? No, I don't. Gan Ru Yen shook her head. The prison hall is huge, and there are many stone prisons here. Yu Yan and her daughter must be locked up in one of the stone rooms. Don't worry. The enforcement hall won't dare to harm her at all before the sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation. However, when he comes out, I'm afraid Yu Yan and her daughter. Pain and regret filled her eyes when she reached the end of her sentence. If I have a chance to do things over, I'll leave her in the lower province. Although I think it's the wrong choice, at least she and her daughter would be able to spend more time with you before being taken away by the people from the fire worship sect. Currently, it's still unknown if you'll be able to reunite with them. At some point, tears began streaming down Gan Ruyan's face. It seemed like she did not think her sister would be able to survive. We'll definitely be able to reunite, Duan Ling Tian replied determinedly. I'll definitely save Kuer and our daughter before the sect leader of the fire worship sect comes out of closed-door cultivation. If something happens to the two of them because of the sect leader, not only will I kill him, but I'll destroy the foundation of the sect with my own hands. I'll make it disappear from the Dao Martial Saint Land and remain in history. Duan Ling Tian's voice was exceedingly cold. It would send chills running up the spines of those who listened to it. If it was before, Gan Ruyan would have felt that Duan Ling Tian had overestimated himself when she heard these words. However, now that she had witnessed the changes in his strength after just a few years, she did not doubt his words at all. Duan Ling Tian had that potential. Perhaps, sect leader wouldn't simply harm Yu Yan when you expose your strength. However, that's only if you can demonstrate strength that will make the fire worship sect afraid of you. Gan Ruyan said excitedly with bright eyes when she heard his words. Naturally, you can't stay in the fire worship sect, and you can't let them find you. Otherwise, the sect leader can just kill you before you reach your full potential. Her words encouraged Duan Ling Tian. It even made him feel like revealing his potential to the fire worship sect. It seems like I must leave the fire worship sect immediately, as soon as I leave the enforcement hall. When I return and show them I have a violet innate spiritual root, it'll shock the sect and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian made a decision. As long as fire worship sect leader hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation, I still stand a chance of forcing the sect to not harm Kuer and our daughter recklessly with my potential. As long as they can't kill me, they won't dare to touch both of them. Now that Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind, how he wished to fly away from the fire worship sect to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as he managed to change his innate spiritual root to a violet one, he would be able to return gloriously and shock the fire worship sect and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would be considered as a rare prodigy with a violet innate spiritual root in the upper province. At that time, if he announced he would annihilate the fire worship sect if they dared to harm Kuer and their daughter, he believed the fire worship sect would not dare to touch them in fear of his potential. Thank you for your advice. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude to Gan Ruyan after he regained his senses. The last of his hatred toward her disappear as well. After all, the woman standing before him was Kuer's biological sister and her family. If he insisted on holding onto his hatred, the only one who would be hurt was Kuer. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to let go of his hatred toward Gan Ruyan. After all, it was true she never had the intention of hurting Kuer. He was certain of this now. You don't have to thank me, Gan Ruyan said as she shook her head. Both of us have the same intention. We all wish that Yu Yan and her daughter would be safe. Yu Yan is my twin sister and my only sister. I'm willing to sacrifice my life if it means Yu Yan will be safe. Gan Ruyan's tone left no room for doubts. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Based on Gan Ruyan's tone, he could tell her words were sincere. After a moment of silence, Duan Ling Tian looked at Gan Ruyan and said, There's one thing I've always been curious about. Between you and Kuer, why did the fire worship sect choose Kuer as the saint girl? Why didn't they choose you? Could the rumors be true? Does Kuer have a violet innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian asked one of the questions that he had always been curious about. It's true. Yu Yan possesses a violet innate spiritual root. However, this is not the main reason she was chosen by the fire worship sect to be a saint girl. Gan Ruyan answered Duan Ling Tian's question solemnly. It's not the main reason? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. When he saw Gan Ruyan's solemn expression, his expression turned solemn as well. What's the main reason then? I only heard about it coincidentally from my master. It seems like Yu Yan is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ru Yan's expression turned even more solemn when she said this. The reincarnation of a goddess. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard this. If he had heard this previously, he might have found it absurd. However, he was also someone who had been reincarnated. It was just that, in his previous life, he was a weapons specialist from Earth. He was not some god. For this reason, when he heard Gan Ru Yan's words, he did not think it was impossible. He was just shocked. Koa? The reincarnation of a goddess? This, Duan Ling Tian did not know what else to say at this moment. He looked at Gan Ru Yan again and asked, "Are you sure you heard correctly? Your master, the fire worship sect's guardian, said that Kuer is the reincarnation of a goddess." That's what master said. I'm afraid only the sect leader knows the details of this matter. Gan Ru Yan responded. It doesn't matter if Kuer is the reincarnation of a goddess or not. She's my woman, Duan Ling Tian said resolutely as his eyes flashed. I'll protect my woman. If the fire worship sect dares to harm her, I'll definitely annihilate the fire worship sect in the future. They would become nothing but history in the Dao Martial Saint land. After that, he turned to look at Gan Ru Yan and said, I only have 15 minutes with you. The time is almost up. If the enforcement hall's elder asks you why I wanted to see you, you'll need to come up with a story to deal with him. I don't have to deal with him. Gan Ru Yan was not concerned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Who was she? Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, one of the sect's 7 great prodigies, and the most outstanding female disciple among the younger generation in the fire worship sect, she was the direct disciple of Qinghua, one of the guardians in the fire worship sect. Just a mere silver flame elder guarding the prison hall was not qualified to ask for an explanation from her. Upon hearing Gan Ru Yan's arrogant words, Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he smiled wryly. I've forgotten that your master is Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians in the fire worship sect. You take care. It's time for me to leave. He turned to leave after he finished speaking. Bang! Bang! After knocking the stone door twice, the prison hall's silver flame elder Meng Qi, who was on guard outside, opened the door. After Duan Ling Tian left, he shut the stone door again and reactivated the formation on the prison stone room. Let's go. After Meng Qi was done, he gestured to Duan Ling Tian to leave and brought him out of the prison hall. After leaving the prison hall, Duan Ling Tian was reunited with Lu Yu, who was waiting outside. After bidding farewell to the 3 prison hall's silver flame elders, including Meng Qi, Lu Yu brought Duan Ling Tian away from the prison hall and made his way to the main hall. Thank you, Elder Lu Yu. Duan Ling Tian did not forget to thank Lu Yu during their journey to the main hall. You should thank little Yuner. I hope you won't forget the promise you made. Lu Yu replied solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I always keep my words. Duan Ling Tian said sincerely. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian remembered the promise he made to Lu Yu. He had promised to sever his friendship with Lu Yun publicly so that he would not implicate Lu Yun or the Lu clan because of his own matter. Since he had given Lu Yu his words, he had no intention of backing out. Moreover, this was a way for him to guarantee Lu Yun's safety. If something happened to Lu Yun or the Lu clan, he would not be able to forgive himself. To play it safe, he had decided to have a public fallout with Lu Yun and sever their friendship. As long as news of their fallout spread in the fire worship sect, those who opposed Duan Ling Tian would not target Lu Yun anymore. In the prison hall, after Duan Ling Tian left, Meng Qi entered the prison hall again. Not only that, but he opened the stone door that imprisoned Gan Ru Yan and entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he smiled widely as he asked, Miss Ru Yan, I wonder if you're comfortable during your stay here? Comfortable. Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Gan Ru Yan smiled coldly. How about we switch places, and you tell me whether it's comfortable or not? When Meng Qi heard her words, he could only smile awkwardly. Miss Ru Yan. As though Meng Qi was reminded of something, he asked solemnly, Pardon me for asking, what's your relationship with Duan Ling Tian? To think he used his connections to enter the prison hall just to see you. More importantly, he's just a new disciple of the sect. He only entered the sect after you're imprisoned. He did not beat around the bush and directly asked about Gan Ruyan's relationship with Duan Lingtian. Meng Qi had a feeling both of them knew each other. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have used his connections just to see Gan Ruyan. What does it have to do with you what relationship I have with him? Gan Ruyan smirked when she heard Meng Qi's question. She did not intend to give him a proper answer. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the depths of Meng Qi's eyes when he saw how rude Gan Ruyan was. However, he forced a smile and said, Miss Ruyan, it's just a casual question. I have no other intention. In my opinion, he must be your friend. No wonder he humiliated Wen Yan previously. As it turns out, it's because Wen Yan had reported you. Everyone's wondering why a new disciple would humiliate Wen Yan for no reason. Meng Qi sighed emotionally when he finished speaking. When Duan Lingtian mentioned that he wanted to see Gan Ruyan, whether it was Meng Qi or the other two Silver Flame Elders, they were all reminded of the incident where Duan Lingtian had ruthlessly humiliated Wen Yan. Previously, they thought Duan Lingtian had humiliated Wen Yan for no reason. However, now all of them felt Duan Lingtian must have done so because he was close to Gan Ruyan. Otherwise, he would not have used his connection to see her in the prison hall. Although the wages the enforcement hall gives to true disciples serving here are high, it's nothing to a true disciple like him who possesses 1,000,000 contribution points. Meng Qi continued to say, now that I think about it, he must have decided to serve here because he wants to see you. 1,000,000 contribution points? Gan Ruyan was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. What 1,000,000 contribution points? Did you just say he has 1,000,000 contribution points? Duan Lingtian had 1,000,000 contribution points? Even Gan Ruyan had only managed to save over 200,000 contribution points after being in the fire worship sect for so long. Duan Lingtian had only entered the fire worship sect not too long ago, but he already possessed 1,000,000 contribution points.